Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3 Astronomical Units Chapter 79 The Strongest Blow. Zhou vs Kaido. Whitebeard is dead. He is 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the strongest existence in the world, and a person with the shock fruit ability that can destroy the world. In Roger's era, he often fought with Roger and at the same time had a very close relationship with Roger. After Roger's death, he has always symbolized the invincible power of the sea. This era, called Whitebeard, now, however, that era is over. But, after Whitebeard's death, the first to cheer, but not the civilians. But pirates all over the world, ooh. Oh, I was already planning to give up. No, Lousy is going to sea, looking for One Piece. One Piece said a word when he was executed more than 20 years ago, which made men all over the world covet him. Do you want Lousy's treasure? Go get it, I put the whole world there. As long as he finds the big secret treasure, then Lousy will be able to own the whole world, become the One Piece king, and have inexhaustible glory and wealth. Ha 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 ha, little ones, kill me, rob me, grab enough supplies and let's go to New World. All around the world, the number of pirates suddenly increased. Burning, killing and looting began in prosperous areas all over the world. People who were not pirates originally but wanted to go to sea all began to prepare to go to sea. Some sold their properties and some abandoned their wives and children. West Blue, an island. An ordinary man, with a big package on his back, said to his tearful wife, "Honey, I'm going to sea, I feel the sea is calling me." The man's wife held her bulging belly and said, "Go." North Blue, the boss of Vince's Moke family, judge announced, "Go to sea, as long as I find the big secret treasure, then I will have enough research funding, and the whole world will belong to our Germa 66. South Blue. Guys, Whitebeard is dead, do you want to go to New World to be 4 or 3 when you get old? East Blue. East Blue has no big pirates left. The civilians were surprised to find that a large number of pirates appeared out of thin air. Like a pilgrimage, all are heading towards the Grand Line, towards the New World. But, after a brief shock, some unaffected areas. People cheered. It's like a holiday. Great, Whitebeard is dead. The demon is dead. A corner of New World has collapsed, and the era of pirates has passed. Even children know that Whitebeard is the scariest demon in the world, and now that he is finally dead, the world will be at peace. Finally, Whitebeard is finally dead. As long as he is alive, I feel like a big stone is pressing on my heart. But, unlike cheering people, some local civilians, seeing Whitebeard after his death. But it showed the opposite look, the Fishmen Island. After the Murlocs found Whitebeard dead, all of a sudden, it was like a mourning concubine. Because, the Fishmen Island has long been Whitebeard's domain. As long as Whitebeard is alive, no one dares to come here and cause trouble. Now Whitebeard is dead, the Fishmen Island lost its sanctuary. This place will become a paradise for pirates. If you catch fishmen and mermaids and auction them in the human world, you can make a lot of money. New World. Whitebeard territory. Whitebeard's territory, because it has been protected by Whitebeard, is very peaceful. Even because there is no need to pay the heavenly gold, the people here are very rich. More peaceful than the people of the world, however. Once Whitebeard dies, here it will become a big fat without any protection. Without the protection of Whitebeard, because they have not joined the world government, and have not paid the heavenly gold, Marine will not protect this place. In a dangerous place like New World, it will be extremely dangerous. Naval Headquarters. The Marines here are also all excited. Whitebeard is dead. The biggest boss since the top battle started, finally died. One of the 3-4 emperors died, and now there are only 2 left. With 2 left, things are easy to handle. Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku, as well as Zhou, are all capable of challenging the 4 emperors. It is completely guaranteed that the 4 emperors will not attack other people. And the rest of the pirates, everything is easy to say. Most exciting yet, after people's simple thinking. Then found out, on the Marine side, there are still 3-4 Emperors level combat forces. As for the pirates, there are only 2 of the 4 Emperors level combat power left. Well, just 3 beats 2, one of the Marines is entangled with a pirate. The remaining 2 Marines killed the second pirate as quickly as possible. You can free up your hands, 3 hit 1, and kill the second pirate. So, the remaining 2-4 Emperors will be resolved. Just get rid of the 4 Emperors, isn't it a piece of cake for 3-4 Emperors level Marines to deal with the remaining pirates? Besides, Marine doesn't eat dry food here either. Even if the 3 of them don't make a move, the remaining combat power on Marine's side is also very strong. That is, in theory, Marine has actually won now. There is no need to continue fighting. Advertisement. If Kaido and Big Mom are smart people, it would be the wisest choice to run away immediately when seeing this situation. Think here. The fighting spirit of the Marines suddenly rose. Because the dawn of victory is at hand, hope is at hand. The war is about to end, and they will be the final victors. As a participant in Summit War, they will become heroes and go down in the history books. Get promotions, get rewards, and more. Chong Duck, Brother Meng, the goddess of victory is waving to me. Kill these pirates, the glory is ours. Kill all the pirates, for justice. Killing 1 is enough money, killing 2 is enough. Killing one more pirate now will give you more qualifications in the future. Ha ha ha, I have already killed 7 pirates, I want to kill 10. Like Marine, pirates thought of this too, however. Pirates are the opposite of Marine. Their fighting spirit collapsed in an instant. Even crashed. If the main general is defeated, once the 4 emperors level high-end combat power comes to deal with them, it will be a one-sided world. Their efforts are worthless, just die without any value. It's over, we're doomed, damn it, I don't want to stop here. Daddy. Ace. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have ended up like this. All the generals have been killed, the brothers and sisters have suffered heavy casualties, and my mother has also been seriously injured. How long can the Big Mom pirates last? The 3 disasters are dead, ha ha ha, the future is my stage. Boss Kaido, let's retreat quickly. As long as we can go back safely, we won't worry about the chance of a comeback. Some pirates are still resisting Marine's attack. But more people have lost their fighting spirit, and some people have already started to flee. Marine's high-level executives also showed relaxed expressions at the moment. Think the war is coming to an end, there's only one exception. Zhou looked at the sea in the distance, he frowned. Compared to others, his knowledge color can perceive farther places. Now, at an extreme distance that cannot be seen by the naked eye. He has sensed that something is approaching. What's the matter? Zhou, the war is coming to an end, what else are you upset about? Momoshage came over at some point, with a smile on his face that couldn't be concealed. The pirates of the Whitebeard's high ranks are running away with Whitebeard's body. The pirates of the White Group had a collective rout. Marine is after them. Zhou frowned and said, no, the war is not over yet. What? Momoshage was surprised, she looked around in surprise. Garp is fighting Kaido. It can be seen that Kaido has gradually lost his fighting spirit. Big Mom is also fighting Sengoku. Although the current ant is more fierce, she almost beats Sengoku. But it can be seen that the ant no longer wants to fight. Are preparing to retreat. The battle for the top is about to end. However, Zhou's expression at this time was a little strange. Coming soon. What's coming? When Momoshage was surprised. Suddenly, he looked at the sea in the distance, in a thick fog. Suddenly a ship appeared. This is a lion's head ship. Compared with the incomparably huge warships around, it is simply a small boat. However, a pirate flag is flying above it. A skeleton with a straw hat, showing a smile. Thousand Sunny on. Straw Hat crew is talking. Luffy, Naval Headquarters is up ahead, are we really going? Usopp, Nami, Chopper, you guys just look at the boat when the time comes. Here, leave it to us. It is said that Hawkeye is here. I lost to him in the last battle. This time, I plan to challenge him again. Nami-san, just leave the battle to us. Yo ho ho ho, although I've become an old bone, I didn't want to figure out my own history. Super, I'm going to fight too, you must not let others destroy our boat. When the fog clears. The tragic battlefield of the Summit War finally appeared in front of the Straw Hat crew. Big pits, ruins, and some scalp-numbing, huge ravines cut out by ancient Titan knives can be seen everywhere. These traces directly made everyone shut their mouths. Further away, the battle between the 4 emperors can be seen with the naked eye, and it is not something they can touch at all. With Straw Hat crew's current strength, if they encounter a battlefield of this level, they will die to the point of being sidelined. Immediately, the originally high-spirited people suddenly became like frost-beaten eggplants, and could no longer raise their enthusiasm. Even Wong Luffy, who is always optimistic, opened his mouth wide at the moment. 0 for flowers. Shocked speechless, this is not a battle they're qualified to participate in at all. Here, Vice Admiral is just cannon fodder, advertisement. However, their appearance is a done deal and cannot be changed. Because, whether it is the pirates or the Marine side, have already found them. Garp immediately recognized Luffy's identity. Startled, Luffy, how could you? He was distracted. Kaido jumped at the chance. One yin nala, the mace directly knocked him out. Whoosh, boom. Garp crashed into the rubble. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I got rid of you, an old thing. Kaido took a few sharp breaths. Regained strength. With the mace on his shoulders, he walked towards Zhou. Do you know that the Jin you killed was the brother who went out to sea with me and shared weal and woe with me? Did you think that if you killed Whitebeard, I'd go away? HMPH, Lousy said before that he must kill you and avenge Jin. Kaido walked towards Zhou step by step. The momentum on my body is getting stronger and stronger. Zhou glanced at Garp who was lying in the ruins in the distance. I was speechless for a while. This old thing, fishing better than myself. As soon as Luffy appears, I don't want to fight immediately. But, speaking of Luffy, Zhou was also puzzled. Luffy, the named world line has changed, why did he appear in Summit War again? Moreover, now that Summit War is almost over, what's the point of him coming here? Zhou knows. Luffy is the protagonist of this world. Possesses the aura of the protagonist, therefore, he is also a very special existence. But, now he doesn't care about Luffy anymore, because Kaido is killing. Zhou killed Kaido's 3 disasters, especially Jin. When Kaido was young, Jin and Kaido were imprisoned in Vegapunk's laboratory. Even pirates actually have friendship. Because of this, Kaido's hatred for Zhou can be said to be irresolvable. Unless he can revive Jin, but Zhou couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it even if it could be done, because he is not afraid of Kaido at all. Maid, everyone has started fishing, right? Zhou was cursing. Suddenly kicked. Tempest kick Mystery King Jade. This Tempest kick directly issued a blue slash hundreds of meters long. A huge protruding rock on the ground was only hit by one side by this huge slash, and was directly annihilated into nothingness. Kaido sees this. His expression also became serious. Immediately transformed into a dragon form, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scorching flames. Boom! Dragon flame collided with Tempest kick in an instant, and in an instant, something terrifying happened. Kaido's dragon flame, which could melt a mountain, was directly cut by Zhou's Tempest kick. It's like cutting a piece of cheesecake, and after cutting the dragon flame, continued to chop towards Kaido. Kaido was hit by surprise, but seeing that Zhou's huge Tempest kick had arrived in front of him, he subconsciously opened his mouth and bit it. Crackling, a sound like a huge stone being crushed resounded throughout the battlefield. Kaido was so strong that he crushed Zhou's foot with his dragon teeth. However, the most surprising thing is how the original energy form of Tempest kick can produce a sound similar to matter. But Kaido was crying, because several of his dragon teeth were broken by the bite just now. These are his teeth. The big white fang that used to be one mouthful is now missing a few pieces, and it has become a Blackbeard. Damn Zhou! Kaido cursed. However, at this time, Zhou has come to the sky above Kaido's head. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. This is the first time to show it in front of people. Kaido, should I say that you are lucky or unlucky? Look at my strongest Tempest kick, cut off your long worm. Talking. His feet suddenly inflated like a balloon. Sensen Fruit. Yes, he started to use the ability of Sensen Fruit. Once this ability is exposed, it is likely to reveal his identity as the initiator of the submarine prison incident. However, if only lightly used, for example now, others will only think that he secretly ate some kind of devil fruit, but it is not certain what kind of fruit it is. At this time, Wang Luffy also saw Zhou's swollen and enlarged feet. Exclaimed, "This is all my moves," after Zhou's feet swelled hundreds of times. Turned into a giant overgrown woody foot, then. A huge and amazing Tempest kick was sent out. Tempest kick Profound Truth Damu Genshin Giant Spirit Wang Yu Fan. Chapter 80. The island is divided into two. The world is shocked. Zhou shouted violently, "Throw out the Tempest kick." Boom. At this moment, a huge and incomparably blue slash descended from the sky. It was like the moon from the sky fell down, to destroy the world. Just seeing the scale of this blow, the others already understood that this was not a blow they could resist. It's really scary. Sengoku gritted his teeth, sweating coldly, and had scolded Zhou countless times in his heart. This is Naval Headquarters, it's your own territory. You are using such a lethal move on your own territory. Is it because you are afraid that Naval Headquarters will not be completely demolished? Rumbling Tempest kick fell from the sky. Luffy and the others, seeing this blow at this time, could only be amazed. I feel that I can never reach this level in my life. Now, Wang Luffy feels that his wish to become the One Piece is about to be shattered. Because, there is such a powerful existence as Zhou in Marine, if he wants to catch him, he will probably die without leaving any scum. Zoro saw Zhou's slash. Immediately, there was a feeling of discouragement. The slash from the opponent's feet was stronger than the one from the knife. I don't know how many times stronger. Is it really necessary to continue to exercise by myself? I am afraid that Zhou's strength at this time has surpassed the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, right? Momosagi, T-Dolphin, Garp, Empress, Eagle Eye. Countless strong men are looking at Zhou with the eyes of looking up to the gods at this moment. Zhou at this time, in the eyes of everyone, is a god. On the ground, Kaido in the form of the blue dragon saw Zhou's slash, and his long eyes shrank instantly. Even in the form of the blue dragon, he could see that his expression was a little shocked. However, soon the horror on his face disappeared, and a look of excitement appeared instead. Although it could be seen that Zhou's move was terrifying, it's probably impossible for me to pick it up. 987. But with his temper, naturally he will not accept his fate easily. Immediately, Kaido roared. A large amount of flames spit out from the mouth. These flames are very agile, as if they have their own life, actively attached to the surface of Kaido's green dragon form. With just a few breaths, Kaido's strongest move, the fire dragon torch, took shape. Kaido in the form of a fire dragon is huge, but in front of Zhou's huge slash, he still looks a bit small. Like an earthworm under a sickle, it can be cut off at will. However, face the blow. Kaido is resolute, facing up to the difficulties. Hold head high with a dragon roar. He stepped on the flame cloud, and the dragon body circled upwards. Immediately bite the huge slash. The fire dragon's teeth firmly bit the side of the chopping blow. At this moment, the slash seemed to be real, however. The slash was only stopped for a moment. Then, the dragon teeth of the fire dragon began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant of effort, the fire dragon was directly slashed by the slash. Boom light. White light is everywhere. At this moment, Zhou's huge tempest kick slash turned into pure energy, bursting out with all its power in an instant. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky shook. Throughout Naval Headquarters, there was a violent magnitude 18 earthquake. What's the matter? Didn't Whitebeard die? What's the matter with this earthquake? Such a terrible earthquake, even if Whitebeard tried his best, it would be nothing more than that. Sengoku was very surprised at this moment, but after using observation haki to sense it, there was no trace of breath in Whitebeard's body. Unless it's hell, at the same time, everyone else is looking for a foothold. At this moment, the entire island was filled with white light, and the earth shook at the same time. No one knows what happened. However, some people still speculate that this earthquake may have something to do with Zhou's Tempest Kick. Terrorist attacks, regiments can have a terrifying effect. When the white light dissipates, a cloud of dust enveloped the entire battlefield. People can't see the specific situation clearly, but after a gust of wind blows, the situation on the battlefield suddenly became clear. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Some people wondered if their eyes were wrong, and wiped their own eyes, but he was right. At this moment, if you look down from a high altitude, you will see it. The entire island of Naval Headquarters was divided into two. In the middle is a huge chasm, like a moat, and below it is the seawater poured in. Advertisement: the original island has now become two. As for the shape of the gap in the middle, if you look carefully, you will find that it is a bit like it was deliberately cut out. That is to say, this terrifying existence that divides the entire island into two is Zhou. It's the huge Tempest Kick that Zhou sent out from the sky just now. As for the target of the Tempest Kick attack, Kaido, at this time it has disappeared. Disappeared. A marine soldier stood on the edge of this huge chasm, glanced down, but his legs went limp, and he quickly moved to the side. Click, a stone was kicked down, and the stone collided several times on the smooth surface of the chasm, making a crisp sound, then fell into the sea below. This moment, people all over the world watched this scene in disbelief. Is this really something humans can do? A marine subconsciously expressed the aspirations of people all over the world. Gudong, a marine swallows. Wait, where did Kaido go? He asked curiously. Immediately, the people around who heard him speak subconsciously and curiously looked down. Start looking for signs of Kaido. Someone said, it should have disappeared, right? It was annihilated directly under the terrifying attack, and there is not even ash left. After all, such a terrifying attack, I am afraid that the diamonds have disappeared. However, there are really sharp-eyed people who discovered something. Look, over there, what is that? A marine suddenly pointed to somewhere below excitedly and shouted loudly. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Out of curiosity, they all looked in the direction of the marine's finger. After searching for a while, they finally saw what the marine was pointing at. Immediately, everyone's pupils shrank. I saw a dragon lying on a reef in the sea below. However, it seems to be dead. The fatal injury was a long cut on the body, about 10 meters long. The terrifying cut directly cut through the scales, skin and flesh, directly exposing the internal organs inside. At this time, a large amount of blood gushed out, staining the sea below red. It looks like this. Should it be dead? I don't know, but it looks like he should be dead. Totally cold. 4 emperors are all dignified. It is impossible to play dead, so he should not play dead. He should be completely dead now. Indeed, your goodness is justified. At the same time, the phone bug located in Naval Headquarters faithfully relayed all the situation here to the whole world. Everyone has seen the huge slash, followed by the island divided into two. People were shocked. This terrifying destructive power has a huge visual impact on people. Is this really caused by humans? How can such a small human body contain such terrifying energy? This is unscientific. It's terrifying. With only one person's power, he can cut open an island. Could it be possible to flatten a mountain or even evaporate a lake on land? Moving mountains and filling seas, the terrifying power that can only appear in myths and legends. I actually saw it today. I don't know whether to say it is lucky or unlucky. Even if it is as strong as Kaido, there is nothing to do in the face of this blow. Zhou, god of war, so terrifying. It turns out that he is still hiding his strength. He really knows how to endure. His feet suddenly became bigger just now, and he should also be an ability user, but he didn't use his ability from the beginning to the end. Steady. Too steady. Yes, hiding one's own strength, on the one hand, is to preserve physical strength, and on the other hand, it is also to keep the trump card to give the enemy a fatal blow when it is caught by surprise. Zhou Vice Admiral is so solid. With this person sitting in the marine, why worry about danger? The 4 emperors in the district actually invaded my big naval headquarters. They really don't know how to live or die. Floating. You are all floating. You are all floating when you see God of War being so bull-nosed, right? I also said, God of War is invincible in the world. Whoever refuses to accept can fight. Zhou, God of War. Who is calling invincible? Which one dares to say invincible? One husband should be in control. 10,000 husbands should not be opened. I'm afraid that's what he was talking about. Made. An island. A pirate captain threw away his hat. There are such bull-nosed people in marine. Let's go to sea. Go to sea to get wool. Isn't that to give away? Even the 4 emperors are kneeling. What kind of waves can we small people make? It's better to go home and farm as soon as possible. Now, this pirate captain can be said to have expressed the aspirations of most pirates. After learning that One Piece is real, everyone wants to go to sea to be a pirate. However, seeing Zhou's strength, he knew that going to sea was hopeless. If there is really anyone who is determined to go to sea at this time, it is estimated that the rest of his life should be spent in prison. Naval Headquarters. After a brief shock, people recovered. This moment, Marine was completely relieved. Kaido lost. No, he should be dead. Pirates, do you still want to fight? Ha ha ha, Zhou Vice Admiral killed Kaido. Tell me, the rest of the pirates, how do you want to die? Advertisement. I thought the 4 emperors were already invincible, but I didn't expect anyone to be braver than the 4 emperors. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she be so cute? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, Kaido, are dead now, but the 3 main forces on our side are still alive. Pirates, what do you use to fight us? Take the head to fight us. Pirates, you all stay here today. Can't let them go. They killed so many of us. They dared to attack us. Naval Headquarters. It's too arrogant. This kind of arrogant pirate should be wiped out. Just let people all over the world see the strength and determination of our Marine. Yes. Even if it costs my life, let the world know that the majesty of the Marine is sacred and inviolable. There are still pirates who dare to attack the Naval Headquarters. This is simply audacity. Today's pirates, one counts as one, and all the bounties will be raised. Let the pirate hunters hunt them down. Let them have no place in the world. Brothers, for justice, for glory, kill. The morale of the Marines is boiling point zero. The pirates, however, died one by one like frost-beaten eggplants. Whitebeard is dead, Whitebeard is wilted. Kaido died, and the 100 beasts were in chaos. Now, there is only one Big Mom left, but Big Mom seems to be scared now. Damn it, Dad is dead, Kaido is dead too, we have really lost this summit war. I cannot accept, it's over, the boss is dead, everyone as strong as the boss is dead, we are definitely not Marines' opponents, the most important thing is to retreat now. Mom, what should we do now, continue to fight or? Well, I can't feel Kaido's aura, let's retreat. Said Ant. At this time, suddenly, a group of figures landed in Naval Headquarters. It was the Straw Hat crew that was ignored by the Marines and pirates. See this group of people. Whether it is Marine or pirate, they are a little confused at the moment. Don't know what they're here for. Garp stood up from the ruins at this time, and shouted with an ugly face. Luffy, you be *****D, what are you doing here? Luffy glanced at Garp and said, Ace is dead, I'm here to pick up his body. Now, people all over the world, watch Straw Hat crew. I don't understand what purpose these pirates have. They are neither the 4 emperors nor any particularly famous pirates. Come to summit war, are you here to die? Sengoku said with a gloomy face. Ace's body? It has already been buried, even if it is not there, it is impossible to give it to you. Where do you think we are? We Marine, why should we listen to one of your pirates? Luffy's complexion also became ugly. Since I don't give it to you, I have no choice but to grab it myself. At this time, Big Mom asked suddenly, Boy, who is Ace? You actually gave up your life for him? Luffy blurted out. Ace is my big brother. A group of pirates were suddenly moved. Whitebeard paid 0.4 of his life for Ace. Luffy is also going to fight for Ace. What is the virtue and ability of this Ace? Immediately, a group of pirates yelled, Hey, Marine, Ace is dead, how about returning his body to this kid? Yes, you are too inhuman. We don't have to fight anymore, but you must at least do this. Ignorance. Sengoku snorted coldly. With a glance, Haki's posture immediately made some pirates speechless. He took a long breath. Taking out a microphone in his arms, he had already made plans in his heart. Now, his microphone can broadcast to the world. Do you know, Whitebeard and the kid in front of you, who is Ace? For him, Whitebeard can lead the Whitebeard pirates to attack Naval Headquarters. Presumably all of you are wondering what is so good about this person that it is so important. As his words sounded, whether it's pirates, Marines or people all over the world, they all became curious, because they don't know either. What is the origin of the fuse that triggered the summit war? Just when Sengoku was about to reveal Ace's identity, suddenly a figure came in front of Sengoku with lightning speed. He snatched the microphone from his hand. Sengoku stared. Garp, what are you doing? Garp looked gloomy now. With a strong hand, the microphone was directly crushed. Immediately, people all over the world heard a very piercing screech. Garp said with a gloomy face, Everyone is dead, why don't you let Ace go? This moment, the atmosphere turned out to be tense. Chapter 81 Garp's Betrayal. Marshal versus Hero. Now, people all over the world looked at the pictures in the live broadcast curiously. Everyone is curious, what is the identity of this pirate named Ace? Remember, at the beginning, Whitebeard said that the summit war was launched for Ace. Now, there is another hero, Garp, who confronts Sengoku because of this Ace. I'm going. Why do you feel that things are not far from over? Yeah, Garp actually made a move, and it's still targeting his own people. This guy, shouldn't he be rebellious? Probably not, he is a hero, if even he betrays, then who else in Marine can believe it? Wait, do you remember, when Whitebeard first came here, he said that he came for this pirate named Ace? Remember, it's outrageous, for one pirate, an unprecedented war was launched, and countless people died. As this man Whitebeard's own son, Besides, Garp is actually going to turn against Sengoku because of this guy named Ace, who is still a pirate. That's right, Garp is a marine hero. He has fought for justice all his life. I never thought he would do this. It's just incredible. My soul of 8 trigrams is ablaze. Sabadi Bottom Islands. Kid looked at the live broadcast and snorted softly. It's just a pirate, it's just an excuse. Do you really think this guy named Ace is really important? The important thing is that the old thing 4 Emperors Whitebeard wants to start a war. Kira on the side said. However, now the hero Garp seems to have turned his face because of Ace and Sengoku. Kid said leisurely. This is also easy to explain. There has always been some kind of conflict between Garp and Sengoku, and now it just exploded. The civilians around are hiding far away at this moment. Hear the conversation between the two. They were all a little surprised. Could it be that, what Kid really said, this Ace is not important at all? At the same time, behind the crowd, Rayleigh watched the live broadcast calmly. Speaking of which, he was also very curious, what is so special about this pirate called Ace, that he provoked both Whitebeard and Garp to stand up for him. Although, Ace is Roger's son. But, before Roger died, he did not entrust Rayleigh to take care of him. Nor did he tell Rayleigh Ace's name. In fact, after Roger disembarked, he met his true love. And Rayleigh and the old part of Roger's ship didn't know about it at all. And, Ace after going out to sea, has been reluctant to admit his true identity. So I didn't tell anyone else. He didn't even say anything about the Whitebeard pirates. The Redheads and Ray had no idea. Naval Headquarters. Garp and Sengoku confront each other. Garp, you're crazy. Sengoku frowned and scolded. You are a marine. You are the embodiment of justice. You are the marine hero Garp. Don't do anything wrong, or you will lose your life. Garp is also frowning at this time. His face is ugly, and his teeth are clenched. He is Ace's grandfather. Although there is no blood relationship, the relationship he has cultivated over the years has made him regard Ace as similar to Luffy. Now that Ace is dead, Sengoku still wants to talk about Ace. He can't accept it. Sengoku, I have already made a concession, and Ace is dead now. There is no need for you to keep making troubles about him, Sengoku. Garp persisted and would not back down. Now, the atmosphere has dropped to freezing point. The two sides are at war, and it seems that if there is a disagreement, a conflict will break out. The Marines are all dumbfounded. The marshal of his own family, as well as the legendary marine hero Garp, almost came because of a small incident. By the way, this war is not over yet. Is it really good to start fighting now? Besides, it's a live broadcast now, so people all over the world can see Marines' jokes. Isn't it really good? But, because both Sengoku and Garp are standing at the apex of Marine. So even if the rest of the Marines want to say something, they don't have any authority. At this time, the pirates are all watching the two quarrel with the mentality of watching the excitement. In his heart, he had already desperately hoped that the two would fight quickly. They like to watch Marine fighting in the nest. The ant was also silent at this time. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. She is trying to reduce her sense of existence as much as possible. Hopefully Sengoku and Garp can forget they're still here. Then, the best result is naturally to fight, so. For their pirates, it is undoubtedly the most favorable situation. Garp, do you know what this means? Sengoku frowned at Garp. I don't know, I only know that Ace is dead, Garp yelled. Advertisement. Sengoku sighed deeply. The words Roger said when he died started the era of great pirates. Since then, the number of pirates in the world has increased a lot. This has brought serious disasters to people all over the world, and people in many places are living in dire straits. And if the world knows about Ace's identity, it will be a heavy blow to pirates all over the world. Garp, as a marine, I believe you don't understand this truth? So, stop stopping me. Garp looked ugly. 2. Sengoku found a new phone bug. Once again, announced to the world. Presumably you should have heard of the submarine prison incident that happened some time ago. During that incident, all the criminals in the submarine prison were killed by a mysterious man. When it comes to this, the corner of Zhou's mouth in the distance twitched subconsciously. He remained calm and did not show his abnormality at all. Those criminals who were killed were originally nothing, but at that time, in the prison, there happened to be a special criminal, that is Fire Fist Ace. He is the captain of the second team of 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and also a rookie of the pirates 2 years ago. However, you only know one thing and don't know the other. Fire Fist Ace's name is Portgas D. Ace, but Portgas is just his mother's surname. His father's surname is Gol. Portgas D. Ace's original name is Gol D. Ace. Sengoku fell silent, but it is like a lingering sound lingering around the beam, which lasts for a long time. Marines, pirates, and people all over the world opened their mouths wide with surprise on their faces. Sengoku added at this time, yes, you heard it right, his father was a man named Gol D. Roger, who was executed in Rog Town more than 20 years ago. That's One Piece. Roger, boom. The world is in an uproar. Everyone looked at Sengoku in disbelief. What he said just now was simply a blockbuster. Who is Gol D. Roger? One Piece. The man who said, want my treasure? Go find it, I put the whole world there. His status is more shocking and unbelievable than the 4 emperors. He is also the only man ever to find One Piece, and he actually has a son. This is simply breaking news. I go, Fire Fist Ace, is Roger's son? Did I hear wrong? So that's the case, it's normal to say that? Whitebeard, even if he wants to kill himself, he wants to avenge Ace because Ace is Roger's son. 11. It seems that the rumor is correct. It is said that the relationship between Whitebeard and Roger is very good, and the two are friends. No wonder this rookie pirate who has been at sea for 2 years can be the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It turns out that this is the relationship. Wait, that can be explained, but it's very strange that Garp maintains the Ace. That's right, Whitebeard is a pirate, a 4 emperors, and a friend of Roger's. It's understandable that he avenges Ace. But Garp is a marine, and a marine hero. Why would he defend Ace? He even fell out with Sengoku for him? Hiss. It's frightening to think about it carefully. Could there be some bloody content in it? Although he is very reluctant to talk about conspiracy theories, Garp's performance is obviously not in line with his character. There must be something tricky in this. It's too suspicious. Garp's performance is not what it used to be. People all over the world are discussing frantically at this moment. All kinds of outrageous speculations have come out. Could it be that Garp actually greened Roger, so Ace is actually Garp's illegitimate child? Don't you see how old Garp is? Garp is old enough to be Ace's grandfather. Please Beansack, that means Garp is actually a generation older than Roger? It should be said that Roger got married relatively late. Is there a possibility, that Garp is actually an undercover agent sent by the pirates to Marine, and his real identity is actually Roger's man? Roger has been dead for how many years? Is Garp still working for him? Is Garp an idiot? It's been 3 years, 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, I'm almost going to be the Marine Marshal, boss. With all kinds of unreliable rumors and speculation flying around. Naval Headquarters. Big Mom looked at Sengoku in surprise. Sengoku, you said Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son? Immediately, she looked at Luffy at the side in surprise. In other words, this kid actually has Roger's blood? Luffy denied Big Mom's statement on the spot. He said, Ace's dad is Roger. My dad is Dragon. Hash. Monkey D. Dragon. Mom was stunned. The expression on his face froze for a moment. This moment, Rao was used to seeing strong winds and waves, so she lost her composure. It's different from the ant who has never seen the world. Sengoku already knew Luffy's identity. Advertisement. He frowned and said, speaking of it, your father was the leader of that revolutionary army, and you and Ace should be sworn brothers. You two brothers are really amazing. Shortly after Sengoku dropped the bombshell, Luffy flung the first 2 bombs. He is the son of the dragon. In an instant, the world was in an uproar again. I'm leaning. What? Is it so exciting? There was a son of the One Piece just now, and now there is a son of the dragon. Dragon? The revolutionary? I often see him on the news. He is the sworn enemy of the world government and has very dangerous ideas. The leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, never imagined that the son of such a big man would become sworn brothers with the son of the One Piece king. This world is really magical. It seems that the so-called rookie pirates are just the 2nd generation who came out to travel, and they can inherit billions of dollars when they go back, right? The son of the One Piece, the son of the leader of the revolutionary army, Dragon, is really breaking news. It feels like I'm running out of brains. Wait, that's understandable, but why on earth is Garp protecting Ace? Shouldn't he be protecting this guy named Luffy? Naval Headquarters. Sengoku looked at Luffy. Garp, let me tell you what's good about you. It's fine if you don't care about your son. I never thought you wouldn't make the same mistake again. Your grandson actually went out to sea to become a pirate. As the Marine Marshal, I can't possibly cover you up. Boy, since you came here desperately to retrieve some Ace's body, then I can't let you go easily. Sengoku said 880. Step by step towards Luffy. During this process, the body emitted a golden light and began to swell. With just 3 breaths, Sengoku has changed from a normal human form to a golden Buddha. Executing justice, he said, without explanation. 1 palm to Luffy. Luffy also realized the danger was approaching at this time. This uncle who seems to have a very good relationship with his grandfather is the supreme commander of Marine. I am a pirate, so the other party must destroy me. Although he is stupid, he can still see clearly, immediately. He engaged 3rd gear, bone balloon. Then punched Sengoku. Boom, Sengoku's shockwave directly hit Luffy. The instant explosion left Luffy covered in blood, passed out and lost consciousness. What a joke. Sengoku is a force of 4 emperors level. Luffy, an ant with only a reward of 100 to 200 million, dares to challenge him. Luffy, Captain, Zoro, Sanji, and the rest of the Straw Hats came here anxiously. However, a group of Marine soldiers stopped in front of them. These Marine soldiers are elites among the Marines. Even if they are not Vice Admirals, they are very powerful. With the current strength of the Straw Hats, they will not be able to break through their defense line for a while. Damn it. Get out of the way. Zoro used the 3-sword style and fought with 10 Marine elites. But they found that all of them had mastered the 6 styles, and one of them also mastered Haki. He is no match at all, even being beaten by that Marine who uses Haki. As for Sanji, not to mention being an opponent of Marine. In front of Haki users, no matter how powerful his kicking skills are, it is ineffective. Not to mention the rest of the Straw Hats. The battlefield of the Summit War is simply not a place where people of their level can come. Sengoku was left undisturbed, continued to Luffy. He wasn't going to let Luffy go. At this time Luffy was seriously injured. There is no ability to continue fighting at all. Your bloodline is very strong. If you continue to let you live, one day, maybe you will really become a great guy, so let you die here today. Talking. One palm to Luffy, going to end his life. However, just when Sengoku was about to make a move, a fist hit him from behind, hitting the back of his head heavily. Boom. Sengoku's head was smashed into the ground instantly. The one who made the move was Garp. Garp's expression was very tangled. Obviously, there has been a fierce ideological struggle. In the end, his choice is to protect Luffy. Sengoku, I've already lost a grandson, there's no way Luffy will die in front of me. Chapter 82. The amount of information exploded, and Garp did such a thing. Sengoku, I've already lost a grandson, there's no way I can just watch Luffy die in front of me. Garp said with a struggling face. Now, the world is quiet. All the Marines looked at Garp in disbelief. It feels like I am in a dream. Marine hero Garp actually attacked Marine Marshal Sengoku. Moreover, it was for a pirate. Moreover, this pirate is actually the grandson of the hero Garp. OMG. What did I see? Hero Garp, Sono has attacked Sengoku Genshi. Wait, isn't it important that Vice Admiral Garp call Luffy his grandson? He also said he had lost a grandson. The amount of information is too explosive. The Marines felt incredible. And audiences all over the world are also stunned at this moment. I feel like I have been given a big mouthful of melon. Marine hero Garp actually has two grandsons, one of which is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and the other is the son of the dragon. Wait, doesn't this mean that Garp raised Roger's son? His own son became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson became a pirate? It's a bit of a twist. I'm running out of brains. In simple terms, Garp raised three people. One is the son of the One Piece King, one is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and one is also a pirate. Oh, this is full of loyalty. Outrageous. It's simply outrageous to open the door for outrageous. As an uneducated me, I can only say, 666. As expected of a Marine hero, that's amazing. He has cultivated an enemy for Marine. I don't know what to say anymore, but no matter what, he can't attack Marshal Sengoku. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for Sengoku now. Yes, backstabbed by my most trusted teammate. It's okay to cultivate traitors, but even attack your own teammates. Such a hero is worth it. Is he really a hero? The so-called hero is only because he saved the celestial dragons back then. But compared to the harm he's doing to the world, that's pretty serious. Sorry, I laughed, it's detrimental to merit, Garp. Sengoku jumped up from the ground. Clutching the back of his head, he looked at Garp in disbelief. He didn't expect that his old comrade in arms would actually attack him for his own selfishness. This is in front of all Marines, in front of people all over the world. Garp, is this guy crazy now? Do you know what you just did? Sengoku growled. Garp didn't stop at this moment, shouting. I know what I'm doing, Sengoku. You're going to kill my grandson. If you don't let my grandson go, I'll kill you too. Sengoku froze. Look at Garp with a crazy look on his face. Never thought that this old friend turned out to be like this. Back then, when I was young, I fought many pirates and crimes with Garp. At that time, the beliefs of the two people did not conflict. All for justice, however, he didn't expect that. Today, decades later, Garp turned against himself because of his grandson, a pirate. Even at the risk of using his Marine status as a bet. Are you betting that I'll let this pirate go? Sengoku was like a woman let down by a scumbag right now. Frowning, full of anger, however, Garp stood firmly in front of Luffy. Sengoku, don't force me. Okay, I get it, Sengoku said with a disappointed look on his face. He already understood Garp's decision. That is, never give up on Luffy. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Sengoku said. Punch Luffy, swear to kill Luffy. As for Garp, he also resolutely stopped in front of Luffy. Punch Sengoku. After many years, Garp's iron fist collided with Sengoku's fist again. The terrifying shock wave instantly wrapped Garp's iron fist, crazily crushing and eroding the armament hockey on his fist. The Marine hero and the Marine Marshal are actually fighting at this moment. The battlefield that was originally extinguished is now starting again. Garp and Sengoku explode at the same time, attacking each other. These two former comrades in arms did not consider each other's affection at this time. Garp clenches his fist, the terrifying hockey clings to it, his hands fly towards Sengoku. Hoo-hoo. Every punch of his brought a terrifying sound of wind, breaking through the sound barrier, and countless afterimages approached Sengoku. Sengoku raised his fist and struck suddenly. The fruit power of his whole body was stimulated, and a terrifying shockwave burst out instantly, forming an extremely strong aura, blocking all of Garp's attacks. At this moment, every attack of Garp was like hitting a balloon. However, Sengoku's shockwave is not a balloon, but possesses terrifying destructive power. The edge of the shockwave only touches the ground, and the place on the ground that was touched by the heel immediately disappears in smoke, annihilated into dust. When Garp's fist touches the shockwave, the hockey attached to it will be quickly weakened immediately, and after reaching a certain level, the hockey will no longer have power. At this time, the terrifying pressure in the center of the shockwave will instantly bounce Garp's fist back. Garp's iron fist, who had never lost the wind in front of the four emperors, was deflated in the face of Sengoku's shockwave. However, Sengoku's shockwave is not a move without weaknesses. The biggest weakness of his move is that it consumes too much. Just resisting Garp's iron fist for a while, Sengoku's physical strength fell off a cliff. In addition to the fact that the battle with the four emperors consumed a lot of physical strength, Sengoku gradually felt that his physical strength was a little exhausted. However, at this moment, he knew in his heart that he couldn't stop. This is to give yourself a sigh of relief. Especially when facing Garp, he must win. Use your fist to wake up this old friend of yours. Garp, you're confused. Wake up, Sengoku growled. Advertisement. Garp just bowed his head and attacked, ignoring Sengoku's words at all. Garp, have you forgotten why you became a marine? At this time, Garp finally spoke. Sengoku, I know who Luffy is, he's definitely not that evil pirate. Sengoku scolded. Ridiculous. Why would he declare war on the world government if it wasn't pirates? Why protect Nicole Luogien? Why beat two Shichibukai? Moreover, he has stated in public many times that he wants to become the One Piece. This, isn't it enough? Garp gritted his teeth. Knowing that I am at a loss now, I can't say no to Sengoku at all. B. The attack in his hand has slowed down. Sengoku seized the opportunity in an instant. With a sudden force, Garp was instantly sent flying. Then, kill Luffy, as soon as you die, it's all over. Sengoku said to himself. Luffy stood up by this time. Although he was seriously injured, but with his physique, this injury will soon be harmless. Once again, the bone balloon blew up. Sengoku sent Luffy flying again with one blow. At this time, Garp suddenly came back. Sengoku. He yelled. Luffy, you go. Luffy can't go anymore. A group of Marines has stopped him, staring at him unkindly. That's him. Getting Marshal Sengoku to fight Vice Admiral Garp. Can't let him go. Kill him. Unstable factors. It's better to kill them as soon as possible. Really, with such weak strength, you still have to participate in the Summit War. You really don't have the slightest B number for yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Kill him quickly. A group of Marines, ready to kill Luffy in advance. This way, Sengoku and Garp don't have to be defeated. Everyone is dead. Garp can't attack Marine like Whitebeard, can he? The edge of Naval Headquarters. The ant watched this wonderful performance quietly. My heart has blossomed with joy. Anta and Sengoku fight. This is simply divine help. The best outcome is that both of them die together. That's great. The other pirates are also watching the excitement at this time. First hope Marine can kill each other quickly and die. So, when seeing a group of Marines going to kill Luffy, a pirate spoke. Protect the Straw Hat, immediately. The pirates came to kill. Cut the group of Marines to the ground. Keep Luffy in the middle. A doctor bandaged Luffy's wound with a medicine kit. A red pill was also stuffed into his mouth. This is a special drug that can instantly stimulate the potential of the human body and help the injury. After Luffy took the special medicine, sure enough, he recovered his physical strength and most of his injuries recovered. Become alive and kicking again. Ali Gordo, Luffy bowed to a group of pirates. He didn't care about the Marine corpse on the ground, it was these people who killed him. He then looked at Garp and Sengoku who were fighting. But he has no intention of leaving at all. He will continue to ask Marine to get Ace's body back. Actually, he can't even leave now. Once he's gone, Garp and Sengoku won't be able to fight anymore. So the pirates won't let him go. A group of pirates who helped him surrounded him to protect him, just to prevent him from escaping suddenly. However, neither this group of pirates nor Luffy himself realized a problem at this time. Luffy has been seriously injured twice and has entered a near-death state. These two near-death states have greatly stimulated his physical potential. Let him release the potential of his body time and time again. None of them know. Multiple near-death states are a prerequisite for the awakening of Zone Devil Fruit. And Luffy's rubber fruit is actually not Paramesh's Devil Fruit, but Zone, Phantom Beast, Nika Fruit. Zhou is the only one who knows the truth, but he can't be bothered. What's more, he even very much hoped to see Luffy awaken Nika's form after many times of near-death. After all, the current Luffy is really too weak. It's only interesting if he becomes stronger. At this time, Zhou is also paying attention. The battle of Garp and Sengoku. These two people must not have fought fiercely. But soon it started to get desperate. Advertisement is really desperate. Garp kept attacking Sengoku with his strongest moves, and Sengoku could only use his lifespan to exhaust his energy. The two have entered into an endless situation. The Marine Marshal and the Marine Hero fought to the death. This is something that many people never expected. At this moment, Zhou just sneered in his heart. He already knew that Garp was impure. The son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The grandson even trained to become a pirate. The key is, since you G know that your grandson is going to be the Pirate King, don't arrest him before he goes to sea. Or rather, go back to East Blue and grab him when he's just out at sea. On the contrary, it has been in a state of stocking. Luffy went to sea, became a pirate, and even got a reward of 30 million. No matter. Hey, just for fun. Killed 2 Shichibukai, or whatever. Hey, just playing woo. They have all declared war on the world government, and they still don't care. Hey, just for fun. So, in fact, Zhou didn't really believe in Garp from the very beginning. It's not a good thing to say. This old guy, who knows if he's an old silver coin? The son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Be a marine hero yourself. The grandson is going to be the One Piece again. My family is the leader of the three major forces in the pirate world. Isn't this a typical three-way bet and don't put all your eggs in one basket? If one day Marine is finished, and the Revolutionary Army and pirates. If the pirates and the Revolutionary Army are finished, I will still be a marine hero in the marine. This is simply an extremely old silver coin, not just Zhou. The people who were watching the live broadcast were also disgusted by Garp at this time. Mada, what is going on with this old thing? He actually fought with his old comrade in arms for a grandson of a pirate. Don't he know that he is Marine? For a pirate, to openly attack Martial Marine, this is breakfast? This old guy is no longer worthy of being a Marine, he should be wanted immediately. Hey, it's ridiculous that I have always regarded this person as my idol before, but now it seems that I was really blind at the beginning, mouth area. There are pirates next to you. There are 4 emperors watching. You are attacking your own people now, is this going to join the pirates? Speechless, almost speechless. Oh, I even used the moves I used when fighting Kaido, I'm afraid of martial immune to death Sengoku. Hee, I laughed, humiliated the enemy, and punched my own people hard. Sabayati Bottom Islands. Qian's kid laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up, he patted his thigh and laughed non-stop. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, Marine himself actually got into a fight. Ha ha ha, no, I'm dying of laughter. The civilians on the side all looked filled with righteous indignation. Seeing kid smiling so happily. My heart is full of indignation. However, he did not dare to attack. Rayleigh also watched the live broadcast with a serious expression. He is familiar with Garp and Sengoku. Did not expect. Garp, this guy, even attacked Marine. Really crazy. Rayleigh's heart was very complicated. However, thousands of words, in the end just turned into a sigh. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and Garp fought frantically. I have completely forgotten that this is still Summit War, and it is still being broadcast live all over the world. And at this time, a person moved. Aunt, she has been watching the excitement for too long. Now seeing that the two of them have almost fought, their physical strength has been almost exhausted, and they are all focused on each other. He didn't realize that he would launch a sneak attack at all. A wretched smile appeared on her face. With a knife in hand, 2 people are about to be killed. But at this moment, Mom suddenly saw something, stopped. Boom. Sengoku knocked Garp to the ground with one blow. Then, it's time to continue hunting down Luffy. However, Garp stood up from the ground. A hard punch, hitting Sengoku's lower back. Moment. Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood gauge. This is a ruthless move. Even people who don't know how to fight can see that Garp has obviously exerted strength just now. Beat Sengoku to serious injury directly. I can't even stand up. Hey, why bother? Sudden, a voice came from behind Garp. Since you have betrayed Marine, how can first, as Marine, let you continue to mess around? Chapter 83 Battle at the Pinnacle. Zhou vs. Garp. Garp didn't care about the old feelings at all. Beat Sengoku to serious injury directly. At this time, Zhou finally couldn't sit still anymore. Originally, both are our own. He thought that the two were just exchanging ideas for a while. It won't be too much trouble, but it didn't work out. It turned out to be like this, then he naturally couldn't stay out of it. If Garp really let Luffy go, then it's a disgrace to Marine. 4 emperors died in Naval Headquarters, but let a rookie pirate go? The Marine hero knocked the Marine Marshal to the ground, what a joke. Zhou, no Marine can make Garp do what he wants. So, Zhou stood up, stopped in front of Garp. His expression was a little indifferent at this moment. If it is said that the pirates are attacking, it is a foreign enemy. Then Garp betrayed, he was a house thief. As for the 4 emperors, Zhou can bear it, after all, who wouldn't want to be a 4 emperors and then step on everyone and dominate them? But he has zero tolerance for the house thief and Kai Guguo's betrayal. Vice Admiral Garp, look what you've done. Zhou pointed to Sengoku on the ground and said, this is the Marshal, and also your comrade in arms. Then he pointed to Luffy who was protected by a group of pirates in the distance, although this is your grandson, he is a pirate. He paused and continued, as a Marine, you didn't teach your grandson well. Now that something happened, you not only didn't try to make it up, but you are still covering up your grandson. You are not justice at all, but too if others do unjust things, you stand on the commanding heights of morality and take responsibility, but do your best to protect yourself. Actually, you don't have to be a Marine, so no one will say anything about you, but you are, and you are a Marine hero. This is a bit shameless. You think Marine is run by your family? Garp's complexion became more and more ugly as Zhou's words continued to flow out. What do you know, boy? Garp interrupted Zhou. Don't stop me, otherwise I will do something that even I can't predict. Hey. Zhou laughed. Is that so? Since it's thoughtful, then I'm going to stop you. Garp gritted his teeth. Why? Why are you all trying to stop me one by one? Just let Luffy go, and this will all be over. Because I'm a Marine and Luffy is a pirate. Zhou said blankly. It's that simple. He is Marine, and Luffy is a pirate. How could Marine let the pirate go? What's more, this is in front of everyone. Wouldn't it be a big joke if I let the pirates go? Wouldn't I be fishing in front of everyone? Since that's the case, then don't blame the old man for being rude. Garp said, pressing towards Zhou. Do you really want to fight me? Garp. 070 Zhou asked suddenly. Now, Garp suddenly saw that the Marines all around him were looking at him, still using the kind of hatred in their eyes. It seems that he is not Marine Vice Admiral, Hero Garp, but a heinous pirate. Vice Admiral Garp, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really misjudged you before. Yeah, it's a pity that I have always regarded you as my idol before. You don't deserve the title of hero at all. Yes, you don't deserve to be Marine's hero at all. Admiral Sengoku was severely injured for a pirate, and now he is still fighting with Zhou Vice Admiral. You are really crazy. Obviously making one mistake is enough, but you have to make two mistakes. It's still too late to regret and look back, as long as you wake up in time, the fault is not too serious. Don't mistake yourself, don't continue to be obsessed with it. You are Marine, if you continue to attack Marine, we will regard you as a deadly enemy. Marines are all filled with righteous indignation at this moment. At this moment, they all have the same hatred, and they are all targeting Garp alone. It's a traitor to Marine. This is the black sheep of Marine. He insulted the Marine group. Whether it's down to normal Marine, or Vice Admiral, or Yin Cavity. Now, all looked at him with the eyes of a traitor. Garp froze completely. He suddenly discovered that he had unexpectedly stood on the opposite side of Marine at some point. This moment, he suddenly felt that the word, justice, on the cloak on his back was so heavy. It's so heavy that it's impossible to carry it on your own. Certainly, what the Marine said was nice. Now, people all over the world have already criticized Garp. Damn old thing, to do such an outrageous thing. Based on your own merits, you think you can do whatever you want, right? Haha, I am. I figured it out, you're basically an undercover agent in Marine. Facing the enemy, be obedient, and face your own people hard. Simply a double hypocrite. It's really standing up and down, thinking that you are just, but doing unjust things. Hey, I thought you were a hero before, but I was really blind. What a disappointment. I suggest that Garp should be expelled from the Marine immediately, and that he be wanted. Garp doesn't deserve to be a Marine anymore. It's long overdue. BAFD, there's something wrong with this guy's character. Yes, looking at it now, his record when he became a hero, and defeating rocks alone in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods are all open to question. That's right, maybe, someone else beat rocks badly, and he reaped the benefits. Advertisement. Hehe, it's not impossible. People looked at Garp in the picture with contempt. Knowing that Garp can't hear his swear words, he still drools at Garp in the picture. At this moment, people all over the world are spurning Garp's actions. Garp looked at the pair of disappointed eyes looking at him. He felt his newborn twitch. Once upon a time, these Marines looked at me with eyes full of respect and admiration. My past self didn't care about this, but now, after losing these respects, he realizes how precious these are. No, I won't give up. Garp's eyes suddenly became a little crazy. I've lost Ace. I can't lose Luffy, for justice in my own heart. Yes, this kind of justice may not be accepted by the world, but as long as I firmly believe that what I am doing is right, it is enough. The corners of Zhou's mouth curled up, looking playfully at the crazy-eyed Garp. Oh, interesting. What a boring justice. Zhou never pretends to be a gentleman, nor does he boast of justice. So at the moment he can't blame Garp. But, as a Marine, he must fulfill his duties. In that case, let's fight. Garp gritted his teeth and said, aren't you afraid that after both of us are hurt, Ant will reap the benefits? The ant in the distance was shocked. I didn't expect to be named. My Oriole was behind the behavior, and it was discovered. She looked at Zhou nervously. I wonder what this kid will say. Zhou chuckled. Boring. What? Garp felt like he had heard wrong. However, Zhou had no intention of explaining at all. Suddenly he fired the razor. In an instant, he came to Garp. Clenches his fist with his right hand and hits Garp hard in the face. Garp didn't think much of it. It's also a punch back. Boom. Terrible fistfights, another start to the battle. Zhou's tyrannical punch wrapped around the monstrous hockey, and the wolf beat Garp violently. Although Garp's fist is very hard, he has already fallen into a disadvantage against Zhou at this moment. This is because Garp consumed too much energy when fighting Sengoku before. Moreover, at this moment, he was actually very wrong in his heart. Thoughts are not clear, so you can't use your full power at all. You hesitate, Garp, Zhou shouted loudly. He punched Garp hard in the face. Boom. Garp flew upside down in an instant. He directly penetrated through dozens of buildings like a cannonball, without stopping, and flew to the distant sea, blasting a huge wave on the sea, and then barely stopped. Garp fell into the water. He swam up quickly, and at the fastest speed, towards Zhou. Because Zhou is approaching Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you're a really good guy. Zhou muttered to himself. Is this the role of the protagonist Halo? At this moment, he recalled the scene when Luffy first appeared in his mind. At that time, Sengoku severely injured Luffy with one punch. But soon, Garp stopped it. After that, Garp's temperament changed drastically, and he suddenly wanted to protect Luffy. This is the role of the protagonist Halo. It is a force in the dark, affecting people around Luffy. Then, Marine soldiers want to kill Luffy. But soon, a group of pirates stood up and began to protect Luffy. Even healed his wounds. Zhou believes that as long as he continues to hunt down Luffy, Luffy will survive in various ways. Injuries that have been seriously injured will also recover quickly and unbelievably. Even unconventional, non-stop sit-ups, basically immune to death. But Zhou wanted to take a look. Who is stronger, the person selected by the system, or the person selected by the protagonist Halo? He holds out his finger. Finger pistol. Puff, a pirate fell to the ground. For some reason, the pirate suddenly stood up and protected Luffy. Luffy looked shocked, obviously did not expect that the guy in front of him almost killed himself just now. Zhou snorted lightly. Continue with finger pistol. However, it's like being possessed. The pirates around Luffy will always protect Luffy due to various situations. The pirates of the White Group were bewildered, saying, Luffy is Ace's younger brother, we must protect him. Then, he resolutely went to die and used his own life to protect Luffy's life. Advertisement. There is also a pirate who wasn't going to protect Luffy. He was already frightened by Zhou's terrifying power. However, his feet slipped, he stepped on a stone, and fell down. Just when Zhou launched the finger pistol, his body blocked in front of Luffy. Attacked for him. That's all. Zhou has already killed all the people around Luffy. Luffy is miraculously still alive. It's like a hilarious stage play. Zhou finally saw the power of the protagonist Halo. He gets it. In this world, there should be some kind of world will. Protect the protagonist Luffy from dying easily. This kind of world will is so powerful that it can even interfere with the thinking of some people in this world. For example Garp. Or manipulate something tiny, like stones on the ground. But, the will of this world cannot directly control Zhou's will. Perhaps because, Zhou owns the system, also unable to control Sengoku. Maybe it's because it's impossible to control multiple powerhouses at the same time. Or it can't destroy the balance of this world too much. In short, after some trials, Zhou finally confirmed it. This unknown world will is not invincible. It is impossible to directly drop a bolt of lightning to kill him. Think here. He was finally relieved. Make sure you kill the protagonist Luffy directly, and you won't burp directly. At this time, Garp has killed back. Luffy, you go. He growled. Luffy was clearly aware of the imminent danger, too. At this time, he finally had a long memory, knowing that an opponent of Zhou's level is not something he can handle. So, for the first time in his history, he chose to run away. Everyone, let's go, he shouted to everyone in the straw hats. Garp, are you really going to do this? Zhou yelled, and at the same time, he shot and kicked Garp. Garp hit Zhou hard with his iron fist. Boom. In just a few seconds, the two fought against each other dozens of times. Really go all out, Zhou said. Garp just attacked, didn't speak at all, and even suddenly accelerated the rhythm of attack when Zhou was speaking. Oh, I'm speechless. Zhou was really speechless. It seems that Garp has really made up his mind to betray Marine. Now the ant is watching from a distance, he is not guarding against the ant at all, just fighting with himself on his own. This is a plan that does not consider the consequences at all. Since you are unkind, I am also unrighteous. Between talking, Zhou stepped up his offensive suddenly. Fist, foot, wrinkle, knee, all used. The skills of Wuhua 8 Gate, finger pistol, tempest kick, iron body, etc. are all used. Garp was crushed and beaten all of a sudden. Beaten. Boom. Zhou punched Garp in the face, directly smashing his nasal bone and bleeding from his nose. Boom. He hit Garp's fist with an elbow, and the terrifying strength instantly made Garp's wrist make a sound of bones colliding. From the painful expression on his face, it can be seen that Garp suffered a lot from the blow just now. Boom. Zhou kicked Garp's lower abdomen. Even with Haki's protection, the power of this kick still made Garp feel his lower abdomen throbbing. There was a burst of crackling. It became a unilateral crush by Zhou. People were stunned. Unexpectedly, such a strong Garp was beaten by Zhou. Look at the fist. Zhou punched Garp, attaching the flow joint and Conqueror's entanglement. Garp threw his iron fist. Boom. Garp suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his fist. You can only use armament Haki, but I have an extra layer of Conqueror's winding than you, Garp. Your strength is just like this. Garp's expression changed. But then he was furious. Little brat. You don't know where you were when Lousy and Roger were fighting. Talking. Crazy attack towards Zhou. The offensive suddenly became fierce and I don't know how many times. It can be seen that this old guy has started to work hard now. Really shameless. When playing Kaido, I have never put so much effort into it. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, the ant finally found a chance to make a move. But, this time, she didn't sneak up on either of them. Because as long as she attacked one of them, she would have to face the other, so it would be better to let these two guys continue to fight. She's after the seriously injured Sengoku. Hey, as long as I get Sengoku's soul, I will be stronger than either of you two. The ant smiled proudly. Chapter 84 Instantly kill Big Mom, blow up Garp with one punch. Chapter 84 Instant kill Big Mom, Garp exploded with one punch. When Zhou and Garp played fiercely. The harder Garp played, the more people hated Garp. Made. This old thing, I can't stand it anymore. Has no sense of shame in this fellow. Can he show some face? Really shameless, Garp, an old guy, didn't work so hard when he beat Kaido, did he? That punch just now, when it hit Kaido, was much less powerful than this. That is to say, he has been fishing before, refused to do my best. Let other people do their best while he sits in the back, enjoy the rewards. Made. It's an old silver coin. I remember that after he was blown away by the hammer, he lay down in the ruins and started to pretend to be dead. But after being hit by Zhou Vice Admiral, he immediately fought back with all his might. Hee, one is work, the other is saving my grandson, which is more important, of course I can tell the difference. Made, what a shame, Marine's own traitor actually fought with his own people at a critical moment, what a shame. Garp is not guaranteed at the end of the festival. Even if he survives, Lousy must hate him for his grandchildren. At this time, someone noticed that Big Mom was secretly running towards Sengoku. With Zeus under his feet, he moved silently, without a sound. At the same time, she deliberately hid in the gully that Zhou had split the entire island into two, avoiding the sight of Zhou and Garp. There are only some phone bugs with tricky angles that can capture the actions of the ant. Judging from this intention, it is obvious that they want to sneak attack the seriously injured Sengoku. Oh Shri, what is this old hag doing? Sneaky, as if going to do something bad. Wait, could it be that she wants? Made. Don't talk about martial arts. Big Mom surprisingly attacked a seriously injured old man. I really don't want Billion, she's already seriously injured, and you still want to attack from behind. Do you have martial arts? Isn't the 4 emperors above board crushing opponents? Why are you afraid now? And 4 emperors, I can only attack from behind, that's all. It's over, isn't Big Mom's ability to take away other people's souls? If she takes away Sengoku's soul, wouldn't her strength take another leap? Obviously it's the 4 emperors, but they actually rely on a sneak attack. I'm P***D. Hey, it's all Garp's fault. If it wasn't for Garp's infighting, the Summit War would have ended long ago. Yes, Garp should be nailed to Marine's post of shame. Be cast aside forever. Wait, look, Naval Headquarters. A messy battlefield. Zhou and Garp are fighting fiercely. However, one person started a sneak attack from behind while the two were fighting fiercely. This is the opportunity Andy has been waiting for. Zhou and Garp started fighting. Marine's highest combat power now has no time to take into account her existence. And she quietly approached the seriously injured Sengoku. At this time, the rest of the Marines have also discovered this. However, it was too late for them to stop it. Because, Big Mom is already very close to Sengoku. Besides, even if they wanted to stop it, with Big Mom's strength, even if it was Admiral who took action among all the people present, it would be impossible to stop Big Mom. Unless it's Garp or Zhou. But these two people are fighting fiercely. Once one side stops, it will be attacked by the other immediately. Likely to be seriously injured. So, at this time, they have fallen into a vicious circle that cannot be stopped. Well, Sengoku, I accept your soul. Big Mom smiled triumphantly, reaching out to grab Sengoku's soul. At this time, everyone is desperate. He stared at the ant. If eyes could kill, I don't know how many times my ant has been killed. But at this moment, suddenly, a person kicked the ant's hand. Kicked her hand away. The ant was furious and looked at this person. But then froze. Then there was a look of hell on his face. Zhou. At the same time, the other people who saw this person also showed the expression of seeing a ghost like Tianma. Zhou. That's right. This man who appeared in front of the ant and kicked her away. It is Zhou. Big Mom immediately looked in Garp's direction. It turned out that there was another Zhou fighting Garp. She then looked in front of her in disbelief. However, what I saw was still Zhou. To Zhou. This moment, audiences all over the world opened their mouths wide open. What's going on? Why are there two Zhou? The one in front of Garp has been fighting Garp all the time, but the one in front of Big Mom suddenly appeared. Could it be that Zhou is actually two people, a big brother and a younger brother? But, can it be said that both Zhou have the strength to fight the 4 emperors? I can't understand. All of a sudden, people are extremely confused. Zhou who suddenly appeared, completely broke people's cognition. Advertisement. Even the 4 emperors ant couldn't help but lose her composure at this moment. Are you a human or a ghost? What the hell are you? Ant looked at Zhou in front of her and blurted out. At this time, Sengoku, who was rescued, also looked dazed. I don't know why there will be 2 Zhou. This sudden appearance, the second Zhou, is exactly the same as the first Zhou. Zhou, who appeared second, showed a smile. Big Mom, are you surprised? After the ant was briefly surprised, she suddenly had a guess, and then her face turned ugly. What kind of fruit are you? Yes, can be separated. That's definitely not what any workout can do. Theoretically, Zhou can only keep appearing in 2 places if he quickly moves in front of her, then quickly moves in front of Garp, and so on. However, he already has such a fast speed, what the hell does he need to use his clone to deal with him? Just kill himself and Garp and forget it. If the so-called doppelganger was really created at such a fast speed, Zhou could have appeared behind him in an instant and cut off his head before he could react. So, there is only one possibility for Zhou to do double body, devil fruit. Yes, to be able to do this kind of airy operation, only devil fruit can do it. What's more, Zhou has shown signs of his devil fruit ability before. Although he doesn't know what his ability is, it must be a kind of fruit. Although, the ability that Zhou showed before was just an amazing self-healing ability, which made a part of the body very huge. But, some special fruits can have multiple abilities at the same time. For example, the green dragon fruit, a zone fruit, can fly, or it can fly in the sky with a small island supported by a flame cloud, and it can also breathe fire, wind, thunder, etc. Can be described as 1. Mara Mara fruit saw silence, lion fruit saw tears. Mara Mara fruit, X does not eat, and Big Mom's own soul fruit. Can also have a similar effect. Prometheus is the flame, Zeus can control the thunder and hold the ant to fly in the sky, Napoleon can become a knife. Mara Mara fruit, X does not eat, fruit. I won't tell you, the second Zhou smiled, showing 2 rows of white teeth. The ant was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, well, it doesn't matter, anyway, since it is the ability that comes from your body, then the strength must be discounted, so, in essence, it is actually your ability. Alone, let me and Garp team up, well. The second Zhou clasped his ears, so. The ant snorted coldly, and said loudly, don't be too self-righteous, Zhou, your ability is limited, do you think you are Roger? The voice did not fall. Ant is rushing to kill. Stepping on Zeus, holding the Emperor's sword, he slashed at the face of the second Zhou. The second Zhou gave a light drink. Clenched right hand with armament hockey attached. Meet the ant in an instant. Boom. Rumble. This moment, a crack appeared in the sky. Conqueror's collision. Ant discovered that the strength of the second Zhou was not inferior to her own. Nani. This is impossible. Mom was stunned. It's just Zhou's avatar, not only can use hockey, but also has the same ability as himself. At the same time, drink. Zhou yelled loudly and kicked Garp hard. Boom. Garp is all about it. The fists and feet of both sides collided with energy. The terrifying fluctuations erupted instantly. This is proper for Emperor's battle. On the second day, Zhou activated a razor and appeared behind Big Mom in an instant. He punched Big Mom hard on the back. The ant had to turn around quickly to deal with it. Boom. Big Mom flew upside down. In the first one, Zhou made repeated moves, fisted and kicked, and beat Garp crazily. A unilateral crush has been formed. This moment. The whole world is shocked. 2 Zhou, against Garp, Yinma respectively. All are superior. 1 hit 2. With one person's strength, he still has an advantage against 2 4 Emperor's level masters. This is effing outrageous. Oh, what's going on? Why are there 2 Zhou? Nima, am I dreaming? 2 Zhous beat 2 4 Emperors. It's outrageous, is this still human? 1 hit 2, 1 hit 2. Too strong. I have goosebumps all over my body. Beat hard. Zhou alone, beat 2 4 Emperors. Oh, my blood is boiling. Is there anything Zhou Vice Admiral can't do? One person is invincible against 2 4 Emperors level masters, right? -0 for Flowers. 0. One Piece Roger requests to join the battle. Roger. Even Roger can't be Zhou Vice Admiral's opponent. Hey, if Zhou Vice Admiral was born decades earlier, there would be no. Something happened to Roger. My eyes filled with tears. I was so touched. At the critical moment of Marine, Zhou Vice Admiral single-handedly turned the tide and helped the building to collapse. Advertisement. 1 husband is the gate, 10,000 is not open, but that's it. This moment. People all over the world are excited. Tears filled their eyes. Goosebumps all over my body. It's so exciting. A high-ranking, oppressive 4 Emperor's master. At this moment, in front of Zhou, he is like a weak person. Beaten. Still 1 against 2. This is simply all-round rolling. Invincible. People can only use 2 words to describe Zhou. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku was also surprised from ear to ear. Watching the 2 figures of Zhou fighting. Let's fight. Garp. The first Zhou didn't stop at all, using both hands and feet, beating Garp crazily. They didn't even have a chance to breathe. Whether it's strength or hockey, Zhou seems to have a constant flow, which can't be used up. Garp was able to deal with it from the beginning, and could completely block Zhou's attack. When it came later, I could barely cope. His physical strength has been gradually exhausted. His breathing gradually became irregular. His fist, that invincible iron fist, has already started to ache. Big Mom, you stay here today. The second Zhou is also fighting Big Mom. Although his strength is not as strong as that of the first Zhou, he can still beat the ant violently. Bang bang bang. On the second day, Zhou kept punching. The ant was terrified. She had no choice but to respond hastily. With the Emperor sword in hand, resist Zhou's attack. Zhou's attack, every move, contains the terrifying strength of the already powerful hockey. No, it's impossible. How could your strength be so strong? Garp also sensed the strength of Zhou at this time. If Zhou is simply crushing himself, he can also blame himself for being old. Physical strength is gone, but Zhou is now beating them both. This made him lose face a bit. The other side, the ant's face was also very ugly. She can be said to be a typical example of stealing chickens but not losing rice. Originally wanted to sneak attack Sengoku. As a result, the second Zhou was directly forced out. Zhou directly hit her twice, and slapped her in the face, letting her know that she is just a hot chicken in front of Zhou. Can you really be your physical strength is unlimited? It's so naive. In order to gain a moment of limelight, I gave up a great advantage. Cece, you're just killing yourself, Zhou. Cried Big Mom. Zhou at this moment. His expression changed. Then he laughed. Yeah, since you don't know how to live or die, then I might as well show you the last trace of my trump card. How can a frog in a well know the vastness of the world? Talking. The second Zhou suddenly stopped attacking. Hands outstretched. Sensen fruit activated. In an instant, his fingers grew rapidly, turning into hundreds. Finger pistol mysteries wood finger pistol rain. Puff 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 in an instant, thousands of finger shadows erupted. It was like hundreds of machine guns fired at Big Mom. She only had time to cover her entire body with armament hockey. Next moment. Bang 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 bang. Numerous raindrop-like depressions suddenly appeared on the surface of Big Mom's body. Big Mom was able to defend at the beginning. But soon the ant couldn't bear it, and flew out backwards. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou just had more and longer fingers. Then countless phantoms appeared in front of him instantly. Immediately the ant flew out. In other words, it killed the ant in an instant. The other side, Zhou's right arm suddenly grew a lot of vines, entwining his arm and fist, forming a fist bigger than a house. Finger pistol mysteries change move wooden spear fist. Boom. One punch, straight to Garp. He didn't have the slightest resistance at all, and was instantly punched and flew out. Like a cannonball plowing a ravine on the ground, it finally hit a warship in the distance, pierced through it instantly, and flew to a pirate ship further away in an instant. It pierced through, and continued to fly to the second pirate ship, and pierced through again in an instant. After breaking through more than a dozen pirate ships and flying hundreds of kilometers, Garp hit the sea hard. Rumbling the sea in the distance directly hit a terrifying splash hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long. As if a nuclear bomb exploded, the terrifying shockwave instantly spread to the surroundings, and when it returned to Naval Headquarters, it instantly smashed all the remaining buildings into ruins. Everyone who was still standing was knocked out by the shock wave. 10. Chapter 85 Breaking Through the Limit, Nika Luffy of Zhou. Punch out Garp. Kill Big Mom in seconds. Zhou hits 2 with 1 hit, but still violently kills the enemy with a crushing attitude. 2-4 Emperor's level powerhouses. His invincible figure is deeply engraved in the soul of some people, and he will never forget it in his whole life. This moment, 2 Zhou standing on top of the ruins. There was no one around. It is a symbol of invincibility. The second Zhou suddenly turned into a bunch of tangled vines and returned to his body. This moment, Zhou became one. The uniform on his body was already a bit tattered, and the cloak of justice on his back fluttered in the wind. On top of the ruins, the blood-red sunset on the sea in the distance, this composition gives people a sense of ultimate sadness. Zhou Vice Admiral, you win. Then Momosuke came over and came to the ruins. Looking up at Zhou above, in the eyes, is full of admiration. I have to admit, among the people I know, you are the strongest. The T-Dolphin also came over at some point. Within digging and digging, you kid hides quite deeply, but after this battle, you must not be able to hide anymore, and you will become the target of public criticism, right? Kizaru regained some strength at this time, and said in a rare praise tone. Allah, it seems that I'm just playing tricks while waiting in front of you. Maybe I should resign from the position of admiral and let you be this admiral. Aokiji said as he sat on the side. As for the rest of Marine, at this time, they were all relieved and put down their weapons. The war is won. Yes. The war is won. 3-4 Emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, all defeated. Traitor. Garp, defeated. The war is over. No one went to see what happened to Garp. The power of Zhou's last punch has already explained everything. It is impossible for Garp to stand up again. This moment, all the Marines looked at Zhou on the ruins of 597, with respectful eyes. This is the hero, the god of war, and their belief. Alone, help the building that is about to fall, and turn the tide from the collapse. Completely cut off the hope of the enemy's recovery. The strongest 4 enemies. Whitebeard, killed by Zhou. Kaido, killed by Zhou. Ant, was instantly killed by Zhou. Garp, was beaten by Zhou. All thanks to Zhou. This moment, no matter who it is, they have to admit that throughout the 800-year history of Marine, Zhou's victory is unparalleled. Sengoku sat on the ground, looking at Zhou on the ruins. And the cheering, crying, rejoicing, and worshipping Marines all around. Suddenly the spirit burst into a trance. He has seen this scene before. Decades ago, the Valley of the Gods, Garp and Roger beat the rocks. At that time, Garp was also covered in scars, with tattered clothes, standing on top of the ruins. All the Marines around were cheering for victory. Since then, Garp has become a legend. He can even become admiral directly, become the marshal. This moment, Sengoku discovered that the figure of Zhou and Garp overlapped. However, Zhou's victory was far greater than Garp's back then. He has to admit that Zhou is the first person in Marine in 800 years. This scene was transmitted to the whole world at the speed of light through the phone bug in an instant. People all over the world are cheering. Jump for joy. This time it was confirmed. Really won. All the enemies, the main force of the enemies, are defeated. Marine, got the win. Complete victory. 666, Zhou Vice Admiral is 2-6. Extraordinary strength, too strong. I have to obey. Couldn't he be a god descending to Earth, right? He's so powerful, he knocked Garp into the air with one punch, and he disappeared without a trace. Wait, didn't Garp fly to our Sabayati Islands? Look at the setting sun, the thin figure standing on the ruins, this composition is really beautiful. Yes, there is a kind of tragic beauty. The cloak of justice is still there. Zhou deserves to be number 1 in Marine. The incarnation of invincibility, Marine god of war, the number 1 person of all time, Zhou, well deserved, deserves the title. Zhou should be the marshal, the new marshal. Sengoku is old and dead, and his strength is far inferior to Zhou Vice Admiral. Hey, although I won, it was too tragic. The entire naval headquarters is in ruins, the island is split in two, all the buildings are down, all the plants are dead, there's rubble everywhere, there are dead bodies everywhere. That's right, the victory was achieved after destroying 3-4 emperors. This battle can be called an epic, a myth, and it will be recorded in the annals of history. Zhou Vice Admiral will be famous forever. Leave a name in history. Hey, it's a pity that we can't witness the scene where people from later generations pay their respects to Zhou Vice Admiral. However, we are fortunate to live in the same era as him, and we can see his fighting posture. East Blue. In a square, people celebrated enthusiastically. Great, Marine has won, the 4 emperors have been wiped out, and the era of great pirates is coming to an end. The world will restore peace, and we will return to the pastoral age. North Blue. Vince Moke family. Maid. There is such a strong presence in the Marine, damn it, you can't go to the Grand Line, retreat. Continue to be a member of our world government. Advertisement. With Zhou in Marine, it will only become stronger and stronger, and the member countries of the world government will be protected by Marine, and our country will only be safer. West Blue. Inside a tavern. Hey, an era has passed. I thought Whitebeard was already a legend, but now it seems that he is just a stepping stone for a new era. This era is called Zhou, South Blue. Oh, victory, the 4 emperors are defeated. To celebrate Marine's complete victory, I declare that all fruit in my house is free today. Grand Line. It's over, Captain, the 4 emperors are all defeated, shall we go find the One Piece? Maid. What are you looking for? Go home and farm. New World. Great, Kaido is dead and we are free. Big Mom is dead, we finally don't have to hand in our souls. Underground World. The giant of the underground world has an ugly expression on his face. The 4 emperors were defeated. Gone are the days of the 4 emperors. The weapons in their hands, poison gas weapons, devil fruit, etc., who should they sell to? And, without the protection of the 4 emperors. Marine, world government is likely to attack them next. Naval Headquarters. Momoshige said. Zhou Vice Admiral, are you not injured? The war is over, sit down and rest, you have been fighting from beginning to end, and you have defeated so many powerful enemies, you should be physically exhausted and heavy. However, Zhou waved his hand. No, the war is not over. He suddenly looked in one direction. At least, there is one enemy that must be eliminated. The direction he was looking at was Luffy. All Marines' gazes were directed in Luffy's direction. Earlier, Garp let Luffy run away. However, the pirates wouldn't let him get away. Marine wouldn't let him run away either, so there was an extremely embarrassing scene. Either pirate or Marine, block Luffy, don't let him run away. Pirates stop Luffy in order for Garp to continue fighting Marine for Luffy. Marine stops Luffy purely because this guy is the son of a dragon, he is wanted by the world government, he is a big fish, and if he catches it, it will be a great achievement. So, even if Luffy is the protagonist, he has the aura of the protagonist. It is not easy to leave Naval Headquarters at this time. After all, this is the top battlefield of pirate world. There are the most powerful pirates and Marines in the world. Any one of them is strong enough. Guo Moruo beats with guns. Bang bang bang. Luffy used his gun to fight and killed 3 pirates. Monkey D. Luffy. Got you. A Marine lunged at Luffy and grabbed him by the neck. Immediately, people around rushed forward, pinned Luffy to the ground. A layer of people mountain was formed. Now, no matter how capable Luffy is, he can't break through this layer of Yamanaka. As for the rest of the Straw Hats, it has also been captured. Now, Zhou walked over here. Marine, surrounded by all around, immediately gave way to a path. Su Chen also followed a group of people. 3 Admiral, Momoshige, Chifu, Sengoku, etc., all of them are high-level Marines. Looking at the whole world, it is the top combat power. Zhou is quite like a big brother leading a little brother out to fight in groups. He walked up to Luffy. At this time, Luffy was like a great saint being crushed under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Except for his head, the rest of the body could not move. See Zhou coming. Immediately shouted, You be D, my grandfather gave. Zhou interrupted Luffy's words. Kick Luffy in the face. Even without Haki attached, Haki has already infiltrated into Zhou's body. Even though Luffy's body is made of rubber, his face was instantly swollen after being kicked like this. Your grandpa is a traitor to Marine. Luffy yelled, he's not. Zhou looked to the left and right, what is he talking about? Sengoku said at this time, as the Marine Marshal, I announce that Garp has been dismissed as a Marine. Luffy saw indifference from the faces of other Marines. Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, Momoshiki, Choppo, and many Vice Admirals. At this moment, they were all standing behind Zhou. They told Luffy with their own eyes, Garp has been spurned by them. Zhou saw Luffy's ugly face with satisfaction. I won't kill you. At least it won't kill you so easily, he said. Advertisement. Signaled to the person holding Luffy, let them go. I saw Zhou speak. Now, these Marines are more obedient than listening to Sengoku's orders. One by one, they ran away in a hurry. Hiding behind Zhou wanted to see what Zhou was going to do to the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy stood up and patted the dirt on his body. 0. He suddenly assumed a fighting stance. I challenge you, he said. The ignorant are fearless, you should have seen my strength, if you are not a fool, you should be able to understand that it is meaningless to challenge me. Zhou said. Luffy said. I understand, but I still want to challenge you. Zhou nodded. Guo Moruo, Guo Moruo. Zhou directly interrupted Luffy's moves. He suddenly unleashes Conqueror's Haki, not for everyone, but only for Luffy. Boom. Luffy instantly felt the terrifying pressure, even if he had the aura of the protagonist, even if he had the potential of Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't stand it now, and immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. The horrible Haki made him extremely uncomfortable, and he would faint at any time. However, Zhou managed to control Haki's strength, preventing Luffy from losing consciousness so easily. The people around felt the Haki on Zhou's body, and they were secretly startled. Especially Kizaru and others, who are the closest to Zhou, they also have conquerors, but they are as strong as Zhou's conquerors, and at the same time can use their fingers to impose unilaterally on a person, they ask themselves that they can't do it of. As for the rest of the Marines, Haki felt Zhou up close, and after a short shock, Shendu looked at Zhou with eyes filled with admiration. As expected of Zhou Vice Admiral, Haki is so strong. And deliberately controlled not to use Haki on us, what a gentleman. This guy named Luffy is actually worthy of being suppressed by Zhou Vice Admiral with conquerors. It's really worth dying for. Whoa, I want to be suppressed by Zhou Vice Admiral with Haki too. BT get rough. Time passed by every minute and every second. Luffy gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, with an expression of extreme pain. Seeing Luffy like this, Zhou wondered in his heart when he would be able to awaken Nika form. Just let you fight me in normal form, it's too wasteful, there is no challenge at all. He thought to himself. Now that I have traveled to the world of pirates. Then naturally you have to see more things. Finally. Zhou felt that there seemed to be a different aura emanating from Luffy. This is something that can only be perceived by the top level of knowledge. Now, it wasn't just him, Sengoku and the three admirals felt it. What is this? It always feels like something is going to happen. Aokiji asked. Sengoku shook his head, but his brows were furrowed. It seems to remember something. At this time, exclamation mark. Boom, boom, a burst of drums that everyone could hear appeared. Zhou retracted the released Haki in a timely manner, and Luffy, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up immediately. At this moment, Luffy's hair gradually turned white. And it started to melt, like a ball of rubber, at the same time. The drumming inside Luffy grew louder. Boom, boom. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. People finally realized that it wasn't drums at all, it was Luffy's heartbeat. The terrifying heartbeat can be heard by everyone. 2.4 inches this heartbeat seems to come from that guy's body. What happened? Why did his heartbeat become so loud? His hair turned white. Is it his fruit ability? It may be that the fruit has awakened. The corners of Zhou's mouth curled up. Yes, someone was right. It's the fruit awakening. Zone human fruit phantom beast Nika form. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Luffy finally looked up. At this moment, he had a smile on his face. Some white steam appeared on his body, like the flame cloud of a god. It finally appeared, Nika form. Zhou muttered to himself. With the awakening of Nika fruit at this moment, Luffy suddenly burst out laughing. This made everyone present bewildered. What is so funny? Zhou smiled and said, don't panic, this is just the characteristic of the fruit. Immediately, he said to Luffy, now it's time to fight. Luffy exploded in an instant, stepped on the ground, and the ground turned into a rubber-like material. He sank deeply into it, and then bounced himself out like a cannonball with the help of the rebound force of the rubber material ground. Then he grabbed Zhou in front of him. Zhou saw this. He just commented lightly. Yes, the injury recovered instantly, and the strength and speed have been strengthened. It really is a god-level fruit. However, he just raised his hand, and finger pistol pierced Nika Luffy's palm in an instant. Puff. Blood splatter. Nika Luffy screamed miserably in an instant, but then he endured the pain and suddenly enlarged an arm and fist out of thin air, like a bone balloon in third gear. But it's not the same as the third gear's rear balloon, which is made out of thin air. After creating the Fist of Titan, use card Luffy to punch Zhou with 10 punches. However, in the face of this powerful blow, Zhou showed a disappointed expression on his face. Chapter 86 Kill Luffy violently. The Revolutionary Army appears. Too weak. Zhou looked at Luffy's combat power in Nika form, and commented with great disappointment. Originally thought, how strong is Luffy after awakening Nika form? After all, in the original book, Nika Luffy beats Kaido hard. Now it seems that without Haki, there is no solid exercise. No matter how strong the fruit is, it cannot show its original brilliance. However, Zhou is really Versailles now, and his own strength has already stood at the pinnacle of this world. Whether it is Haki, power, or fruit, he has already awakened. Even if Luffy is given 10 fruits now, he is no longer Zhou's opponent. The gap between the two is greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Even if Luffy is given 2 years to grow, he cannot be Zhou's opponent. Because of the original Rinnegan Luffy who kept hanging, was beaten almost to death and then resurrected in an instant, kept doing sit-ups, learned emission in 10 minutes, and learned Conqueror's Winding after being beaten with a stick by Kaido. With such a heaven-defying protagonist Halo blessing, in the end, he just tried his best to defeat Kaido. However, Zhou defeated Kaido very easily, and even defeated 2 4 Emperors-level powerhouses after defeating Kaido. Moreover, Luffy's fighting style is to burn his lifespan non-stop, while Zhou has a profound foundation, and only a part of his strength is enough to defeat the enemy. It is impossible for him to spend his life fighting with others. Facing Luffy's Titan Fist, Zhou had only one response. Kick it away. Boom. Zhou's foot instantly dented Luffy's fist, like a cotton candy. In an instant, his fist flew upside down, and Luffy's eyeballs popped out instantly, looking very surprised. Then, an amazing scene happened. Nika Luffy actually made her fist smaller out of thin air, and then pulled it back easily. Then in midair, the air walk started directly. Stepping on the air, using a cartoon animation method, the legs are constantly paddling and moving towards Zhou. Clown. To this, Zhou's evaluation is just 2 words. At this time, Luffy has been completely taken over by Nika. His grandfather's life and death were uncertain, so he laughed out loud in the next second. Then he used all kinds of actions that he thought were funny and exaggerated to fight. Everyone looked at him in embarrassment, only he thought he was funny. This is very funny. Some people's toes have already deducted 3 rooms and 1 living room. Hey, it's boring, let this war end. Zhou glanced at the sunset. The sun had set by this time. Stars appeared in the sky. Fog hung over the sea in the distance. The entire battlefield was in ruins. It's time to end this senseless war and go back to eating and sleeping. Razor. Zhou appeared in front of Nika Luffy in an instant, and he looked at Zhou in surprise, but the next moment Zhou directly squeezed his fist and punched Luffy on the head with all his haki. Boom. Kacha. 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 Almost everyone heard the sound of skull cracking. Nika Luffy's head wasn't dented this time. If the Nika fruit can ignore even haki, this fruit can be called the Invincible fruit. But the reality is no. Nika fruit is still one of many devil fruits, haki cannot be ignored. Boom. Nika Luffy was punched by Zhou so that she fell to the ground and lost consciousness instantly. Kill with 1 punch. It's over. Finally, it's completely over. Yeah, Summit War, so many people died. Hey, Whitebeard really shouldn't start this war, he himself died in the Summit War in the end. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect there to be a grandson of Garp, but it doesn't matter, this guy is just from a prominent family, but his own strength is not strong. His fruit ability is quite interesting, but he seems to be mentally abnormal. My grandfather doesn't know whether he is dead or alive, but I am laughing all the time. It's just not small. Hey, should the live broadcast be over? It's getting dark now, and I'm going home for dinner. It's gone, there's nothing to see. No, the live broadcast is still going on, and you can still see the handsome figure of Zhou Vice Admiral. Yes, I still want to watch Zhou Vice Admiral. After the live broadcast is over, I can't watch it anymore. Yeah, he will definitely become a high-level Marine, and then ordinary people like us can't see it. Zhou Vice Admiral will become Marine Admiral. Hehe, still Admiral. Marshal is almost the same. People all over the world. After seeing the last King Luffy fall, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The war is finally over. Advertisement. The rest of the pirates are all mobs, nothing to be afraid of. Some pirates have already started to flee, and it is obviously impossible to stay here to die. The people of Whitebeard are the fastest to escape, and they have no intention of fighting once Whitebeard is dead. The Kaido group is the second, and the last one is the Big Mom group. However, the members of the Big Mom group are now trying to save Big Mom, but the Big Mom who has lost consciousness has been tied up by Marine with seastone chains at this time, and the members of the Big Mom group are also stopped by Marine, unable to approach Big Mom to start a rescue. The 4 generals and the 3 disasters are all dead. The Kaido group and the Ant group also lost their backbone. No one person can rule the whole world. I can only watch helplessly. Sabaody Bottom Islands. Kid and the others had already left with darkened faces. They originally pinned their hopes on 4 emperors, hoping that 4 emperors could pull back around and completely kill Marine. In this way, these supernovas can follow the chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven. Be a big shot once. At that time, the pirates in the world without Marine will be heaven. However, the appearance of Zhou completely slapped them in the face. Not only shattered their illusions, they also slapped them in the face for their previous behavior of looking down on Zhou. Hey, an era is over. In the crowd, Rayleigh sighed, knowing that Marine is now invincible, and the era of pirates is in the past tense. He recalled what Roger said before leaving in his mind. Those ambitions. It now appears that it was nothing more than Roger's naive fantasy. Before Roger died, he started the era of great pirates, hoping that someone would overthrow the world government and celestial dragons later. Build a better world. However, death is everything. Roger might still be able to do something alive, but he's dead now. Naval Headquarters. Zhou walked towards Luffy. He knows very well that Luffy, who has the aura of the protagonist, as long as he is not killed completely, he will run away inexplicably after a while, survive, recover from his injuries, and even increase his strength greatly. Perhaps, maybe in a few years, Luffy's strength will surpass his own. It's not impossible. In the original book, Luffy, who just finished beating Brother Ming, struggled to beat Cracker, and within a month, he beat Kaido and directly beat the 4 emperors. This strength can already be described as open hanging. It's nothing more than directly opening the cheater to modify the data. Poor cute teacher, a stick taught Luffy to be tyrannical, and a stick taught Luffy to wake up. He didn't even receive a tuition fee. It's over. Zhou looked at Luffy on the ground. Said. As he spoke, he raised his foot. Step on it hard. Boom. Suddenly a foot blocked Zhou's. Then, a person was heard saying, how could, let you hurt Luffy? Zhou looked at the speaker, his expression still calm. Oh. You are. The other party has blonde hair, a scar on his forehead, a top hat, and an old water pipe in his hand. Revolutionary Army. Bo. Sabo's sudden appearance. It immediately surprised the Marines. Revolutionary Army. Isn't this the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? How did he appear here? The Revolutionary Army will appear in the Summit War. What is their purpose? Could it be that they are also with the pirates? He actually saved Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy is a pirate. Does it mean that the Revolutionary Army actually cooperated with pirates? Not good. Look, at this time, the Marines discovered that it wasn't just Sabo. Many more people suddenly appeared on the sea around Naval Headquarters. Lots of boats. There is no pirate flag on the boat, but you don't need to guess that these are members of the Revolutionary Army. Zhou looked at Sabo in front of him. Hey, what a surprise. I didn't expect your Revolutionary Army to go out. What? Isn't your ideal to change the world? Could it be that cooperating with pirates to attack Naval Headquarters is part of changing the world? He said in a slightly mocking tone, and stepped on it suddenly. At this moment, the terrifying strength directly made Sabo let out a roar. Immediately, Zhou's feet exerted force directly. Stomp hard on Luffy on the ground. The strength of this kick is incomparable, and there is a layer of armament hockey and conqueror's winding attached to the sole of Zhou's foot. As long as he steps on it, Luffy will definitely die. Let's stop here, Zhou Vice Admiral. Why do you have to be so cruel to a junior? Suddenly a deep voice sounded, and Sabo was taken aback. He saw the dragon appearing beside him at some point, and blocked Zhou's foot with one foot. Advertisement. The tragedy of Luffy being trampled to death was avoided. Mr. Long, you actually came in person. Sabo said in surprise. Longdao. This is Naval Headquarters. What's more, there are so many experts here. If you come, you will not be their opponent at all. After a pause, he looked at Zhou. What's more, Marine has hidden masters. Zhou saw the dragon at this moment, and immediately recognized the other party's identity when he saw the iconic tattoo on his face. He immediately smiled and said, unexpectedly, the majestic leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, you actually came to Naval Headquarters. I don't know what you are doing. Also, you are saving a pirate, so is it the mission of your Revolutionary Army to save the pirate? Looking at Zhou with narrowed eyes, he didn't expect that Zhou's few words would directly subvert the image of the Revolutionary Army. If the Revolutionary Army is here to save the pirates, as Zhou said, then there is no need for the Revolutionary Army to exist, and the members of the Revolutionary Army itself will disintegrate the Revolutionary Army. He said lightly. Who says all pirates are evil? Aren't some pirates forced to go out to sea by you, Marine? Zhou chuckled. You are really a sophistry talent. A pirate is a pirate, you go to sea. You can be a bounty hunter or a ranger. It seems that your Revolutionary Army is not as you advertise to create a better world. For my son. Monkey D. Luffy can mobilize a large number of revolutionary troops to die for you. Is the life of these people not as good as the life of your son? Or is it that everyone is equal? Waiting is just a lie to deceive people. The top leaders of your Revolutionary Army are actually duplicity scum. Long was quite surprised. He didn't expect Zhou, the Marine Vice Admiral, to know so much information about the Revolutionary Army, and was able to drive the Revolutionary Army into an evil standing place with a few words. Field. He knew that if he continued to say this, he might give the other party more materials to smear the Revolutionary Army, so he stopped talking immediately. With a low shout, he exerted his strength suddenly, and a powerful haki erupted in an instant. Naturally, Zhou was not to be outdone, and also exploded his strongest strength. Boom. Black lightning appeared, and a mass of terrifying energy formed between Zhou's feet and the dragon's feet. Conqueror's collision. Boom. At the same time, the clouds in the sky are also stratified. The sky split open in an instant. Sabo took this opportunity to endure his broken right foot, pulled Luffy out of the ground, carried it on his shoulders, and walked away from this place as fast as possible. 193 wants to hand over Luffy to the doctors of the Revolutionary Army, and let them rush to rescue. However, do you think we are eating dry food? Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora stopped in front of Sabo. 3 Admiral had previously fought desperately against 4 Emperors. Almost exhausted, but after a few hours of rest. Now his physical strength has recovered by a few percent. Although it is unrealistic to meet an opponent at the 4 Emperors level again, it is more than enough to deal with a mere Sabo. What's more, the 3 of them teamed up together. Sabo's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. He's really a reliable teammate. Zhou, who was fighting the dragon, immediately showed a satisfied smile after seeing the situation over there. Long looked serious, and after just a short fight, he discovered that Zhou's strength was far stronger than what he appeared in the live broadcast. Obviously, he has already fought against several 4 Emperors level opponents. He has been fighting for a whole day, and even defeated several 4 Emperors level opponents. Now he still has such abundant physical strength, strong energy and mental strength with ease. I have to say that Zhou's physique is simply monster level. In fact, Zhou's physique is indeed monster level, and it is not impossible to even surpass Kaido. But at this moment, what Zhou was thinking about was Luffy's protagonist Halo. This guy's aura is powerful, and it has been confirmed by Zhou that it is real. Every time I want to kill Luffy, someone comes out to stop me. Before it was Garp, now it's Pet. I just don't know, if Longdu is defeated, who else can stop me? The corners of Zhou's mouth curled up. There's madness in the eyes. Aren't you the protagonist Halo? Then I will blow up everyone who rescued you. See what else you can do to survive. It seems that your strength is not weak. At this time, Long suddenly said to Zhou indifferently. What? Zhou frowned and looked at the other party. The other party seemed to have no regard for himself at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and stared at the sky. Sure enough, the next moment, his idea came true. Suddenly, the dragon erupted with a terrifying and boundless haki, and in an instant, the space where the 2 haki collided was distorted. Immediately, Zhou felt an extremely powerful force slowly lift his feet up. At this time, the dragon's eyes were full of indifference. Since you are not willing to let Luffy go, then I don't have to hide my strength. We are planning to deal with the 5 elders, but now it seems that we can only test the water on you first. Talking. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the dragon's body. In an instant, the terrifying and boundless power instantly spread to the entire naval headquarters. The powerful haki made Admiral feel dizzy for a moment. Chapter 87 King Level Strength, Battle of the 2 Kings. The appearance of the Revolutionary Army. Immediately, people all over the world who were about to leave were boiling again. Oh, the Revolutionary Army has actually appeared. Isn't their purpose to make the world a better and more peaceful place? Why are they fighting with Marine now? Do you believe what they say? It's nothing more than winners and losers. What happens in the world has nothing to do with the civilians. The Revolutionary Army is so powerful. Why don't they destroy the pirates? Why do they still attack the pirates? Which member countries of the world government? Damn it, it's really endless. I just beat off the 4 emperors and dealt with the traitors in Marine, and now the Revolutionary Army has come. Is it over? People complained one after another. This guy with a shoe print on his face is the leader of the Revolutionary Army? It doesn't look like much. I'll go. What happened? Why is this guy's haki so strong? Naval Headquarters. The dragon erupts into the terrifying haki. This conqueror's haki is superior to Zhou's scary haki before. Now, not to mention Vice Admiral, even Admiral was a little dizzy and almost passed out. Can affect Admiral's conquerors. This is the power of dragons. There was also a look of surprise on Zhou's face. Seeing his expression, Long immediately smiled and said, "What? Are you surprised? Do you really think you are invincible? I saw the picture of you fighting the 4 emperors. You are indeed strong, but your heart is not big enough." Talking. The dragon spread out his hands. A strong ambition is worthy of a strong haki. You only know how to nest in the marine without the slightest aggressiveness, so your haki cannot become the strongest. And my ambition is to subvert the whole world. Only with such lofty ideals can you master the most powerful conquerors. Zhou watched the dragon talking there with a solemn expression. Immediately, he smiled. Oh, is it so? Long saw the calm look on Zhou's face. Not only was he not intimidated by his own conqueror's haki, he even seemed fearless about his powerful strength. The ignorant are really fearless. Your vision determines your pattern. As Long said, he walked towards Zhou step by step. Since this is the case, let me show you your true strength. Zhou raised his hand to strike first. The index finger of his right hand grew rapidly like a snake, and then burst out, stabbing the dragon. Finger pistol profound truth snake gun. Whoosh. The finger pistol that has turned into a vine is like a flexible snake, moving quickly and curving in the air, creating an extremely tortuous path. Finally, stab the dragon's thigh from the slope. Zhou didn't attack the dragon's vitals at the beginning, because the dragon's vitals are definitely impossible to be hit. So he simply directly attacked the less important parts of the dragon, so that his alertness to danger would also be reduced. Attacks are more likely to hit. However, too slow, Long snorted, suddenly rushed towards Zhou. Zhou was taken aback. The speed at which the dragon erupted was unbelievably fast, and it was so silent that there was no sound of the wind. Speaking of which, when he suddenly appeared in front of him and rescued Sabo and Luffy from under his feet, he also appeared quietly without any movement. I see, ability. Zhou thought to himself. It is impossible to do this by relying on exercise, so there is only one reasonable explanation for all this, and that is the effect of some kind of fruit ability of the dragon. As for what the dragon's fruit ability is, Zhou still doesn't know. At this time, the dragon has already reached Zhou's approach. However, Zhou was not in the slightest panic. He retreated quickly while casting Finger Pistol. Finger Pistol Mystery Jungle Snake Spear, whoosh. Advertisement whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, hundreds of snake spears came towards the dragon from all directions. At this moment, Zhou's finger pistol is really like countless lion majesty living in the jungle, wrapping the dragon in an instant, forming an impenetrable snake net. A layer of hockey is attached to the top of each snake spear. Hundreds of snake spears are so powerful that they can instantly injure a 4 Emperors level powerhouse. Seeing this scene, Long, who should have been desperate, was as calm as Zhou just now. He just said lightly, San. Woo. In an instant, the dragon's body disappeared, and a gust of wind suddenly burst out from where he was originally standing, and ran out from the gap in the enveloping net of the jungle snake spear. And then the gust of wind seemed to form a ball in the air. A green and moving wind gathered in the air, forming a dragon shape, and 2 green eyes lit up instantly. Wind Dragon. The green wind dragon suddenly launched an attack, and appeared in front of Zhou at an unimaginable speed. The speed was shocking. Zhou can only cast Iron Body at this moment. Iron Body Profound Truth Jade King God. In an instant, Zhou's skin turned into a white jade-like texture. Then, Zhou cast Hockey again. Armament Hockey. A layer of black armament hockey adhered to the surface of the skin again. Boom! In an instant, the wind dragon collided with Zhou's body, and the massive gust of wind wrapped Zhou in the middle like a wall breaker. Some gusty winds from the edge hit the ground, plowing out a cutting mark hundreds of meters long on the ground in an instant. These violent winds turned out to be terrifying wind blades, scratching and cutting Zhou's body non-stop. However, after Zhou's hockey endured for 3 seconds, cracks appeared one after another, and a creepy sharp piercing sound sounded immediately. 000. Countless wind blades scraped against Zhou's white and jade-like skin, instantly making a terrifying noise that was 100 times uglier than fingernails scratching a blackboard. Everyone within 100 miles of Fang Yuan felt their eardrums beating instantly, as if they were about to be broken. Some people cover their ears and lie on the ground, rolling and screaming, wishing that they didn't have these ears when they were born. After 10 seconds passed, the gale was gone. A gust of wind rushed into the side, and the figure of a dragon appeared. In situ. Zhou was still standing, but there were a lot of cut scars on his body. Bright red blood flowed out. However, these scars only cut his skin and the capillaries under the skin, but did not hurt his muscles and bones. At this moment, Zhou frowned and looked at the dragon. The strength of the dragon was simply beyond his imagination. You are Logia, selling in the wind? Long was non-committal, but looked at Zhou with serious eyes. He knows how amazing the power of his move just now is. He has also tested the power of this move before, but he didn't expect that Zhou would stand still and let him hit it. After 10 seconds of fighting, it only cut through the outermost layer of skin. The larger blood vessels, musculoskeletal, etc. inside were all intact. Your defense is really strong. The battle scene between Zhou and the dragon was extremely intense. Its intensity even directly surpassed any previous 4 Emperors battle at the very beginning. And it's a battle far beyond the 4 Emperors class. This moment, Sengoku looked at the figures of the two fighting, his eyes widened, and he muttered in disbelief. Roger, it's Roger, only Roger can explode such a powerful hockey. Momoshage on the side was also surprised. After hearing what Sengoku said, she was smart enough to guess something immediately, and said in shock. Marshal, you mean that the dragon actually has the same strength as Roger now? Yes. As a marshal, Sengoku and Garp are comrades in arms, and both experienced the era when Roger was alive. There must have been fighting when Roger was alive. Sengoku, it is quite normal to have seen the strength of One Piece. Sengoku nodded solemnly. At that time Roger's strength had reached an unprecedented peak, even Garp was no match for him. Momoshage widened her beautiful eyes and said in confusion, but didn't it mean that Vice Admiral Garp often chased Roger's boats around? She suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. Could it be that even this was just fabricated by Garp? Sengoku shook his head. It's true, but do you think that a man like Roger would want to kill all Marines and then rule the ocean? No, he's not that kind of guy, ever Whitebeard, not that kind of guy. They're the kind of people who don't want to fight you at all, and even run away when the weak Marine chases them. Because they understand one thing. Marines can't be killed forever. Continuously fighting Marine is completely pointless. Paused. He returned to the topic and said, Roger's strength is invincible even today. Advertisement. Then he looked at the figures of Long and Zhou. However, the strength shown by these two men now is no less than that of Roger back then. Now, people all over the world watched the battle between the dragon and Zhou. This battle movement, which was more terrifying than the four emperors, immediately shocked the sentient beings who were already tired of the aesthetics of violence. No, I didn't expect there to be something more powerful than the four emperors. I thought Zhou Vice Admiral was already invincible, but I didn't expect anyone to be braver than him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Vice Admiral is already so strong. Why is it so strong? The leader of the Revolutionary Army is really a powerful existence. You have forgotten one thing. This man named Monkey D. Dragon is the son of Garp himself. Who is Garp? Inherited his father's lineage. He must have been taught by his father when he was a child. Naturally, his strength is likely to rise to a higher level, even surpassing his father. Is there no upper limit to strength? The strength is so powerful, and mountains can be moved to fill the sea in an instant. I feel that the existence of this series is no longer a species from our ordinary humans. Yes, the gap between a strong person of this level and us ordinary people is much greater than the gap between ordinary people and dogs. Naval Headquarters. Long looked at Zhou arrogantly. His body was full of momentum. Your defense ability is really powerful. I have noticed it in the live broadcast. It must be the result of your physical exercise is extremely strong, because I also noticed that your physical strength is also very strong, and after fighting for so long, he can still maintain such ample physical energy. Long said in an analytical tone. Zhou also said at this time. I can't figure it out. Why did your Revolutionary Army attack Naval Headquarters? What reason do you have? Aren't you afraid that this behavior will cause your internal factions to? Are you dissatisfied? When Long heard this, he immediately laughed. Immediately said to himself. Impossible. He paused, and suddenly looked at a phone bug not far away. At this moment, he seems to be looking at people all over the world. And people all over the world suddenly felt a sense of gaze from the live broadcast, as if the dragon really saw the world through the eyes of the phone bug. All over them. This moment. Like an orator, Long said, the mission of our Revolutionary Army is to make this world a better place. The world is so vast, but people's hearts are so narrow, it's even too small to accommodate others. Celestial dragons, slaves, murlocs, fur tribe. There are various races in this world, but even among the races there is discrimination. Human beings discriminate against all other races. And even raised and sold them as rare animals, and on top of that, celestial dragons ruled the world. They were clearly once part of humanity, but now. It is possible to be born with the most top-notch and noble status in the world. You can have most of the wealth in the world without doing any labor. But their wealth is not their own, but by blackmailing the countries of the world government all over the world, they make civilians all over the world pay the so-called heavenly money. What's even more ridiculous is that our world has been so prosperous, but celestial dragons still maintain the tradition of 800 years ago, and even use such disgusting things as slavery. Zhou picked out his ears, blew on the earwax, and looked at the passionate dragon with a sore face. So what you hate is celestial dragons, which has half a dime relationship with our marine? You hate celestial dragons, shouldn't you deal with celestial dragons? Attack us for Mao? Marine. Also, besides the celestial dragons, there are many countries in this world other than the member countries of the world government. They're full because they can't pay enough money from heaven. Invaded by pirates, why don't you take pity on them? Looking at Long, he hesitated to speak. Zhou continued to spread his hands and said, also, since your ideals are so noble, why can't you even convince your father, Garp? Your son, Luffy, is now a pirate. You can't even change the people closest to you, and you still try to change the whole world? Speaking of which, Zhou smiled and shook his head as if looking at Xiao Dian. This moment, the dragon's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Zhou continued. Or, you can only change some people, and then kill those who cannot be changed. This moment, the expression of the dragon finally changed. He took a deep look at Zhou. He knew he had to say something. Otherwise, as I feared before, the Revolutionary Army will be in chaos. He said. Those things can only be deeply understood after joining the Revolutionary Army. After a pause, he continued. As for now, why are we attacking Marine? The reason is very simple, because it is your existence. Although you protect the harmony of the world, you also protect the Wylong people and let them search the whole world. Time. If we attack the Holy Land Mariajoy directly, you will only become the strongest shields of the celestial dragons. Zhou suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, according to what you said, you have never attacked Mariajoy. How do you know whether our marine will protect the celestial dragons? Looking at Zhou, Long shook his head in disappointment. It's just drunk. Immediately, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Since you marines are stubborn, then our Revolutionary Army can only wipe you out completely, and then replace them. Chapter 88. The last card, the ultimate battle. The debate between Zhou and the dragon was seen by people all over the world. Long's Revolutionary Army theory, Zhou's theory. At this moment, it has aroused heated discussions all over the world. The ideas of the Revolutionary Army are too dangerous to attempt to overthrow the celestial dragons. That's right, the celestial dragons are a race of gods. They are existences on the top of this world. They cannot be touched, they're taboo. However, according to what the dragon said, celestial dragons were just ordinary people 800 years ago, one of you and me, but now they don't have to do anything, and they can have endless money. Open your mouth, you can even turn people other than celestial dragons into your slaves at will. Hiss, your thoughts are very dangerous. Aren't you afraid that the celestial dragons will hear you and put you in prison? The celestial dragons just claim to be a family of gods, not real gods. If they knew everything and were omnipotent, there wouldn't be so many pirates, and even the Revolutionary Army would not be able to catch them. However, even if Long's theory is correct, what does this have to do with their attack on Marine? Didn't you say that Marine is the shield of celestial dragons? But, after all these years, who is protecting us? Marine. Now, a group of people came out and said that Marine is evil and needs to be killed, but they are good people, do you believe it? This is foolishness. Some people have already been limped by fooling around. Yes, he said he was a good man, so you believe he is a good man? And Marine has been protecting us, believe it or not. It's actually very simple. I don't believe in others, but I believe in Zhou Vice Admiral. The 4 emperors are terrible, right? But he killed the 4 emperors. Yes. Zhou Vice Admiral can be trusted. Now, the dragon is fighting Zhou Vice Admiral, which is good and which is bad, is it clear at a glance? In an alley where the crowd doesn't notice, some members of the Revolutionary Army are monitoring people's every word and deed. When they discovered that the theory of their leader was actually hated by people, hastily used the communication phone bug to report this discovery. At the same time, all around the world, most members of the Revolutionary Army have discovered a similar phenomenon. Immediately, a large number of reports were gathered to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Then, this discovery was immediately reported to Sabo. Naval Headquarters. After Sabo received the news, he just glanced at it, and his expression suddenly changed. Immediately, loudly inform, report, Mr. Long, it seems that the public opinion has a bad opinion of us. People generally start to hate us and prefer Marine. In particular, people seem to hate you more and like 747 Zhou more. When Long heard this, his expression was the same. He had always looked calm, but now the muscles on his face twitched. Immediately, with a flick of his finger, he first blew up a phone bug in the distance. Then he said lightly to Sabo, it's okay, the masses are stupid, blind, and paranoid, and they need us to guide them. They are just deceived by Marine's hypocrisy. As for Zhou, just a hero made by the times, if you kill him, people will forget him soon. Zhou picked his ear, by the way, is it really appropriate for you to say it in front of me? Conspiring loudly? Hearing this, Long smiled contemptuously. You are just a dying person, whether you know it or not, it will not affect the overall situation at all. Ha! Zhou laughed loudly, then suddenly reached into his clothes and took out something. Look, what is this? Forehead. Long's expression froze immediately. Sabo's expression also froze, because what Zhou took out from his clothes was a live phone bug. At this time, this phone bug is faithfully recording what Long said just now, and then broadcast it to the whole world. Now, people all over the world have seen Long's heartfelt words, just now. Oh Cherie. This dragon has a heart to kill. Calling lousy stupid, paranoid? An idiot? FK you're stupid, you're idiot, you're paranoid. Your family are all stupid, all idiots, all paranoid. You actually said that killing Zhou Vice Admiral would be enough, just based on what you said just now, people of Yin's grandchildren will hate you to death. Yeah, is Zhou Vice Admiral something you can kill if you want? Who do you think you are? You're still spying on us, let lousy see, who is the undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army? Immediately, there were squares all over the world. People glanced around vigilantly and finally found some suspicious-looking guys. Grabbed the first interrogation and confessed directly. It was an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army. The angry crowd directly took out the things they were carrying, apples, stones, coins, dry and hard bread, saliva. They all threw them at the members of the Revolutionary Army. Then, the members of the Revolutionary Army were directly crushed to death. All of a sudden, the strongholds of the Revolutionary Army all over the world were severely hit. This news was also quickly reported to Sabo, tell the dragon. After hearing the news, Long's face suddenly turned livid. Advertisement after so many years of planning, the Revolutionary Army he established is now endangered just by making a speech. It's about to fall apart. If it weren't for the fact that all the people who came to Naval Headquarters this time were loyal members of the Revolutionary Army, it would not be impossible for these guys to turn their backs on the spot. However, even so, the members of the current Revolutionary Army all looked at him suspiciously at this time, and their eyes became a little complicated. Call. Long took a deep breath. He took a deep look at Zhou. I admit that you are among the people I have met, whether it is strength or wisdom, you are the pinnacle of existence. Immediately, boundless killing intent appeared in Long's eyes, as if the waters of the sea could not erase it. At this moment, the only way to relieve the hatred in his heart is to kill Zhou. Thinking about it, Long suddenly grabbed out of thin air, and grabbed a green long knife made of air from the air in front of him. He raised his knife and rushed forward, appearing in front of Zhou in the blink of an eye. Zhou also had a right-handed sword, but it was just a wooden knife. Boom! The knives on both sides struck instantly, and a terrifying power erupted. Creak, creak, creak. Whether it is an air knife or a wooden knife, they are as hard as diamonds at this moment, and the sound of the blades colliding and rubbing is extremely ear-piercing. Zhou's arm muscles swelled up one by one, Long's arm also swelled, and the clothes on his arms burst. There are chunks of muscle that are as well organized as marbles are exposed. After a few seconds of stalemate, The two sides retracted their knives almost at the same time, then changed an angle, and slashed at each other again. Clang, 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 the wooden knife and the wind knife kept colliding, making a crisp sound. Seeing that the two of them didn't use hockey, nor did they use any fancy skills. A member of the Revolutionary Army said, "It seems that the battle is not so fierce." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou exerted his strength suddenly and bounced the dragon's knife away. Then he slashed at the dragon's neck. The dragon dodged in an instant, and the knife cut through the air. But, boom, a hill-like ruin in the distance was directly split in two. The upper part flew up, revealing a straight tangent line in the middle. From here, you can see the bright moon slowly rising in the distance. The member of the Revolutionary Army fell silent. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This seemingly ordinary knife fight actually contains a more terrifying crisis. One knife can cut off the mountain peak, and there is no leakage of the knife energy, and the speed is so fast that it is impossible to dodge. This is more clever and dangerous than Hawkeye's slashing with a huge slash immediately. The knives used by the two sides are the transformation of their respective abilities. This is not only a competition of strength, but also the development and utilization of their respective fruit abilities. Unexpectedly, the degree of development of your fruit ability is not low. Long said. Zhou chuckled, "If you compete in fruit development, I will accompany you to the end." Talking. He leapt back. Seeing this, Long sneered. "What? Do you really think that you can match me in the development of fruit abilities? You know, what I am most proud of is not my unparalleled conquerors, but my fruit ability development." Talking. The dragon stretches its arms, and the powerful force in its body surges. At this moment, Zhou also exploded with full power, and the fruit of Sensen has reached ultimate, Baj. Now, terrifying energy fluctuations emerged from both Zhou and the dragon. Boom, throughout the naval headquarters, there was a terrible earthquake. People who were already familiar with this, quickly looked for a place to hide. Know something terrible is about to happen. Previously, it was a 4 emperors level battle, but now, it is a king level battle. Hurrah, sudden. People discovered that a terrifying storm suddenly appeared in the sky. This storm is like a substance, starting to gather. Gradually, a terrifying eye of the storm was formed. An oversized eye of the storm covering the entire naval headquarters. The Marines all looked desperate when they saw the terrifying eye of the storm. Because, the power of this move is enough to destroy the entire naval headquarters. Everyone here, report. At this time, people can only place their hopes on Zhou, hoping that he can create miracles again and turn the tide with his own power. Turn the tide and turn the building upside down, just when people are desperate. Advertisement: Zhou's movement is far away, rumble. This time, it was the ground that shook. People were shocked to find that plants began to grow crazily from the surrounding soil. Even though it's nighttime, there are plenty of plants coming out of the ground. And some trees and plants that existed in naval headquarters before, were uprooted because of the impact of the battle, but now they have regained their vitality, re-rooted and sprouted, and their roots are deeply embedded in the soil. Immediately afterwards, a large number of green vines gushed out from the ground, and then drilled into the ground farther away. At first glance, these vines were so alive. Like a fish jumping out of the water, rumble. Boom. Rumble. After a short period of thick accumulation, in an instant, all the vegetation on the ground began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 small grasses can be transformed into giant trees. A barren land can also be turned into a virgin forest with giant trees in the blink of an eye. The place that had been turned into ruins also grew plants and turned into hills. People were all stunned. This Zhou's ability is too exaggerated. Turning a large, barren island into a primeval forest island full of trees and vegetation out of thin air. This ability is very powerful for planting trees. The Marines who were in charge of the live broadcast had to find another angle to place the phone bug. In the process, people found that the plant didn't seem to grow in an instant at all, but grew solidly. The wood inside was not hollow but solid. And the most shocked person was Sengoku. Seeing this scene like a primitive forest, some information popped up in his mind. Undersea prison. Yes. In the massacre of criminals in the submarine prison, the murderer was also an ability user of the plant system. Previously, whether it was me or 5 elders, the object of suspicion was the green bull who had just joined Marine and was valued. Because the fruit of this product is Sensen fruit. However, the ability that Zhou showed now coincides with the ability of green bull. Almost exactly the same, but the effect is higher than that of the green bull. Sengoku had to wonder. Zhou had already expected this. Looking at Sengoku with a smile on his face, he said to Sengoku without making any sound, "It's me." Just by looking at the shape of the mouth, Sengoku has already understood it. It's Zhou. Really Zhou. Entered the submarine prison alone, killed all the criminals inside, and even beat the warden Magellan half to death. While this incident was raging, Zhou went to work in Marine as usual. If the Summit War hadn't erupted, Sengoku estimated that he would never know the truth for the rest of his life. Kizaru and Aokiji, who were originally sent there, will kill the poor green student as the real culprit. This matter is even more unlikely to be overturned. Think here. Sengoku's mood was extremely complicated. Unexpectedly, Zhou's scheming was so deep. At this point, the resourceful general, is nothing short of self-deprecating. Perhaps, Zhou is really suitable to be the Marine Marshal. If Kong abdicates in the future, he can naturally become the commander-in-chief of the world government army. Be the first under the celestial dragons, under the five elders. He knew that what Zhou did in the submarine prison was very serious, and even injured Magellan, his own person. But the abilities he showed in Summit War, as well as his real credits, are completely enough to offset his faults. And now he has the highest prestige in Marine, in the eyes of people all over the world. I'm afraid that even if Marine wants to touch him, no one will be happy. Think here. Sengoku said to Zhou again. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These few words are enough. Zhou let go of his last worries. Now that the last hole card is exposed, he will not be hunted down by Marine at the same time. Then, Marine has become my strongest backing. He glanced around. Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, Momoshiki, T-Pig, Sengoku. A group of people seemed to be following him like stars holding the moon. Well, Long, if you want to kill Marine, you have to ask me first. After all, Laozi doesn't want to lose his job either. Zhou issued his declaration domineeringly. The dragon has risen into the air at this time, entering the eye of the storm. Boom. Crack. A few bolts of lightning flashed over the eye of the storm. At this moment, the sky and the earth change color. The eye of the storm is like a black hole that destroys the world, slowly rotating, from the berserk at the beginning to calm down, without making a sound. However, what is hidden under this tranquility is the ultimate horror and world-destroying power. In that case, you will disappear with Naval Headquarters. Zhou smiled, and a towering tree rose from under his feet, and at the same time, the trees on the entire island came to life. Idiots talk about dreams. Chapter 89 Whitebeard's body, you better keep it. I'm going. Such a big eye of the storm is about to be created by a human being. Is this still a human being? Creating a primeval forest in such a short period of time, I think this ability is more valuable, while the dragon's ability is full of destructive power, and it can't create a single bit of value for this world. The leader of the revolutionary army is really powerful, even stronger than the four emperors. However, because General Zhou's strength is not weak. I feel hung up. Yes, plant Hefeng, who can answer? During a typhoon, no matter what plants or houses are, they may be directly destroyed. This is the power of nature, just like volcanoes and earthquakes, the three most terrifying natural disasters on the sea. However, the plants created by Zhou Vice Admiral are not ordinary trees. They are towering trees, each of which needs dozens of people to hug them, and there are even bigger trees, and such huge trees. As a base, typhoons can destroy ordinary trees, but can trees in such a large virgin forest be destroyed? But the eye of the storm created by the dragon is not a typhoon in the usual sense. The duel between Zhou and the dragon once again set off an upsurge of discussion around the world. There are many speculations about who is stronger, Zhou or Long. Some people argue with reason, claiming that they are loyal fans of Zhou, but Zhou has fought too many powerful enemies before, so his physical strength must have been exhausted, even if the original strength is not inferior to the dragon, but after a lot of consumption, now maybe he won't be the opponent of the dragon. Others said that one should believe in Zhou's potential, and that he can explode his own strength in critical moments. For others, the other Marines in Naval Headquarters will play their part at the last moment, using their own lives to protect Zhou from dying in battle. No, you are all wrong. I think it should be a tie. After all, the members of the Revolutionary Army are still in Naval Headquarters. If the dragon wins and destroys Naval Headquarters, wouldn't the members of the Revolutionary Army on Naval Headquarters also be dead? Also, even if Long is cold-blooded and ruthless, his own son, Monkey D. Luffy, is still on the island. He even saved his own son before, so it's impossible to kill him now, right? Isn't he a schizophrenic psychopath? Oh Yuri, you are right, it is impossible for a dragon to really kill, otherwise it will not only kill the enemy, but also kill his own people, unless he is a lunatic, otherwise it is impossible to do such a thing. Something ridiculous is coming. But Zhou Vice Admiral doesn't need any consideration, because his attack is not aimed at the ground at all, but at the sky. It makes sense. But from this point of view, Zhou Vice Admiral has a geographical advantage. Yes, the ability to control plants must be on the ground, and the ability to control the wind must be in the sky. Because there is wind in the sky, but there is no wind on the ground. Speaking of this, don't you think that these two people are already ridiculously powerful? Their abilities can directly manipulate the elements of nature, and even change the terrain. This kind of power to change nature is truly awe-inspiring. Naval Headquarters. The decisive battle between Zhou and the dragon is highly anticipated. Everyone hid as much as possible to prevent being affected by the battle between the two. The dragon stands high in the sky with its hands behind its back, in the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm condenses almost all wind elements within 1,000 miles of Fang Yuan. At this moment, the entire sea area around Naval Headquarters almost formed a vast calm belt. This can't help but make people wonder whether the calm belt in this world was originally created by the powerful wind fruit user in ancient times. If so, then this is too much to think about. There are so many wonders in this world, perhaps in ancient times they were just ancient battlefields where the strong fought. Is the winter island full of snowflakes the relics of the battles of the ancient frozen fruit-capable users? Islands full of magma, islands full of lightning, etc. Zhou stood on a towering tree, which was the largest tree on the entire island, with a diameter of only 100 meters. The canopy is so huge that it almost covers half of the naval headquarters. The surrounding Lin Hai, following Zhou's call, all came alive. Like a pilgrimage, follow the direction of Zhou in the central area. A certain moment, Long raised his hand and pressed down. Immediately, the entire eye of the storm began to fall downwards. Rumble. The eye of the storm is incomparably huge, and it has become bigger than the entire naval headquarters at this time. Each revolution takes a minute. On the contrary, it looked very peaceful, without a trace of noise. The middle is extremely dark, it looks like a black hole falling from the universe. This is the way to destroy the world. Destroy an island, easy. Zhou saw this scene. Raise your hands upwards. Immediately, the towering trees on the entire island stretched crazily upwards, forming sharp twisted huge thorns. The diameter of each wooden thorn is tens of meters. The height is hundreds of meters. Like the spears of the ancient god of war, pointing at the god of heaven, the god of Zhongwen country. Finger pistol mysteries change move snake spear Wanmu Cheadianchang. Boom. The battle broke out in an instant. Countless wooden spears frantically probed into the sky to attack the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm pressed down slowly, and the moment the two came into contact, countless wooden thorns began to disintegrate, dissipate, and turned into powder. Silently. Still silent. Advertisement. This is a silent battle. However, after the wooden thorns in front are annihilated, the trees behind are replenished immediately, and the trees grow crazily and never stop. In contrast to the situation of the dragon, there is no trace of wind element in the nearby environment. That is to say, water without a source is a tree without roots, use a little and use a little less. However, Long didn't panic at all. Because he has enough self-confidence, the eye of the storm alone cannot be stopped by Zhou. Is it really a gnat shaking the tree, trying to use these ridiculous woods to resist my eye of the storm? It is really a sad existence. Long said to himself, commenting on Zhou. Talking. The pressure on his palm increased a little. Immediately, the eye of the storm descended much faster. Rumble. One after another lightning bolts appeared continuously in it, and the black hole looked extremely terrifying. Falling down like a black hole. Everyone's scalp tingled when they saw this scene. However, the trees controlled by Zhou couldn't stop the eye of the storm at all. It looked like a powerless resistance. Now, people in Marineford are desperate. They no longer have expectations for Zhou, but they don't resent Zhou. After all, the power of the dragon has surpassed their cognition, and it is understandable that Zhou is not the opponent of the dragon. At this time, people all over the world saw the scene of Malindo through the phone bug. All have some scalp numbness. There is a feeling of empathy. As if I were in Marineford, with a huge eye of the storm on my head, who could die at any moment. Isn't this too scary? One move can destroy an island. It's not just one island, it's estimated that all 3 islands have been destroyed. I can't imagine how hopeless the scene must be. Hey, Naval Headquarters is really going to disappear, completely, and the entire island will be wiped from the sea. Why did the dragon do this? Their revolutionary army doesn't usually kill pirates. The pirates are all killed by marines. Now they keep saying that they want to make the world a better place. But what they did was so despicable. Hey, it's too late to say anything now. Look. There are so many trees made by Zhou Vice Admiral, towering trees, but they are so powerless in the face of the eye of the storm, they are so vulnerable that they are directly annihilated into ashes. Hey, it seems that Zhou Vice Admiral has nothing to do. Yes, Zhou Vice Admiral, isn't he invincible? Now he is going to lose, I can't accept it. Don't worry, Zhehe's ability has a limit. Dragon doesn't talk about martial arts, Zhou Vice Admiral has consumed a lot of physical strength before, if he fights with the dragon in the best condition, he may not lose. It's too late to say anything now, just wait, the moment when Naval Headquarters is destroyed. Heaven, Earth, if possible, let Marine win, we believe in Marine more than the Revolutionary Army. People all over the world feel very depressed in their hearts at this moment. Looking at the eye of the storm in the picture, this seemed like a black hole is extremely desperate. However, at the same time of despair, he was a little thankful, glad that he was no longer in that place. At the same time, some people felt pity in their hearts. Have mercy on those in Naval Headquarters. Sengoku stands on the ground with his head held high. He is a 4 Emperors level fighter who once fought Roger and is now the Marine Marshal. Known and knowledgeable, he commands the entire Marine, and the world must obey his orders. However, in front of the eye of the storm, he felt that he was really too small. Nothing. It's like a passing elephant stepping on an ant on the side of the road. No matter what methods the ant uses, it can't change the fate of being trampled to death by the elephant. This kind of absolute despair is the most unpleasant. However, even if the old man dies, he must fight until the last moment. At this time, there was no trace of fear on Sengoku's face, but a look of determination, ready to die at any time. How can a battle of this level be without us? There was the sound of a wooden stick hitting the ground. In the distance, Fujitora approached. There are 2 other people beside him. Naturally, it is the other 2 admirals, Kizaru and Aokiji. 0 for flowers. Within digging, the eye of the storm is probably as powerful as an ancient weapon. Pluton, which can shoot an entire island, is probably not so powerful. Kizaru said calmly. However, his calmness seemed to be calm in the face of death after knowing that he was bound to die. Allah, it's pretty good to die in this way. At least I don't have to think about justice and injustice. At least at this moment, I stick to my heart. Aokiji also has an atmosphere of going to death calmly. Momoshiki, T-Dolphins also came over at this time. It seems that they do not plan to escape. Let us help you all. The two said. Everyone didn't say anything, they just looked at the sky silently, waiting for the end to come. Advertisement. The rest of the marine soldiers were silent in the face of this scene. But the pirates wanted to escape at this time. However, then something terrible happened. When the pirates want to escape from Marineford, snake-like vines will appear on the outermost edge to tie them up, and then the vines will suck their nutrients and kill them. They become mummies. When more and more pirates were turned into mummies, the remaining pirates did not dare to act rashly. Hurry up. Leave this island quickly, the eye of the storm is about to erupt. Margao and the others are anxiously preparing to leave here. They carried Whitebeard's body. In this battle, their Whitebeard pirates killed Captain Whitebeard. But, fortunately, their captains, especially the strongest main players such as Margao, Zhou, Vista, etc., did not die. Unlike Kaido and the Big Mom group, not only the captain died, but also the 4 generals and the 3 disasters. 0. Originally, with Whitebeard's physical condition, he couldn't live long. Therefore, if rounded up, the Whitebeard pirates' war this time is equivalent to not having much loss. The biggest loss is nothing more than a large number of pirate minions, which can continue to be recruited in the future. However, when Margao and others broke into the border, a large number of vines suddenly appeared and stopped them. Some vines directly pierced the bodies of several pirates, and after a few breaths, all the nutrients in their bodies were absorbed completely. Ah, help, ruined, dash. Looking at several companions who died tragically. Margao suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What he was most worried about finally happened. The target of these vines is probably not them, but the corpse of Whitebeard they are carrying. Damn it, don't even think about insulting the old man's corpse. Margao was furious. Zhou and the others also yelled at this time. This must have been manipulated by Zhou. It was his intention. He wanted to absorb the nutrients from Dad and supply them to himself to restore his body. Who is Margao? I have been in New World for many years, and I have seen a lot of knowledge, so I can see the essence of Zhou's ability at once. Those mummified corpses that were entangled by vines seemed to have absorbed the nutrients in their bodies. Margao, you are taking your father's body away from the sky, let's lead these vines away. Zhou said to Margao. As he said that, he couldn't help but say, without waiting for other people's consent, he had already activated his ability, wrapped himself in diamonds, and rushed forward. Others also directly acquiesced to their fate of becoming cannon fodder at this time. They all followed behind Zhou's. Margot's eyes were moist. Immediately, resolutely, wearing Whitebeard's body, flew into the sky. Ah, come and attack me, I am Diamond Jazzy, my body is full of nutrients. Zhou yelled, attracting Vine's attention. Vista also chopped vines frantically, attracting Gomo to attack him. But the rest of the pirates don't have the strength of the two of them. It was directly attacked by vines and absorbed nutrients. Only a few captains, with extraordinary strength, survived. But it's just lingering. These vines are far superior to steel in terms of hardness and toughness. People who don't know how to use hockey can't cut it at all, and their attacks are very tricky, and they often attack from unexpected places. It is hard to guard against. It's almost like a living creature. The more they attacked, the more frightened they became. Zhou just made these plants and didn't do anything himself, yet they all possessed such powerful strength. How strong should Zhou's true strength be? But following a few people attracted the attention of the vines. Margao managed to avoid the attack of the vines. He was about to fly out of Marineford with Whitebeard's body. Hee hee. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. On a big tree in the distance, a 2-week wood clone grew. Whitebeard's body, you better keep it. Chapter 90 Absorbing Nutrients from the 3 Emperors. Zhou beats the dragon violently. Zhou's wood clone that suddenly appeared. Suddenly Marco jumped. Immediately, he discovered that a large number of vines appeared in front of him. Snake-like vines, glowing with metallic luster. Damn it, Zhou, Dad is already dead, yet you still want to insult his corpse. Zhou shook his head. Anyone who dies must return to nature, become soil, moisten the land, and then complete the cycle of life. You're just being stubborn. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Immediately, the wrist grew rapidly and turned into a wooden thorn, stabbing Margao. Puff. The wooden spikes were so fast that Margao couldn't react. He was pierced straight through the stomach. Although, he is the phoenix fruit. But, if the wooden thorn stays in his stomach, he can't recover from the injury, so he can only choose to pull out the wooden thorn. However, Zhou was very venomous, so he cut off his arm and let the wooden thorn stay on Margao's handle. In an instant, his flight lost his balance and fell down. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, a large number of vines rushed over and wrapped Whitebeard's body. Dad, no. Malcolm's eyes widened. The rest of the White group members also became crazy at this time. However, just a few breaths. Whitebeard's body fell to the ground, a mummified corpse. Time seemed to pass in a few months. Seeing this, Zhou's wood clone nodded in satisfaction, then retreated into the trees and disappeared. Only a group of white group thieves were left crying bitterly. The other side. A group of pirates are busy. They are members of the Big Mom Pirates. Since Zhou turned Marineford into a virgin forest, the marine guarding the ant was washed away. The people who led the Big Mom Pirates found a chance to save their mother again. 593. Come on, mother is still alive, let's get out of here quickly, the eye of the storm is coming. Damn it, there are so many vines in front. These vines are extremely tough, as if they were made of steel, and they cannot be cut without hockey. Is this the strength of the king level? It's just the aftermath of the strength. It's so powerful. Compared with it, we are really too small. Damn it, vines of this level, even if the stars are still alive, I'm afraid they can't be easily cut off. What should we do? The eye of the storm is about to fall. If we don't leave here, even with our mother's physique, we won't be able to resist the power that will erupt at that time. The pirates were extremely anxious. But at this moment, on trees in the distance, out of nowhere a wood clone by Zhou appeared. Immediately afterwards, he launched an attack on the group of aunts. Keep Auntie's body, her nourishment is mine. Maybe I can consider letting your life go. Zhou's wood clone said. Maid, don't think so. UBT. Mom is still alive. We are mother's children, how could we abandon mother and run away alone? You are just a clone, how strong can you be? Let's see if we don't kill you. Immediately. The battle is imminent. However, even if Zhou's clone is just a clone, its strength is not comparable to the waist of these aunts. Just after a fight, a group of people were defeated. At this time, Zhou's avatar controlled the vines and approached the fainting ant. As long as he absorbs the nutrients from the ant, Zhou feels that his own strength may be able to rise to a higher level. The other side, a wood clone of Zhou entered the abyss that was split by him. Find Kaido's body. He remembered splitting the entire Marineford in half with one kick. After that, Kaido fell into the reef in the abyss, and his life and death are unknown. Kaido's body was split open with a long wound, revealing the internal organs inside, and it seemed impossible to survive. A lot happened after that. Zhou also didn't have time to recover Kaido's body. Now we need Kaido's nourishment, so naturally we have to come to find it. However, why not? Zhou said in surprise. Looking at the empty reef. He frowned. Sudden. He seems to be aware of it. Looked in one direction. Well. Did you think of me, Su Wei? The ant who had fainted suddenly woke up. It seemed that she was playing dead from beginning to end. What a fine person. At this time, the ant is holding the Emperor's sword, stepping on the thunder cloud, and slashing outside frantically. Don't stop me, I want to live. Zhou's clone was chopped into pieces by her. At this time, the ant had sacrificed her own life for some years, and her strength once again skyrocketed a lot. He rushed out of the vines and flew towards the distant sea alone. Mom, don't abandon us. Advertisement. Mom, we are still here, have you forgotten us? Woo. Ant's sons and daughters are dumbfounded at this time. His own mother even abandoned them. Just now they tried their best to protect the ant, but they were sold after changing hands. On the tree trunk, another clone of Zhou appeared. He frowned, looking at the back of the ant going away. He really didn't expect that each of these four emperors was better than the other. Kaido pretended to be dead, dodged for a while, and ran away at some point. Quietly, thanks to him being four emperors, he didn't even want his face. The ant also pretended to be dead, and she didn't even want her own children at the last moment. To be honest, Zhou did not expect this. Forget it, the nutrition of one Whitebeard is actually enough. The Zhou clone sighed, and gave up hunting Big Mom and Kaido. He manipulated the vines and attacked the pirates of the Big Mom group. These generals were not weak chickens, and immediately fell into a bitter battle. Some people with low strength were quickly entangled and swallowed by vines. Gradually, there were not many people left in the ant group. At this time, Zhou's body felt the continuous nourishment from Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard has been dead for a long time, as a top powerhouse, even if he dies for a few months, his body will not be corrupted. There will also be some vitality in the body. And Zhou couldn't care less about it now, and directly absorbed these forces forcibly. Physical strength, hockey, and vitality. At this moment, all the physical strength and so on that Zhou had consumed before were fully recharged. Moreover, he still retains a lot of life energy in his body. This moment, he is back on top. He looked up to the sky. Look at the dragon. At this point the dragon has disappeared. All that remains is a giant eye of the storm. Perhaps, the dragon has merged with the eye of the storm. Hey, since that's the case, let me show you my strongest strength. Zhou said. With a thought, a drastic change suddenly occurred in the surrounding Lin Hai. All the trees began to deform, forming huge feet. That's right, it's the feet. Then, facing the sky, like a spring, it began to kick out the Tempest Kick quickly. Tempest Kick mysteries changing moves wooden dragon whirl rain. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Countless gigantic Tempest Kicks soared into the sky, gathering together like a small galaxy. All smashed into the eye of the storm in the sky. As long as each Tempest Kick hits the eye of the storm, it will immediately annihilate and disappear, as if it has no effect at all. However, Zhou just looked calm, looking at the eye of the storm in the sky lightly. On the ground, Thousands of feet are making 4 Emperor's-level Tempest Kick attacks all the time. Zhou felt that the energy in his body was being consumed rapidly. But the power looted from Whitebeard, and the power looted from many other pirates, is what keeps it all going. Gradually, Zhou's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw that the eye of the storm in the sky had actually shrunk in size. Then, with the continuous attack of Tempest Kick, the speed at which the volume shrinks can already be seen with the naked eye. Moreover, the falling speed of the eye of the storm also began to slowly slow down. In the end, it stopped directly. The dragon suddenly appeared at this time, frowning at the countless Tempest Kicks on the ground. It's a little funny in my heart. These Tempest Kicks can be made to make shit like this. But then I also felt secretly shocked. He didn't expect such a ridiculous Tempest Kick to block his eye of the storm. But immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up, showed a disdainful sneer. It's so naive. Do you think Laozi's eye of the storm can be defeated so easily by you? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and lowered his hand. Immediately, the eye of the storm suddenly went berserk, its speed doubled instantly, and its falling speed restarted. See this scenario. Zhou just snorted softly. Tempest Kick, just an appetizer. The real big move, keep it behind. He suddenly stepped on a vine and left the place. The place where he was standing was the largest tree, and it was still growing. At this time, as Zhou left, the trees also began to deform. The canopy begins to disappear, revealing the bare trunk. A tree trunk with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly turned into the shape of a fist. At this moment, Zhou thought. Finger pistol mysteries change moves wood dragon spear. Boom. Moment. The tree trunk instantly pierced into the storm in the sky at an incredible speed. And this time it was not directly annihilated by the storm. Instead, it was the eye of the storm, but a hole was stabbed out, and that hole quickly turned into a little Uzumaki with disordered indexes. Immediately afterwards, the entire eye of the storm became chaotic. The dragon's expression changed. Unexpectedly, Zhou could achieve this step. Immediately forcibly control the eye of the storm and restore balance. 0. Advertisement. 100 Dragon Spear. Zhou thought again. Hundreds of finger pistols erupted from the giant tree in an instant, attacking the eye of the storm frantically, and a large number of chaotic waves appeared on the eye of the storm. Little Uzumaki. Long Yi was completely flustered for a moment. The eye of the storm is about to explode early. If it explodes at this time, he will fall short. Doesn't do any damage to the ground at all. In this way, not only would he waste a lot of physical strength in vain, but his remaining physical strength would not be enough to continue fighting with Zhou. It can be said that this eye of the storm is all his moves. It is the synthesis of all your physical strength. Once you fail, it is equal to your own failure. And he would never allow this to happen. Immediately, he roared. Take it personally, punching the giant tree king of Bai Zhou. Hockey is attached to the fist. What emission, what kind of tyranny, all used, and desperately attacking downward. Boom. He knocked out Zhou with one punch. However, what exploded was just some sawdust. This is just a doppelganger of Zhou. The real body of Zhou appeared behind the dragon at some unknown time. It seems that your observation hockey is not above mine. A faint voice came from behind the dragon. Nani? Long was shocked. Unexpectedly, Zhou was so cautious. In order to survive, so informal. Even his body outside is a doppelganger. But the real body is hidden in other places. It can be seen from this that Zhou's use of sensen fruit has reached its peak. Even the avatar is pretending to be like the main body, and his own knowledge is also the same as Zhou's. There is not much difference in the color of knowledge, otherwise I should have used the color of knowledge to predict that this is not Zhou's body but just a clone long before the explosion of Zhou's clone. But, it's too late to regret now. Behind Zhou, finger pistol aimed at the dragon's body. Finger pistol mystery Wigwan gun. Puff. At the moment of crisis, the dragon suddenly elementalized his body, using the force of the wind element to crazily compress his body to explode, and quickly spread around. His head, heart and other important parts were immediately carried by the wind element and flew to a distance. Zhou's finger pistol just pierced a hole in the air in front of him. But then blood flowed out. Hit. But not the point. Zhou snorted coldly, launched the razor and quickly chased the dragon's body. The dragon recovered its body in the air, and the wolf punched Zhou who was chasing him. Zhou also punched back. Boom. Terrifying strength. Hokkaido. In an instant, a thunderstorm formed. Black lightning appeared, and the space was distorted. Ah. The dragon roared desperately sacrificing all his strength and haki. Hit Zhou frantically. Disappear. Zhou also yelled, drink. The majestic power in the body burst out, Haki roared 4.0 and rushed towards the dragon. Click. Rows of black lightning kept appearing. The space between the two heads was completely distorted and broken, and cracks appeared one after another. Both of them saw the scene of another world from this shattered space. People in that world raised their heads in horror and looked at the situation on the side of the crack, but the crack was full of raging energy, and they couldn't see anything at all. When Long saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. Although he is very strong, he has never fought to the point of shattering the void. At this time, I discovered that there are other worlds. But it was this moment of hesitation. But Zhou seized the opportunity. Moment. Conqueror's haki raised to the top. Kill by knowledge. Zhou's long-planned, top-notch conquerors starts instantly. At this moment, the dragon's observation haki is invalid. And Zhou also took this opportunity to attack the dragon frantically. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of fists formed countless phantoms, hitting the dragon frantically. However, the knowledgeable dragon suppressed by Zhou's conquerors could only deal with it hastily, but it could only resist part of the fist shadow. The rest of the fist shadows hit him frantically. Every punch hits the flesh. Zhou felt the sensation of hitting the dragon's body for real, and was extremely excited. Every punch can make a sound from the dragon's muscles and bones. Gradually, a sound of bone cracking sounded. Click. Long suddenly frowned. It immediately turned into a wind and scattered around. When gathering his body, Zhou saw that the dragon's body was covered with thousands of fist marks, big and small. The skin all over his body was almost bruised, and his right arm was drooping at this moment, with a trace of bone exposed. His arm was broken by Zhou. Chapter 91. In the Night of Chilling, Zhou chases and kills the dragon. A fierce battle between the dragon and Zhou immediately detonated all the audience. Everyone was shocked. Originally, Zhou had already fallen into a disadvantage, but now he started beating the dragon violently. All of a sudden, people are excited. All go, Lu, Zhou Vice Admiral Violent Fighting Dragon. It's so badass, Zhou Vice Admiral is so fierce, he hit it so hard. Invincible, Zhou Vice Admiral is the symbol of invincibility. Too strong. Ola. Woo. In the end, Zhou Vice Admiral won. Yeah, look at the dragon's arm, it's discounted. Hehe, I don't believe that this dragon can do anything evil. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I'm going to win. Why does this dragon look so unpleasant to me? Kill him quickly. Tisk. Will it appear in tomorrow's newspaper that the purpose of the Revolutionary Army is to destroy the world? Look at the dragon's move, it's so terrifying, it's clearly the rhythm of destroying everything. Compared to dragons, Zhou Vice Admiral's move is to create a better world. Yes, vegetation can be created out of thin air. If he wants, he can turn deserts into oases and cities into gardens. I hope that after the war is over, Zhou Vice Admiral can come to the island where I am in Green Hour Place. Naval Headquarters. Zhou looked at the dragon's arm and smiled. How is it? Are you still fighting? He took a few deep breaths, recovering the physical strength he had just consumed. The dragon looked at Zhou solemnly. Why does your physical strength seem to be endless? This is what he is most confused about. In the beginning, Zhou's strength was not as good as his own. At that time Zhou's physical strength was already seriously exhausted. However, just now, the fighting power that Zhou erupted was as if his physical strength didn't cost money at all. And, in addition to physical strength, Zhou's haki also seems to have recovered. Zhou's haki strength is unimaginable for dragons. Whether it is strength or toughness, they are unparalleled. After using so many haki, I still look alive and kicking. As for the dragon, because of consuming too much haki 10 at this time, his spirit has been severely depleted, and he is even a little irritable and has lost his mind. He is very curious. Curious how Zhou did it. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Zhou was uncharacteristically speaking very generously. Long suddenly listened carefully with a curious expression on his face. My body is strengthened from a guy named Ivankov in your revolutionary army, using his hormones. When Long heard this, his pupils shrank immediately. Immediately, it was furious. Ivankov, you killed me. He didn't expect that his worst enemy was created by Ivankov. In other words, Zhou's strength, Ivankov also made a difference. When we go back, this traitor must be executed. Long said with anger on his face. Zhou sneered, looking at Long as if looking at a fool. Do you think you can go back alive? Long Wenyan was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou. He suddenly said, Zhou Vice Admiral, your strength and mine are top-notch even if you look at the whole world. Why bother to kill each other here? Why don't you join my revolutionary army? I can make you the second in command. No, I can share the power of the revolutionary army with you. As long as you join, marine, celestial dragons, are just scum, kill them, the whole world is ours. Have you already started to confuse yourself? Zhou sneered in his heart. Seeing that he couldn't beat himself, Long Jian wanted to share the power of the revolutionary army equally with himself. It's just a pity that he doesn't deserve it. Zhou took out the phone bug from his arms. Dangled in front of the dragon. What you just said has been heard by the world. No, to be precise, not only the people of the world, but also people from your revolutionary army. Hehe, I really didn't expect that the leader of the revolutionary army would be so generous and willing to give up his position to a marine vice admiral. Long's face suddenly turned livid, as if he had eaten Ollie. He didn't expect that there was a phone bug in Zhou's hand. Recorded all the content of what they said just now, and broadcast it, so that people all over the world can hear it. This moment, members of the revolutionary army all over the world have the same expression as if they had eaten Ollie. They never expected that the leader of their family, that legendary man, turned out to be this kind of person. In order to survive, he will use any means, even willing to give up his life's career. I didn't expect Mr. Long to be such a person. Before I met Mr. Long, I always thought that Mr. Long was a man who sacrificed his wife and children for our great cause. But now, I realize that he is just a person who can do anything for his own ambition. Quote. Hee, we were just deceived, there is no such thing as a perfect world, and what we are after is just a big cake drawn by others. Woo, I never thought our revolutionary army was just a scam. I can't accept it. Damn it, why is this happening? Unfortunately, I still regard Mr. Long as my idol, my goal, and my spiritual mentor. Hey, it's so embarrassing. In front of people all over the world, there is a scum like a dragon in our revolutionary army. The founder of the revolutionary army turned out to be such a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. It is really unexpected. It seems that today is not the end of the Marine at all, but the end of the revolutionary army. Members of the revolutionary army all over the world are plunged into incomparable gloom and decadence at this time. They originally had lofty pursuits, but the reality gave them a slap in the face. They are just the pawns of the dragon guy, and they are the believers who came here to be bewitched by the dragon in order to realize his ambition. Their career now appears to be just a huge scam. And the dragon is a vile liar. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard, the revolutionary army is just a joke. Some civilians laughed out loud. Advertisement. Look, the expressions of those revolutionary soldiers are as if they have eaten Ollie. Ha ha ha, my face is turning green. If it were me, I would have to face green too. It's ridiculous to keep saying that we want to create a better world, a world where everyone is equal. That's right, even within the revolutionary army, there are high and low divisions. How can everyone be equal? The revolutionary army is just an organization, similar to Marine, similar to Four Emperors, but with a nice name. The civilians have turned on the mocking mode at this time. In the squares of some places, there are members of the revolutionary army, spreading their ideas to the civilians. Some people already believed it. But now it has changed. They all accused. Good guy, it turned out to be a group of liars. Maid, what a bad luck. Hey, you shouldn't be going out today. Roll roll roll, hurry up, I'm sick of seeing you. All of a sudden, members of the revolutionary army around the world became street rats. Because they not only offended Marine, but also offended pirates, and now they offended all ordinary people. However, the dragon did not know this. But he had already guessed that after today, the situation of the revolutionary army might be very difficult. Maybe, it will be completely devastated, and it will never be able to pour in fresh blood. He looked at Zhou with resentment. The result of my hard work for half my life was ruined by such a guy. I will kill you, Zhou. Murderous intent surged on the dragon. Looks like he's going to fight Zhou. Zhou just snorted coldly. It's ridiculous, are you still my opponent? For those so-called ideas of dragons. Zhou scoffed. Because he traveled from a similar place. Only, where Zhou is located, the concept is more advanced. And he has seen the ending of the pirates. In the finale, Straw Hat King Luffy leads the Revolutionary Army, the Pirate Alliance, Garp and other marine traders to attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Kill the Celestial Dragons, defeat the Five Elders, and I am. Afterwards a new world government was established. The Revolutionary Army became the new ruler. The Pirate Alliance established a new marine. But, it's just a reincarnation. The Revolutionary Army, not as people understand it, creates a time when everyone is equal. It can make everyone's labor achievements fully respected, so that everyone can live a fulfilling life. On the contrary, the Revolutionary Army still let the country exist and the royal family exist. Just wiped out slavery, eliminated celestial dragons. However, the gold in the sky still exists, it's just another way of saying it. Therefore, for long, he never considered joining the Revolutionary Army from the very beginning. So, after crossing, he directly chose to join the most powerful and most reliable marine. Court death. Long was furious, condensed a wind knife in his right hand, and charged towards Zhou. A wooden knife appeared in Zhou's right hand, and he also killed Shang Cheng. Clang. The two sides fought for dozens of rounds. Zhou's physical strength is endless, but Long is already showing signs of fatigue. At the same time, the eye of the storm in the sky also began to appear disordered. Not only has the scale shrunk to a third of what it was at the beginning, but the whole is no longer so stable, and it seems that it may collapse at any time. Zhou's attacks continued. The dragon is already dead. His face became extremely pale, realizing that he was about to lose the battle. He gritted his teeth, sweating on his brow. Damn Zhou, can't we really talk about peace? Ha, Zhou smiled hesitantly. Look at the dragon like an idiot. If I can kill you, why negotiate? Do you leave hidden dangers for yourself? Do you think I'm a fool? Just your old silver coin. I still don't know your Uranus asterisk X. Now that peace talks are underway, maybe one day in the future, you will attack me from behind and kill me. The dragon's face is getting greener and greener. Because he was exposed by Zhou. As a revolution. How could he be willing to share the position of the king of the world with others when he is the leader of the army and has the ambition to kill I am to rule the world? Zhou, kill you. The dragon roared, but turned and ran away. With a wave of his hand, the eye of the storm in the sky began to descend at an accelerated rate. In the end, it collapsed directly, producing terrifying energy Uzumaki, which devoured the entire Marineford. Advertisement. He doesn't care about all the members of the Revolutionary Army, even they want to kill them together. If Zhou continued to pursue, the Marines on the ground would all be dead. If you don't chase, the dragon will really run away. Faced with this situation, but Zhou wants to get both fish and bear's paw. Dragon to kill. Your own people can't die. Crucial moment. Zhou used all the energy to control all the vegetation on the ground to close up. A circular arch-shaped protective cover is formed. It's like a titan made a cover out of vines and put it on the island of Naval Headquarters. The whole island is covered. After the eye of the storm falls. Instant burst. After a moment of silence. The violent air current crushed everything in an instant. The layers of vines on the vine shield were crushed and annihilated into dust. From a distance, the entire Naval Headquarters becomes one giant Uzumaki. Incomparably terrifying. Just looking at it will make the scalp numb and the back feel cold. Rumbling. The eye of the storm erupted completely, and the aftermath of the storm began to spin the surrounding seawater. Gradually, the surrounding sea area formed a terrifying seawater giant Uzumaki, and the high wall of seawater was at least hundreds of meters high. Poof. 683. A large number of vines shattered and broke immediately after touching the storm, and the covers made by Zhou began to disappear layer by layer. The people below felt that the earth was shaking, and there was a creepy and sharp whistling sound. Right now it feels like the end of the world is coming. What to do? We are finished. No, we won't be finished until this layer of cover is broken. Horrible. Hiss. I didn't expect that we would die in this way. Hey, it's really a disaster for gods to fight with mortals. This terrifying vibration lasted for more than a minute. Only then slowly disappeared. When the wind disappeared, people were surprised to find out. Although the cover above the head was tattered, it was still there. In the sky, all the clouds disappeared, leaving only the clear night sky. The bright stars are blinking at them. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, emitting bright and soft moonlight. Tears welled up in people's eyes. Live, survive. Great, we're still alive. The storm is gone. Woo. Wait, what about Zhou Vice Admiral and the dragon? The two of them, it seems, disappeared. A minute ago. Zhou made a huge wooden shield to protect the people of Naval Headquarters. I am going to hunt down the dragon. The fruit of the dragon is the fruit of the wind, and it should be best at escaping. The main body can turn into wind and fly at the fastest speed. And Zhou is using the razor in midair. Whoosh. Zhou was so fast that he broke the sound barrier. Ahead, the figure of a dragon gradually appeared. Catch up. Excitement flashed in Zhou's eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up. Oh, Long, you can't escape. Long turned his head back, a look of despair appeared in his eyes. But immediately, he suddenly showed a touch of madness. Ha, Zhou, you've been fooled. Look, what is that? As he spoke, he pointed at the soles of Zhou's feet. This moment, Zhou suddenly felt shocked. Because, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura suddenly appeared under his feet. Next moment, a gigantic hand suddenly stretched out from under the surface of the sea. Then, he grabbed him. Then it was dragged into the sea. The dragon stopped at this moment, standing in midair. His face was full of conspiratorial smiles. Hiyahiyahiyahiyahi. The final winner is me, Zhou. It's a pity, you are very strong, but you are still careless. He looked down at the sea. On the surface of the sea, invisible to the naked eye, a titan, a descendant of Oz, is dormant. He is a titan among titans, born with powerful power that many people can't catch up with in their lifetime. Chapter 92. The dragon is defeated and the war is over. The titan among the titans is too large to be transported by an ordinary ship, so it can only go to Naval Headquarters by swimming by itself. When the dragon ran away, he suddenly thought of this, so he ran in the direction of the titan. Then used the phone bug to notify the other party in advance. Let the other party prepare early. Ever since, this was the scene just now. The titans ambushed Zhou under the sea. Zhou was also careless. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, the dragon could actually set a trap on the sea. In the sky, Long stood in midair, his face full of complacency. Ha, Zhou, you are a capable person, if you fall into the sea, you will definitely die. I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Now I am the one who wins. Winners and losers, one will be successful, and no one will remember the name of the loser. After hundreds of years, people will only remember me and will not know that there is such a star as you. Hey, you also drove me into a corner. However, in the end I was the winner. At this time, Long suddenly discovered that the color of the seawater below him suddenly turned dark red. Then, his expression changed. Seeing that Zhou actually showed his head. There was a bloody smile on his face. Your people, he asked. Immediately, without waiting for the dragon to answer. Said directly. I killed him. This moment, Long's eyeballs widened, looking at Zhou in disbelief. Suddenly pointing at Zhou with trembling fingers. Aren't you a capable person? How can you swim in seawater? Zhou grinned. I won't tell you. Puff. The dragon suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood. He was going to be PD off by Zhou. Several times, I have pushed Zhou into a corner, but Zhou can always beat him in the face. Just now he was clearly full of hope, but Zhou suddenly plunged him into despair. This feeling is worse than killing him directly. Zhou jumped up. Came from the water to the sky. Looking at the dragon, he said, "Okay, you can go to die." Long unwillingly said, "You." He still wants to say something. However, Zhou shot suddenly. Punch in the dragon's face. Long can only grit his teeth to deal with it. Boom. 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 The two sides fought for more than a dozen rounds. The dragon's physical strength was already a little bit unbearable. Creating the Eye of the Storm consumed most of his physical strength, and now he is fighting with Zhou with all his strength, and the physical strength he finally regained is completely exhausted. Finally, Long couldn't bear Zhou's attack and began to be pressed and beaten by Zhou. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The dragon's powerful body was now reduced to a meat target. Under Zhou's violent beating, there were bursts of wailing. Originally, one of his arms had already been discounted by Zhou. One hand is no match for Zhou. Boom. Zhou punched Long in the face, directly hitting him until his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Boom. Kick. The dragon's lower abdomen was kicked immediately, and some blood spit out from his mouth. The fight turned into a one-sided crushing dragon by Zhou. Long wanted to say something many times, but in the end he was beaten even harder by Zhou. Finally, all the bones in the dragon's body were crushed, so Zhou gathered all his strength and punched the dragon hard. This punch directly exploded his head. Puff. A piece of red and white flies everywhere. Zhou's eyes were cold, watching the dragon's headless corpse motionless. The dignified leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the hero Garp, and the father of Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Dragon, has been defeated. Winners and losers, that's all. However, Zhou has no extra emotion. He stretched out his hand, and the vines were entwined, and the dragon's nutrients were quickly absorbed. Although the dragon consumes a lot of physical strength and haki during the battle, the source of life in the body still exists. These origins are exactly what Zhou longs for. Just a few breaths. These origins became Zhou's. His lifespan has been extended again, the degree of development of sensen fruit has been improved, and the consumption of physical strength has been reduced when using the fruit ability, and Li Shi's power has been improved to a higher level. All the cells in the body have been nourished by the dragon's origin, and his physical strength has once again soared and changed qualitatively. Stronger. Zhou looked at his palm and shook his head. Not only the stamina consumed in the battle is fully restored, but even haki is restored. I have to say that once the sensen fruit is developed, the effect is simply heaven-defying. Not only can you fight, but you can also improve your own strength. Of course, the premise is to kill the strong and absorb the nutrients of the strong. Moreover, with Zhou's current strength, absorbing some low-end nutrients will have little effect on him. Well, it's time to go back. Zhou looked at the dragon's body and threw it away for the fish. Advertisement. Then, step on the moonwalk and walk back. At this time, Naval Headquarters. Those who survived are still fighting. Sengoku activates the pacifist, which deals with the pirates. The high-end combat power of the pirates is almost dead. Facing the powerful army of pacifists, they can only be caught without a fight. 3-4 Emperor's regiments, and a group of members of the Revolutionary Army. All captured by Marine at this moment. Some pirates who were far away had already run away early. Sengoku can't control these people. However, just looking at the captives is enough to build a new submarine prison. Speaking of submarine prisons, Sengoku wanted to smile wryly. Because the submarine prison incident was caused by Zhou. After that 5 elders will definitely ask. But when the time comes, he just needs to deny it. But Zhou showed great strength in the Summit War, which will definitely be noticed by the 5 elders. If nothing else, Zhou will definitely be the candidate for admiral and even marshal. And the 5 elders will definitely meet Zhou. Marshal, we have finished counting. The number of casualties is as high as 67,890, of which 41,236 were slightly injured, 12,007 were seriously injured, and 14,647 were killed. At this time, Momosuke came over. Holding a note in hand, by Sengoku reported Marine's casualties. Sengoku frowned. Marine's casualties were too tragic. More than half were wounded. Although Marine won this war, the price paid was too high. Kizaru came over at this moment. Do you need me to support Zhou, Vice Admiral? Sengoku looked at him. I know you want to help Zhou very much. Everyone wants to, but now the battle between Zhou and the dragon is beyond the reach of people at our level. Have you ever thought about it? If you go, in case once you were captured by the dragon, and the dragon used you to threaten Zhou, what should I do? Tisk, Kizaru said a little annoyed. Didn't you think that our admiral has become a burden? Sengoku smiled wryly. It's not just admiral, even his 4 emperors level combat power is already a burden to Zhou now. Back. Zhou Vice Admiral is back. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and said. People looked in the direction of the man's finger, and suddenly saw a figure appearing in the sky. Stepping on the moonwalk, I hurried back slowly. Not Zhou, who else? Zhou returns to Naval Headquarters. Falling to the ground, I saw Sengoku and others coming over. He looked cold and warm. How is it? Are you all right? Do you need treatment? Zhou Vice Admiral, do you need a break? Zhou waved his hand and said the most important thing first. The dragon has been slain by me. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, the next moment. Boom. The crowd erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Oh. Great. We won. The revolutionary army has been defeated. Zhou Vice Admiral is too strong. Is the war over? Is it finally over? Hey, I can finally have a good rest. Woo. I survived. I'm still alive. The Marines cheered. The pirates lowered their heads one by one. The members of the revolutionary army were also downcast at this time. Sengoku took out the phone bug at this time, faced a live phone bug, and watched people all over the world. Solemnly announced. I declare that the summit war is over. Next moment. Live cut off. At the same time. This scene, he spread to the whole world at the speed of light. Everyone's eyes filled with tears. It is finally over. Eye on the war. The 4 emperors, the revolutionary army, are all defeated. It turns out that Marine is the strongest. Great. It's finally over. Marine still won. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. It is estimated that in the future, the number of pirates in the world will decrease, and the revolutionary army that often makes troubles will gradually disappear. Marine is seriously injured. I want to join Marine. No, it's too dangerous to join the Marine. Although the war is over, there is still a 4 emperors in New World. What if the Marine wants to destroy the 4 emperors one day? Isn't it you low-level soldiers who are sent to death? With Zhou Vice Admiral around, we probably don't need to make a move. At that time, he can directly kill the 4 emperors called the Red Hair. Speaking of which, Zhou Vice Admiral is really too strong. He is the hero in the Summit War. God of War. His status even exceeds that of Martial Marine. Yes, his strength is beyond doubt. From the beginning, fight with the leader of the White Team, then kill the General Star, kill the 3 disasters, and then fight with the 4 emperors, defeat all the 4 emperors, defeat the traitor Garp, and then, kill the leader of the revolutionary army, Dragon. Protected Marine everyone. This is a legend. It will be remembered forever by the world. Even 1,000 years later. The world will remember this legendary battle and the heroes born in this battle. Now, people all over the world are cheering and celebrating. East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, Grand Line New World. This day later became a holiday. However, right now. Naval Headquarters. Zhou has one more thing to do. That is to kill Luffy. He specially told Momoshiki to kill Luffy himself. Then, he looked at Sengoku's hand, closing the casualty figures for Marine. This number is really shocking. Advertisement. The death toll alone is in the 5 figures. More people are injured. It is estimated that in the next period of time, those who are seriously injured will die because the treatment is ineffective. This will kill another group of people. Hey, it seems that there will be another world conscription, and the loss of troops is too serious, otherwise, even the most basic operation will not be able to be done. Sengoku said with a sigh. At this time, Momoshiki is back. Said it was confirmed that Luffy the Straw Hat was dead. Only then did Zhou feel relieved. It seems, even with the protagonist aura, it is not invincible. Once all the backers are killed, even the Straw Hats cannot survive. The rest of the pirates, as well as members of the revolutionary army, are all sent to the submarine prison. Sengoku ordered. Marines began to search and rescue and treat the wounded. The current naval headquarters is in ruins though. But the clouds overhead have also disappeared. Within a few hundred kilometers of Fangyuan, there are calm belts. Basically, there will be no wind or rain. Therefore, it is only necessary to build a camp in the open air. Soon after, a large number of tents have been erected. People started to take action in a hurry. This is bound to be a sleepless night. However, no one noticed. On a ruin in the distance, stood a man wearing a mask and a cloak. The eyes under his mask watched all this lightly. Immediately, he took out the phone bug. A certain department, is it Lord 5 Elders? Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 Elders are enjoying their dinner leisurely. Today is the day Summit War happens though. But this does not affect their meals. However, a phone call came in. Blue blue blue. Blue, blue, blue 1. Blue blue blue. The phone bug kept ringing. A 5 Elders picked up. Immediately, a CPO's voice sounded. Master 5 Elders, the Summit War is over. Oh, is it over? None of the 5 Elders were surprised by this result. In just one day, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard attacked the naval headquarters and ended the war. What's so surprising about this? Yes, the 5 Elders had known for a long time that the Summit War would break out. And Whitebeard will attack naval headquarters, which is also what they expected. Whitebeard is dead. A 5 Elders sliced a piece of steak with a knife and fork and put it in his mouth. Feel the taste of the steak gravy blooming in your mouth. This rare delicacy originated from the world. The top chef in the world, Wang Nojao, cooks it with carefully cultivated beef cattle. Even the kings of the lower world are not qualified to enjoy it. But now it looks like nothing to the 5 Elders. Just vinegar. The CPO hesitated. Ah, dead. 5 Elders is no surprise. Still enjoying his dinner. CP0 continued. That, in Summit War, something happened. Accident. Oh, 5 Elders was surprised. 5 Elders, who was wielding a knife, looked at the phone bug in surprise. What accident? Talk about it. The CPO hesitated. shortly after the Whitebeard pirates appeared at Naval Headquarters, 2 more 4 emperors appeared. Clatter. A 5 elders dropped a knife and fork on a plate. The remaining 5 elders also had question marks on their faces at this time. 2 4 emperors' regiments. You mean, one of the 4 emperors went to war? Waiting for CP0 to answer. 5 elders had already said in a low voice, that is to say, Marine lost. The CPO quickly said, no, Marine won. 3 4 emperors' regiments, all defeated. 3 4 emperors' regiments, all defeated. The 5 elders were all surprised. You know, those are 3 4 emperors' regiments. According to calculations before the war, Marine strength in the headquarters is estimated to be barely able to deal with 2 4 emperors' regiments, which is already the limit. If there are 3 4 emperors' groups, they will definitely lose. 5 elders frowned and said, could it be that something happened to Sengoku and Garp? Yes, there is only this possibility. Sengoku or Garp fought desperately, at the cost of serious injury or even death, desperately killed the third 4 emperors. This is the only reasonable explanation. However, the progress of the matter still exceeded the expectations of the 5 elders. The CPO hesitated for a while, as if he was thinking about his words, and after a while, he continued, no. There is a Vice Admiral in Marine, who is very powerful. In fact, the 3 4 emperors, all defeated by this Vice Admiral alone. 5 elders. The room fell into a deathly silence for an instant. Chapter 93 shocked 5 elders, deal with Zhou. In the room, the 5 elders put down their knives and forks. Looked at each other in shock. Because he was too shocked, he even forgot to chew the food in his mouth, and he didn't wipe off the food residue left in the corner of his mouth, completely losing the calmness of eating elegantly before. Grunt. It wasn't until a few seconds later that one of the 5 elders gulped down the food in his mouth. Asked incredulously, one man. Defeated 3 4 emperors. Are you sure this isn't a joke? And, such a strong macho. In Marine, it's still a Vice Admiral, why don't they know anything? Are you sure you're alone? Asked one of the 5 elders, frowning. Could it be a mistake? It must be so. How can one person fight 3 4 emperors? The rest of the 5 elders also nodded at this time, and said in a reproachful tone, is your information wrong? But we don't blame you, tell the real intelligence information, and make up for your mistakes. The CPO across from the phone bug swallowed. Xin Dao, even the 5 elders, cannot accept this unbelievable reality. However, he still said, there is no mistake in the information. In the beginning, the 3 admirals were indeed fighting the 3 4 emperors, but the Lord Admiral was not their opponent. CP0 starts to tell. First the 3 admirals fought with the 3 4 emperors, and then they were defeated. Then came Garp and Sengoku's battle with the 4 emperors. Finally, Zhou appeared. So and so, so and so. In general, whether it is the 3 admirals, or Sengoku and Garp, in essence, the damage to the 4 emperors is not great. At most, it consumed part of the physical strength of the 4 emperors. But these consumed stamina are equivalent to nothing compared to the terrifying physique of the 4 emperors. After listening to the CPO's narration, the 5 elders fell silent again. They didn't expect that a Vice Admiral who was completely unknown before had such terrifying strength. 4 emperors' strength. Moreover, they defeated 3 and 4 points in a row. However, what the CPO said next shocked the 5 elders once again. There is one more thing that is not worth talking about. The tone of the CPO surprised the 5 elders. What else is there to say? They immediately said solemnly, say. Then the CPO said, that's. Vice Admiral Garp betrayed Marine. What? Immediately. The 5 elders couldn't sit still. Hero Garp's name was something even they had heard of. When he fought in the Valley of the Gods, he defeated the rocks, became a marine hero, and saved the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. It can be said that 423 is also a life-saving grace for celestial dragons. More importantly, Garp's strength is very strong. Even though he is old now, he has at least the strength of the 4 emperors level. Once he betrays Marine, the blow to Marine will be absolutely devastating. And if it was betrayal in the Summit War, it would be equivalent to defecting. CPO went on to tell about Garp's betrayal and defeat by Zhou. When I heard that Garp was also defeated by Zhou. Immediately, 5 elders, they can't sit still. All stood up. One person defeated 4 emperors level powerhouses. This person is just a middle-aged man in Marine. For so many years, you have been hiding your strength, staying in the Marine, what is the purpose? However, it turns out, 5 elders, still too young. Too little knowledge. I can't sit still when I hear this. The CPO complained in his heart that if he heard what happened next, he didn't know how excited 5 elders would be. Ever since, while the 5 elders have not slowed down. He continued. However, at this time, the Summit War is not over yet. Next, the Revolutionary Army appeared, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was even stronger than the 4 emperors. Quote. He described the progress of things after a while. Dragon, the leader of the powerful Revolutionary Army, possesses the ability of Logia Wind Fruit, and has been awakened, which can turn the sea area within 1,000 miles of Fangyuan into a calm belt without a trace of wind element. And create an eye of the storm capable of destroying the entire Marineford. When you hear this, 5 elders' expression finally changed. Advertisement. King class. This is definitely the strength of a king class. Back then, Roger, the One Piece King, was probably only at this level, right? I didn't expect that Garp's son would reach this level without making a sound. This is also understandable. After all, the dragon has Garp's bloodline, and Garp itself has great strength, so it is quite normal and reasonable for his bloodline to be strong. However, with such a powerful dragon, can Marine defeat him? The CPO then went on. It is said that Zhou actually has the strength of a king, and the purpose is to awaken Logia's ability. In the end, after a battle between the two, Zhou won. Hear, hear. The 5 elders were shocked. Played 4 Emperor's level masters. BACJ and then killed a king level master. This Zhou, what the hell is he still human? The CPO report is over. Hang up bug. But the shock left to the 5 elders did not end for a long time. A Marine's Vice Admiral doesn't show his strength at all on weekdays. If it wasn't for the sudden summit war this time, it is estimated that he would hide himself every day. This has to make people wonder, what purpose does this Zhou have? A 5 elders had a gloomy face. This Zhou, doesn't he join Marine for another purpose? However, it was quickly denied by another person. However, he is so powerful, he can't be a pirate or an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, right? What's more, both the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army have already been defeated by him. He is absolutely impossible to be the undercover agent they photographed. One person said, if this is the case, maybe we are just thinking too much. At this time, a CP0 walks in. A document was placed on the table where the 5 elders were dining. At this time, the food on the table had been removed by the servants. My lords, all the information about Zhou that I came to investigate at this time, please listen to me. After placing the documents, the CPO respectfully stood aside, serving him like a servant. The 5 elders immediately started to read. They browsed quickly, and the above content was all about the results of some strength tests after Zhou joined the Marine, as well as his record, and so on. As for daily living, etc., there will be no such thing at all. There are some comments from Marines on him. But it's all his complaints about fishing. After reading Zhou's file, the 5 elders were speechless. Because Zhou has really kept a low profile over the years. No matter what the test is, the score is kept at a position of just passing. And in terms of record, as long as you cannot fight, you will not fight. But ginger is still old and spicy. The 5 elders discovered that, according to the records in the documents, the situation at the time was that Zhou should not have dared to fight or failed to fight, but was just too lazy to fight, which resulted in the pirates being let go. Because there are too many such records. If you imagine that Zhou already had great strength at that time. The conclusion is already obvious. A strong man with the world's top strength, looking at a group of weak chickens, doesn't even have the desire to make a move. Read this document. The 5 elders get it. With their experience, how could they still not see it? This is not Zhou's deliberate camouflage at all, but the Marine executives simply don't have that vision. I can't see that Zhou is just too lazy to make a move, not for other reasons. Trash. What a bunch of trash. One of the 5 elders slapped the document in his hand to the ground. The look of anger on his face. It's been so many years, so many years. I can't see the true strength of a Marine. What's the use of them? After a brief moment of anger. 5 elders, let's start talking. This Zhou, how to deal with it. Although, Zhou is a Marine Vice Admiral. It's from their side. But, the point is, Zhou's strength is really too strong. It is so powerful that it can threaten the safety of celestial dragons at any time. It's okay now, Zhou doesn't cause trouble. However, in case one day he suddenly had a brain twitch and came to trouble celestial dragons. Then they are likely to lose a lot. There are only 2 options now. One person said. He paused, then continued. 1. Kill him. He immediately explained. This Zhou is definitely an unstable factor. Keeping him is just a disaster. If one day he suddenly loses his mind and attacks Mariajoy, then we will be in big trouble. However, there is a second option, and that is to promote him. No one or anything in this world can escape the word interest. Let him become a senior executive of Marine, or even a senior executive of world government, and let him enjoy the benefits brought by rights. In this way, he will be reluctant to abandon the existing life, the good life, and take the risk. How to choose. 5 elders discussed this. Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. There are no real houses here anymore. So Zhou went back to his warship to eat and sleep. After enjoying a delicious meal, he returned to his room and fell asleep on the bed. Don't look at him sleeping. But once someone came to assassinate him, then he will wake up in an instant. This is a must-have quality for top-level powerhouses. Just like Whitebeard, he was assassinated countless times, but all of them were dealt with by Whitebeard the moment before the assassination came. At the same time, the news of the end of the Summit War quickly spread to the whole world. People cheer, people celebrate. People took to the streets and held a celebration banquet in the brightly lit night. This is a celebration banquet that has spread throughout the world. But, at this time, there are still some people, such as disadvantages of working overnight. That's the newspaper. Hurry up, print. The old bird of the newspaper scolded his subordinates. Summit War. So many. Big news, big breaking news, a big newspaper can be published this time. Strive to print all the newspapers before tomorrow, and then distribute them all over the world. There's just so much news about Summit War. The content inside is really rich. You can make a lot of money by writing casually. The old bird will not let go of such an opportunity to make a fortune. If there are books, it will be long, and if there are no books, it will be short. Time soon came to the next morning, when people just woke up from sleep. Newspapers have been delivered to people's doors, on the streets, on boats, etc. through newspaper delivery seagulls. When people go out, immediately saw today's super big news. The headline of the news is in bold characters, Summit War. And the photo of the first officer below is a lonely figure standing on the ruins in the setting sun on an island in ruins. Next, the following content introduces the entire timeline of Summit War. Happenings, people, etc. All in all, very detailed. It seems that Bird's News has also placed a lot of undercover agents in Marine. At least a complete replica of Summit War, and even a lot of photo content. People who had already watched yesterday's live broadcast were still excited when they saw this report. No way. Indeed, this war is truly unprecedented in history. On an unprecedented scale, the upper limit of combat power is unprecedented. Both parties involved in the war. On one side are the 3-4 emperors, the famous revolutionary army. On one side is the most powerful violent institution in the world, Marine. It is impossible for no one to pay attention to this war that is related to the future world pattern of the entire world. And some people who did not see the live broadcast, such as people living on some remote islands. Or people who are sailing. After seeing the news in the newspaper at this time, I realized what a major event happened yesterday. I rely on. Such a major event happened. Lousy didn't know anything before. This is too exciting. 3-4 emperors, attacking Naval Headquarters at the same time. How can this FC King Marine fight? How can the Flying Dragon lose on the face? Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, 3-4 emperors shot at the same time. This is too outrageous, and this guy named Zhou Vice Admiral is even stronger. Before this, never. I have heard of it. 1 hits 3, kills 4 generals, and kills 3 disasters. This is actually done by one person. A Marine Vice Admiral suddenly showed a fighting power comparable to that of the 4 emperors, and even fought against the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard was killed violently, Kaido was stepped on, and Ant was killed in seconds. If someone told me about this incident yesterday, I would definitely give him 2 big mouths to make him sober. Whitebeard says the One Piece is real. Wait, so what if it exists? Marine has such a strong person, even the 4 emperors are not his opponents, how can us ordinary people find the big secret treasure? Go home early, wash and sleep. Quote, oh, is this photo real? With such terrifying destructive power, is this still a human being? Manipulating flames, thunder, turning into a dragon, and making tsunamis and earthquakes, this power. Is it enough to destroy the world? It actually split the island with 1 foot, and this black thing looks so scary. I don't know what kind of mood the person who took the photo was at that time. Outrageous. It's outrageous. The strength of the 4 emperors is so strong that they can move mountains and fill seas at every turn, and this guy named Dragon can destroy an entire kingdom at will. The island, but what is even more outrageous is that there is actually one person who defeated all of them by one person. Are you sure this horse-riding person is not dreaming? Damn, Marine has a tough guy like Zhou, and Lousy is still AF******* G pirate. Maybe one day I meet him, and if I get beaten up, people may not even know who I am. Captain, do we really want to go back to each house and find each mother? But I just went to sea, I left my pregnant wife at home, now I have no face to go back. FK off. That's your own business. Anyway, Lousy is no longer a pirate. All around the world, people are discussing the Summit War intelligence intensely. After tea and dinner, people chattered and spittled. Those who watched the live broadcast turned into storytelling masters, telling people about the fierce scenes of the war. Speaking of Zhou, Chapter 94 meets Zhou, shocked Kong Kong. Early morning, Zhou woke up. After a night's rest, his physical strength and energy have been abundant at this time, and he has returned to his peak state. Walking out of the cabin and coming to the deck, facing the sea breeze, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes and let out a mouthful of stale air slowly. Immediately, he turned around. Then I saw Momoshiki. And someone he couldn't have imagined. Empress. Zhou. Good morning. Momoshiki greeted Zhou very familiarly. Zhou squinted, and said, it's fine for Momoshiki, but you, Empress, the Summit War is over. As a Shichibukai, there should be no need for you to stay in Naval Headquarters, right? Besides, what is your business in coming to me? The Empress looked arrogant at this time. As a Shichibukai, I naturally have the right to stay in Naval Headquarters, and no matter what I do, I don't need anyone to explain it. Having said that, she suddenly raised her head and pointed at Zhou. Because the concubine is the most beautiful in the world. Weak. Zhou admitted that the appearance of the Empress is very beautiful, especially now that she is a real person, a 3-dimensional real person. Whether it is fair skin, slender figure and beautiful face, they are all top-notch. Zhou, who has been single for decades, feels heart beating every time she sees the Empress. However, As soon as this heart-pounding feeling arises, he immediately suppresses it with his powerful haki. Because the fruit of the Empress is a sweet fruit, once attracted by the beauty of the Empress, it will instantly turn into a stone. Although haki can reverse this petrification as long as he is strong enough, Zhou does not want to experience such a shameful scene. Momosuke looked at the Empress with somewhat hostile eyes. Her intuition as a woman told herself that the Empress came to see Zhou with absolutely malicious intentions. Zhou, this is a bento I made with my own hands. You fought all day yesterday and consumed too much of your body. It's a good time to eat this bento to replenish your body. Momosuke said, and took out an insulated lunch box. After the Empress saw this, she even took out a lunch box. There are also some exquisite bento inside. Zhou was stunned. What's happening here? In the world of pirates, can powerful people have limited right to choose a spouse? As a normal man, how could Zhou still not understand the Empress' thoughts at this moment? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva in his heart, and forced his gaze across the Empress, body pretending not to care. Less than, as long as it is a normal man, it is estimated that there is no one who does not like the Empress. The same is true for Zhou. What's more, the Empress in real form is more charming than the Empress in comics. Naturally, Zhou couldn't be reckless. As for Momosuke, Zhou already knew she had a crush on him. It's just that the relationship between a vice admiral and an admiral substitute is too eye-catching. At this time, you can consider dating Momosuke. But before that, Zhou cooked a few big bowls of rice first. No way. Really hungry, although I ate enough last night. But after a night of body recovery, it also consumes a lot of energy and nutrition. This is the time for supplementation. Zhou didn't finish his meal. There was a marine soldier running over. He first glanced at Momosuke and the Empress with some envy, and then said to Zhou in a serious manner, "Report Zhou Vice Admiral. Marshal Sengoku wants to see you. Experience the battle of the top." Zhou's prestige among marine can be said to be unprecedentedly high. Not even Sengoku can compare to him. As long as he says a word, almost everyone will listen to him. This is the charm of Zhou now. Oh, Sengoku. Zhou stopped eating and thought for a while. Then he ate up the food in the bowl, wiped his mouth and set off. Came to where Sengoku was. At this time Sengoku was covered with bandages, but he was still directing Marine's rescue work. See Zhou coming. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. It's you, Zhou. It's not that I want to see you, it's Kong. Null. Zhou was taken aback. Immediately realized. What the other party said was empty. It is the character above the Marine Marshal. Kong -empty. Former Marshal of the Marine. The current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army. Master all resources except celestial dragons. It can be said that it is true that one person is under one person and above 10,000 people. He's the biggest besides the celestial dragons. Kong wants to see himself. What is it for? Zhou was puzzled, but did not refuse. Anyway, it can't be Hongmen Banquet. In the case of 5 elders, celestial dragons have to meet themselves. It may also be the Hongmen Banquet. But if it is the Commander-in-Chief, it could be something else. After all, he is already a topical figure now. Advertisement. It is normal and reasonable for Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army, to meet him. Immediately, Zhou set off, ready to go to World Government. World Government. A muscular man with a resolute face was sitting behind a rough desk. At this time, a person came in and announced, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Vice Admiral is here." Oh, hearing this, the strong man raised his head, revealing a face with a wheat complexion. This person is none other than Kong, the former Marshal of the Marines and the current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government's army. After decades of precipitation, its strength has long been unfathomable. But he hasn't shot for a long time. Therefore, no one knows how strong his real strength is now. Let him in. Kong's voice is full of air, making people feel that he is not old at all. Da da da. At this time, a sound of footsteps has arrived. Zhou pushed the door open and entered. The moment Kong saw Zhou, as a strong biological intuition, he immediately felt the terror of Zhou. It was a feeling of seeing a powerful creature from a biological instinct. Instinctive oppression. So just a glance at Kong confirmed that the information was correct. Please sit down. Kong waved his hand to the sofa in the room. Zhou also sat down on the sofa unceremoniously. Here comes Jay Yuli. Kong didn't mind Zhou's casualness at all. He picked up a document in his hand, glanced at the document, and then at Zhou. Then he frowned and asked his first question. Are you really Zhou? Not bad, Zhou said. But, according to your information, you are almost 50 years old. Kong looked at Zhou's face carefully, but you look only about 20 years old. So, Zhou shrugged with an indifferent expression. Regarding his age, in fact, he has already thought up his rhetoric. After all, this world is the world of pirates. The lifespan of some titans can be as long as hundreds of years. There are also some special races. For example, murlocs, long-handed, long-legged, fur-like, and so on. He looked at Kong, and said casually, maybe my blood is the blood of the Titan race, or the blood of a certain long-lived race. No, however, Kong immediately denied Zhou's statement. He looked at Zhou with burning eyes, and said, "It's not because of your blood that you appear so young and powerful. You can't fool me, Zhou." Zhou's heart moved. This hole really is not a fuel-efficient lamp. But if you think about it carefully, it is true that to be the commander-in-chief of the world government's army is definitely not an ordinary person. Kong continued, "The key lies in your ability. I watched some videos of some at war, and your ability should be able to absorb the physical strength of other people, just like the roots of plants take root in the ground and absorb nutrients. And if we continue to develop this ability." Having said that, he looked at Zhou with a dignified face, and said, "Maybe, you can also grab other people's life essence and other attributes, and absorb them into your own body." Zhou's expression finally changed at this time. Unexpectedly, this void is so powerful. He actually guessed the effect of his ability. And it is the core function of sensen fruit. Paused. Kong lay on the chair leisurely, and continued, "The people in the submarine prison before were also you. I checked those criminals, and all of them were shriveled and turned into mummified corpses, as if they hadn't eaten for dozens of days. And even some surviving people regained their vitality after careful care and feeding, but their hair quickly turned gray and their skin became loose, as if they had aged several decades." He looked at Zhou. "What else do you have to say?" Zhou looked at Kong without changing his face. He suddenly spread his hands. What? Kong asked in surprise. Zhou laughed and said, "Even if it's really what you said, so what?" He suddenly leaned forward, pointed at Kong and said, "Those dead criminals, don't they deserve to die? Every one of them is a criminal, and sooner or later they are going to die. They are still locked up in such a ridiculous prison. Is it to torture them? No. In my opinion, killing them is the cruelest punishment, because for the people killed by them, even living in a hellish place like a submarine prison is worse than dead strong." Kong was suddenly speechless. Because what Zhou said, really G makes sense. There are so many pirates in this world that they can't be killed, and it is necessary to build a special prison to hold prisoners, which consumes manpower and material resources. It's just ridiculous. Kong suddenly felt that this Zhou was quite interesting. However, the moment he thought of something, his face suddenly darkened. "But if you do this, although it is morally reasonable, it violates the will of the five elders. Do you know that the meaning of the existence of the submarine prison is that the five elders want to build it? Now you kill all the prisoners inside, which is equivalent to disobeying the five elders." Zhou waved his hand. "Wait, I didn't say that I killed the prisoners in the submarine prison." Zero looking for flowers. Kong snorted coldly. Zhou is right. Indeed, he did not have any evidence to prove that Zhou did it. Otherwise, Zhou would not. It's sitting and talking to yourself, it's wearing chains. Kong watched Zhou for a long time. Until Zhou watched it, he became a little impatient. Only then did he say, "Well, actually, it's not for this matter that I came to you this time, but for something else." As he spoke, he took out a document. "Let's see." Zhou took the file, just glanced at it, and immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Advertisement." I saw that on the document he threw to the ground. There were, "Marshal Marine," written in large characters. Yes, Kong wants to appoint Zhou as the new Marine Marshal. This job, no matter who it is, will definitely beat the head and rush to get it. However, for Zhou, what a pit, a shocking giant hole. Becoming a Marine Marshal, of course, has control of the entire Marine and possesses monstrous rights. But, at the same time, it is also necessary to take responsibility. That is to be responsible to all Marines. The most important is, as a Marshal, I have to sit in the office every day and deal with various documents non-stop. It's just annoying. Zhou was a poor social animal in her previous life. But in this life, since he has come to the pirate world, he doesn't want to change back to that state again. Kong frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. A little impatiently said, "Why, you also want to learn from Garp back then? Would you rather be Vice Admiral for the rest of your life?" Zhou snorted coldly and remained silent. "Zero." Kong suddenly jumped up. "Okay, I knew you definitely didn't want to be the Marshal, but it's not up to you. If you don't want to do it, Lousy will hit you if you want to do it." Zhou was stunned. What the hell, is it okay? As long as you beat yourself up, and then you disagree and continue to beat yourself up. Isn't this a threat of force? Immediately, he suddenly pulled out a contemptuous smile. "Okay, the premise is that you can beat me." Boom. Kong stomped his feet suddenly, and the ground was cracked by his stepping, and at the same time, he used the recoil to rush towards Zhou. Really hit. Zhou's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, Kong turned out to be for real. But, he suddenly snorted coldly. Facts will prove that Kong will only bring shame upon himself. Because he has absorbed the nutrients of the dragon and Whitebeard, after a period of consumption, his strength has improved to a higher level than yesterday. Now he, let alone Kong, even if there is another dragon, he will definitely not be his opponent. Immediately, Zhou also stomped his feet, and cracks also appeared on the ground. Punch Kong. At this moment, the two collided with fists, and the shock wave generated instantly bombarded the entire world government building into ruins. The office workers inside ran out screaming. Watch these two monsters fight here. They don't understand. Why did Kong suddenly go crazy? And his opponent turned out to be someone wearing marine clothes, who seemed to be a vice admiral. Someone recognized it. It's Zhou, Vice Admiral. Even the staff of the world government had watched the live broadcast of yesterday's top battle. So, suddenly, a very strange scene appeared. The staff of the world government obviously took the salary given by Kong. It turned out to be Zhou's cheerleader. Zhou, Vice Admiral, come on. Zhou, Vice Admiral, I love you. Ella has no worries. Hurry up and kill this old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************< bosscom, you admit defeat, or you will be beaten in a while until your parents don't know each other. Zhou's popularity has risen unexpectedly here. And Kong was so angry that he couldn't speak. However, compared to this, what shocked him even more was Zhou's strength. Just now, he punched Zhou. Immediately, I felt that the steel fist I had practiced all my life was a little numb. Even Zhou's hockey gave him a needle-like feeling, which meant that the opponent's hockey had already surpassed his hockey and penetrated into his defense until takes past his hockey defense and does damage to his fist. Come again. Kong let out a roar. Continue to fight Zhou. However, after a fight, Kong was directly beaten by Zhou. Stop. Kong finally surrendered. Naturally, Zhou would not kill him either. This is his boss after all. Kong sat down on the ground. He stared at Zhou with a fearful expression, as if he had seen a ghost. I admit, you're an A**hole, however, you still want to be the Marine Marshal. Seeing Zhou seem to have to make a move, Kong immediately said, "This is not what I mean, but the Order of the Five Elders, Chapter 95 Petrified Celestial Dragons, Holy Land War. Order of the Five Elders." Zhou's brows were frowned into a pimple, and his eyes showed thoughtfulness. It turned out that it was not Kong or Sengoku who made him Marshal Marine, but Five Elders. But, why did the Five Elders make him the Marshal? Zhou frowned and thought. Doubt in mind, the Five Elders have not seen themselves. Then, the only possibility may be his performance in some war. Yes, this is the only possibility. Five Elders learned of their own strength, so they decided to let themselves be the Marine Marshal. Perhaps it is the most suitable, so that's the case, is it for the most powerful person to do it? Zhou muttered to himself. However, just when Kong thought that Zhou was about to accept the position, he suddenly said, "I refuse." "What? Reject?" Kong almost thought he had heard wrong. He blurted out, "What did you say?" Zhou said, "Even if it is the Order of the Five Elders, I am not the Marshal." Kong yelled, "That's Five Elders. Do you know what that means?" Perhaps, people's ideas in this world are at the helm. Five Elders means the ancient emperors. If you don't obey, then the end will not be so good. However, for Zhou, Five Elders is a post, even I am, he doesn't care about it. He immediately waved his hand. "If you ask me to come here for this matter, then I'd better go back as soon as possible." Thinking that there were two beauties coming with him on the boat, Zhou felt even more unwilling to talk nonsense with the old man Kong. "Zhou, do you know what you did?" Kong suddenly said with a serious face. "You disobeyed the Five Elders' orders and the consequences are serious." He looked at 600, Zhou, who looked indifferent, and suddenly sighed. "Well, I already know your attitude. I just hope that you don't regret the decision you made today." He suddenly said, "Since you are not willing to accept the Five Elders' appointment, then the Five Elders have another order. Go to the Holy Land Mariajoy and meet the Five Elders." Meet the Five Elders. Zhou frowned. Do these Five Elders really think they are emperors? If you say you want to see yourself, you must go to see them? So what if I don't go? Zhou said flatly. Kong said coldly, "If you don't obey Five Elders' orders this time, I'm afraid you will not only be kicked out of the Marine, but even wanted by the world government." Ha! Zhou laughed out loud. A murderous intent that Kong didn't notice flashed in his eyes. "Well, if that's the case, then I'll go to the Holy Land, to Mariajoy, and meet these Five Elders." "Fine." Kong breathed a sigh of relief. He deliberately pretended not to hear the disrespect towards Five Elders in Zhou's words. When Zhou returned to the boat, the Empress and Momosagi immediately greeted her. "Are you all right, Zhou? Zhou, Vice Admiral, why did Kong seek you?" See how the two care about themselves. Zhou waved his hand. "Next stop, Mariajoy." "You're going to Mariajoy?" Momosagi covered her mouth in surprise. The Empress frowned, and when she mentioned Mariajoy, she recalled bad experiences. "What are you doing at Mariajoy?" Zhou stared at Redline in the distance. "Five Elders want to see me." Five Elders. Momosagi and Empress naturally know what Five Elders means. Now, it is known that Zhou is going to meet Five Elders. Both women were a little surprised. Why did Five Elders want to meet Zhou? Look at the doubts on the faces of the two of them. Zhou explained. Kong wants him to be the Marine Marshal, which is actually what the Five Elders mean. Now, himself rejecting the Five Elders' orders, and Five Elders want to see themselves. Then you refused the Five Elders' order and went to meet them, isn't it a bit dangerous? Momosagi said worriedly. The Empress frowned and said, "The Five Elders are actually celestial dragons, but they are the most mature among them, but they are still celestial dragons. As long as they are celestial dragons, they are scum." Zhou glanced at the Empress. He knew that the Empress was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Very bad impression of celestial dragons. He said, I can go to the Holy Land by myself, and you don't need to go with me. However, it was beyond his expectations. The Empress and Momoshagi both offered to follow him to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. So what's the danger? Zhou, I'll go wherever you go, Momoshagi said. The Empress said, the concubine is going too. Advertisement. Holy place. Mariajoy, located on the Red Line. The celestial dragons lived here, and it was also where the 5 elders lived. The Red Line separates the Grand Line and New World. There are only 2 ways to enter the New World from the Grand Line. One is through the elevator, passing through the Holy Land Mariajoy and entering the New World. But if this is the case, you will have to abandon your own ship, buy a ship from the world government, and set sail from New World. The original ship can only stay on the Grand Line side. There is also a need to enter the seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters and pass through the Fishmen Island. But the route of the Fishmen Island is close to death, because some people will stay in the seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters forever. Zhou and others took the elevator and slowly entered the Red Line. A guide stood by the side of the elevator, and Zhou, the Empress and Momoshagi were sitting leisurely in the rooms provided by the elevator. Confirm once again, celestial dragons live on the Red Line, they're a bunch of scum. You too, are you sure you really want to follow me? Zhou looked at the 2 women and asked. For some reason, these 2 women have always insisted on following him. He himself doesn't care, his strength is strong enough to protect the 2 of them. And having 2 beauties around is enough to please the eyes. But 2 women, likely to be harassed by celestial dragons. The Empress was originally a slave of celestial dragons, and she also had the hooves of celestial dragons on her back. If she sees celestial dragons, it is likely to awaken her terrifying memories, unbearable past. Momoshagi is naturally indifferent. As Admiral's substitute, she can be regarded as an Admiral-level combat power. Celestial dragons are counting on her to protect themselves, how could they hurt her? What's more, if celestial dragons dares to speak rudely or even touch her hands, then she can go directly to the people. The big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. At that time, Marine will only lose 1 Admiral-level combat power and 1 more Admiral-level enemy. As for the Empress, she had a proud look on her face, even celestial dragons will be conquered by the concubine's beauty. I see. Zhou looked at the Empress. The Queen's fruit ability is a sweet fruit. If this fruit is well developed, even just looking at it will turn into a stone. And the celestial dragons are lustful. Zhou could already imagine what would happen next. Thinking of this, he even became excited, looking forward to what kind of chemical reaction will happen after the Empress meets celestial dragons. Hey, that's celestial dragons. Is it really okay for you to discuss this? The guide said with a face of shame. I am an outsider, but here I am. In the end, the 3 of you said that celestial dragons are scum. Look down on celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons find out about this, they will kill themselves as a gang. I'm so special, but I haven't lived enough yet. Zhou gave this person a sideways look, get out. Guide. Obey. He also knew Zhou, and knew that this was also a master he couldn't afford to mess with. Finally, the elevator came to the top of the Red Line. The 3 of Zhou walked out of the elevator, go through a long corridor. Saw the legendary, Holy Land, it really is like a paradise on Earth. Above the 10,000 meter altitude, there is a pure blue sky above, even the air is very fresh, green vegetation is everywhere, some beautiful buildings in the distance, in the middle area. It is a magnificent building that looks like the residence of the gods. People who are newcomers will have an illusion, as if they have come to a fairyland. However, whether it is Zhou who has read the original book, the Empress who has been here before, or Momoshagi, we all know that under the beautiful appearance here, hides disgusting evil and darkness. Here lives a group of celestial dragons who call themselves the one of the gods. They regard other races as their own slaves, who can abuse and kill wantonly, and even trade them as property. And when they enter the lower bound, they will wear spacesuits, which is disdain to breathe the same filthy air as the filthy people in the lower world. And they don't require any labor. World government franchise countries need to pay the heavenly gold every year, that is, each household pays money, and then provides for celestial dragons to eat, drink and play. And if the heavenly gold is not paid, the country or region will not be protected by marine and world government. Will be invaded, looted and killed by pirates. It's just ahead, please follow me. The passerby was walking in front at this time, pointing to an elevator way ahead. This elevator is located on the ground, parallel to the elevator, you don't need to walk, you can go to Pangu City just by standing on it. However, this so-called elevator, in fact, under the surface, it is a dirty space. There are a large number of slaves there, and they rely on their own strength to drive the so-called elevators. Originally, celestial dragons had more advanced technology to use. However, they feel that using slaves to do this can show their nobility and extraordinariness even more. As a result, the human elevator has been preserved. Zhou naturally knew this, but he stood up anyway. Empress and Momoshagi are not far behind. The elevator moved forward slowly. The passers-by began to appreciate the beautiful scenery on both sides of the road. This is indeed a paradise on Earth, but behind this beautiful scenery is blood and darkness. 0. When a group of people came to the end of the elevator, they also came to the gate of Pangu City, at this time. You can see some places on both sides of the road, walking some celestial dragons. These celestial dragons, they are all holding pets in their hands, as if they are walking a dog. However, advertisement, if you look carefully, you will find that it is not a pet at all, but a person crawling on the ground with a collar. Slave. These slaves were originally individuals, but now they have no dignity at all, just like livestock. If celestial dragons tell them to go east, they will go east. If they let them eat ori, they must eat ori. See this scene. Momoshage felt sick to his stomach. The Empress looked indifferent, as if she had expected something similar to happen. Zhou glanced at it. Did not bother. In his mouth, he said lightly, celestial dragons are all scum, don't worry about it, just look at it and get used to it. This moment, the guide opened his mouth wide. He stared at Zhou dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Zhou dared to say that when no one was around, and he didn't expect that he dared to say that in front of celestial dragons. This brother is really brave. When the Empress heard this, her eyes towards Zhou suddenly became softer. Momoshage squinted at celestial dragons with a disgusted face and then disappeared. However, they have already attracted the attention of celestial dragons. The difference between outsiders and celestial dragons is still huge. First, a male celestial dragon accidentally glanced at this side, and immediately, he was deeply attracted by the Empress and her appearance. Just for a moment. Click, the male celestial dragon suddenly turned into a stone statue. Even this slave of celestial dragons turned into a stone statue by the way after glancing at the Empress. It seemed that becoming a slave did not diminish the man's desire. This scene immediately made the passer-by scream. A celestial dragons turned to stone. This is a big event. Immediately, the rest of the passing celestial dragons are also attracted attention. However, their eyes only glanced at the stone statue of celestial dragons, and then they were deeply attracted by the figure of the Empress. Click. All of a sudden, a large number of celestial dragons all turned into stone statues. They kept their walking postures before they were alive, motionless. They without haki, if they didn't have the Empress, would surely die. It can never be undone, it is equivalent to dead. So many celestial dragons instantly petrified, immediately aroused the reaction of the chips in their bodies. Celestial dragons have identity chips in their bodies. The celestial dragons have been detected dead. Immediately, a level alarm was triggered. Who is attacking the celestial dragons? Sudden. It was dark in the sky. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared. Zhou looked up at the sky. I saw it immediately. It's a lizard black dragon. That is, the black dragon in Western mythology. Zone lizard fruit phantom beast black dragon form. The black dragon is huge, with a pair of amber-colored dragon pupils looking down. Immediately, his eyes locked on 0.4, the Empress in Zhou's group. Ability user. How dare you attack celestial dragons, I die. There was a loud drink. The black dragon couldn't help saying, its wings were like a machete, and it slashed towards the direction of the Empress. Zhou frowned. After this black dragon came, he didn't ask anything after he came, and he shot directly, inferring that he and others were guilty, and identified him as the culprit. This kind of arrogance made him very unhappy. I come, he shouted loudly. A kick to the black dragon's wings. Boom. The black dragon's wings were kicked out immediately, and the black dragon's body lost its balance in the air, and finally stabilized after rolling several times. Falling to the ground, the black dragon turned into an old man with black robe and silver hair. There is a long scar at the position of the old man's left eye, and this scar has the same scar on the face of the black dragon just now. And around his neck, there is a collar full of spikes. This is also a slave. Zhou's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, there are such powerful slaves in the holy land of Mariajoy. The blow just now, whether it was strength or haki, has already reached the admiral level. Who are you? Zhou questioned. The old man in black snorted coldly, just to teach you, I am the deputy head of the Knights of God, a black slave. The black slave scanned Zhou and his party with a pair of hawk-like eyes. His eyes stayed on the Empress and Momoshage for a moment, but he didn't have the slightest desire. Then he said, you attack celestial dragons, you have already committed a capital crime, and now if you are caught without a fight, you can also consider letting you die a little easier. Zhou sneered. Look at this person with a look of evil pen. This person felt Zhou's contemptuous gaze. The muscles in his face twitched. Then he yelled angrily. Bold. Dare to attack celestial dragons. Hurry up and plead guilty on your knees. I can still behead you, otherwise, the following punishment may make you die. I can't ask for death, chapter 96 5 elders, what a fart. Zhou gave the man a contemptuous look. Immediately, a terrifying haki wave emanated from his body. Boom. The black slave instantly felt an aura as deep as the sea emanating from Zhou. I seem to be facing a mountain higher than the sky. A deep pool deeper than the sea. In front of Zhou, I was like an ant at the foot of an elephant. Subconsciously, he knelt down. Thump saw n *****rs kneel down. The passerby immediately sat down on the ground and ran away like shit. Zhou ignored it. He just looked down at the ugly black slave. A mere slave, how dare you bark rampantly here? Do you know who we are? The black slave's face was ugly and he said with difficulty, you are, who? This time, Zhou didn't need to speak. Momoshage on the side said, this is Zhou Vice Admiral. He has made great achievements in the top battle. He defeated 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Kaido, 4 Emperors Anti, former Marine Vice Admiral Garp, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, the Marine hero who saved tens of thousands of people in Naval Headquarters. The meritorious deeds one after another were like heavy bombs pressing on the black slave's back, making him breathless. Even though he lives in the Red Line, he still knows something about the lower world. It is an extremely terrifying existence. Not even the celestial dragons can do anything to the 4 emperors. In other places, once the celestial dragons appeared, they immediately received top-notch reception. Even the king of a country can become a slave in an instant in front of celestial dragons. Arguably true dominance. However, if you celestial dragons broke into the territory of the 4 emperors recklessly. I'm sorry, if you kill you have to admit it. However, such are the mighty 4 emperors. 3 of them were actually defeated by the young man in front of them. Also, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army that has been making a lot of noise in recent years, has also been defeated. And the hero Garp, who was a benefactor to celestial dragons, was also defeated by this person. What kind of fairy is this man? But, the N***** R after a brief disgrace. Suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at several people with resentment. No matter what your identities are, but you have killed as many as 10 celestial dragons, 5 elders will not let you go. Zhou chuckled and said, Kill? What kill? It's just a bunch of scumbags who are spoiled by sperm and brains. They glanced at the people who shouldn't be seen. We didn't take action. They wanted to die by themselves and didn't want to live anymore. Now, you should recognize a reality. That is, you should let those petrified idiots and their idiot family members kneel in front of the Empress, as humble as you slaves, and pray for the Empress's magnanimity. If the Empress is happy, maybe she will. If the Empress is not happy, I'm sorry, even if you kill her, the ability of the sweet fruit cannot be released. Even if you find a new person with the ability of the sweet fruit, he will not be able to remove the ability of the previous one. Stone statues made by capable people, these idiots will become stone statues forever and cannot be restored. What Zhou said immediately stunned the black slave. He'd never seen celestial dragons called idiots before. And, he is not a fool. Zhou's meaning is very clear. These celestial dragons can never be restored unless the Empress wishes. After recognizing this point, the black slave gritted his teeth. How can you restore these celestial dragons? At this time, the Empress suddenly affirmed, no need, Aishan will restore these celestial dragons. Zhou looked at the Empress in surprise. Don't you hate celestial dragons? According to his guess, Emperor N will not restore these heavenly beings. After all, if he had been a slave to the celestial dragons for a while, he would not restore the petrified celestial dragons even if he killed them. Anyway, killing one is not a loss, killing a group is gaining. The Empress said, if you don't let these celestial dragons go, you will be in trouble, Zhou, and the 5 elders won't let you go. I don't want you, Zhou, to be affected by this. You are just a bunch of trash. It is worthwhile to forgive them in exchange for your safety, Zhou. Talking, she cast Restoration Beam, immediately. The petrified celestial dragons instantly recovered. Zhou looked at the Empress in surprise. I didn't expect the Empress to have such awareness. He immediately recognized the Empress a little in his heart. As for the restored celestial dragons, after a brief surprise, they became a little frightened. Although they were petrified just now, but it can be heard and seen. I can also understand, they almost never recovered. Thinking of this, some people panicked and ran away. But, there is still 1 celestial dragons left. He looked at Zhou and the Empress angrily. I don't know if he was dazzled by anger, but he was not dominated by desire for the time being, so he was not petrified when he looked at the Empress. He forced Zhou and the others, what a damn pariah, he even intended to kill me. Do you know that I am celestial dragons? I'm so mad. You untouchables will die 1,000,000 times, it's not as good as my life. Do you know that you almost killed a great life? I now order you to kneel before me immediately, be my slaves, and you too. The celestial dragons chattered endlessly, spit flying everywhere. However, Zhou was impatient and gave this person a disgusted look. Advertisement moment. The celestial dragons rolled their eyes white and fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Let's go. He didn't even look at it and walked forward on his own. The Empress and the others also hurriedly followed. After walking a few steps, Momoshiki turned his head and looked at the black slave like an idiot. Lead the way. The guide ran away. You guide us. Take us to the 5 elders. The black slave was taken aback. Then he glanced at the celestial dragons on the ground who were stunned by Haki, and ran to the front to lead the way for Zhou and others. Walk into Pangu City. It's like a titan's room. The ceiling is high. The pillars alone are as big as the trunks of towering trees. The floor here is as bright as a mirror. Servants are everywhere, mopping the ground. However, Zhou's first thought after seeing all this was, this is a good place to fight. The buildings are big enough and strong enough not to be easily broken. However, he didn't say this thought. Otherwise, the slaves would definitely be scared to death. Finally, a group of people came to the door of 5 elders' room. Crunch Zhou Jin entered the room. I saw 5 men standing at the top of the pirate world. 5 old men with almost gray hair, wearing a suit and taking care of it meticulously. There is a bald old man wearing a kimono and holding a long sword. The body is lean and seems to contain terrifying power. One has blonde hair. One had a white beard in the shape of an ox horn, but his head was bald. There are also people with mustaches and long white hair. The last one was wearing a black hat, with curly hair and a thick white beard on his mouth. When Zhou walked in, all 5 looked at him, but there is no one facing him, just squinting with his eyes. The body is motionless. Thump. Zhou sat down on the sofa. Touch the fruit on the table if it is ripe. This action, it directly frightened the black slaves on the side until all 3 souls shot out, and 7 souls ascended to heaven. What the hell? This dude is 2DK. This is the room of the 5 elders. As a result, after you came, you sat down on the sofa without the approval of 5 elders. Also eat grapes. What the hell is treating this place as your own home? And in the face of Zhou's casual behavior, 5 elders did not speak. Just quietly watching him eat grapes, all of a sudden, there was a sound of eating grapes in the room. Puff. Zhou spit out the grape seeds on the ground, crossed his legs, and looked at 5 elders. Tell me, what do you want me for? In 5 elders, a man with blonde hair said. Kong said, are you unwilling to accept the position of Marshal of Marine? Grunt, the black slave at the side, silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Marshal Marine, Zhou. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. It turns out that the 5 elders have designated him as the next Marine Marshal. Etc. But why did 5 elders say that this guy doesn't want to be a Marine Marshal? Zhou Dao. There is no reason, I just don't want to be. 5 elders, who had a beard like horns, said, he really is a man who acts recklessly, as the information said. 5 elders with a knife in his hand said, do you know what it means to disobey our orders? Zhou snorted lightly. Your orders? I must obey your orders. This moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. The black slaves on the side were already terrified. Zhou's aura is too strong. Facing the 5 elders is actually so tyrannical. To know, 5 elders are existences standing at the apex of this world. Even the celestial dragons should be honored. It can be said that it is truly above all people. He didn't know Im's existence, so in the eyes of black slaves, 5 elders are gods, however, but Zhou didn't pay attention to 5 elders at all. This courage is going to pierce the sky. Now, all 5 old men looked gloomy. One person suddenly said, it seems that this guy is indeed an unstable factor. A murderous intent came quietly. Zhou suddenly realized something. Observation hockey unfolded, and suddenly found a group of powerful existences in the space outside the door. Advertisement. Looking at the black slaves again, the black slaves have already sided with the 5 elders at some point. It seems like a mere touch will keep the 5 elders safe in no time. Zhou laughed. Sure enough, it's the Hongmen Banquet. Although 5 elders didn't know what Hongmen Banquet was, they could understand what Zhou meant. One person said, the matter is irreversible. Since you found out, then, you should be punished. Zhou, if your strength is low, maybe you don't care, but it's a pity that you are powerful and always a threat. If you don't obey our orders, there is only one end. Zhou reached out and took an apple from the table. He took a bite, suddenly kicked, Tempest Kick, Profound Truth Foot Jade. Boom, the terrifying Tempest Kick burst out in an instant, heading straight for the 5 elders. Now that they have turned their faces, there is no need to be polite to these 5 old things. Kill them first. However, the black slave has been preparing for a long time. Seeing Zhou's attack, he immediately transformed into a human beast form. The head turned into the appearance of a black dragon, and a layer of dense black scales appeared on the skin, and the palms turned into terrifying dragon claws. Dragon wings and a tail also grow from the back of the butt. In the blink of an eye, the black slave transformed into an upright black dragon. Roar, the black slave let out a yell, and flashed in front of the 5 elders in an instant. Facing Zhou's attack, the 5 of them remained seated, not panicking at all. It seemed that the black slave would come forward to protect himself and others. However, the moment the black slave blocked with both arms, a tyrannical force instantly sent him flying. Even if his strength is admiral level, even if the fruit he eats is a phantom beast, it will not help. In the face of absolute power, it is impossible for him to take the next 2 weeks' move. Boom, the N***R flew upside down, crash into the 5 elders behind. 5 elders finally couldn't sit still at this moment. The old man with the mustache who was standing all the time suddenly kicked the black slave on the back. The terrifying force instantly made the black slave's lower back make a cracking sound. The black slave who had already been kicked by Zhou was stabbed in the back by one of his own people, and let out a scream in an instant. But he also took Zhou Tempest Kick to the 693 sky, and then fell in a parabola on the floor behind the 5. Then I rolled all over the floor in pain, swaying profusely. Seeing that the black slaves could no longer count on it, someone in the 5 elders whistled. In an instant, there was a sound of fighting outside the gate, and then the door was pushed open, and a group of slaves from the Knights of God rushed in. Protect the 5 elders. Destroy the invaders. As for the Empress and Momosagi, they each face a knight. However, the strength of these knights is obviously not all of the admiral level, only the black slave just now is of the admiral level, and one leader in the team is of the admiral level. The strength of the rest is below the admiral level. The admiral level, in the world of pirates, is already a level beyond the reach of most people. A group of quasi-admiral level knights protect the celestial dragons, plus the protection of the marines from the lower realm. It can be said that the rule of the celestial dragons is indeed impenetrable in this world. But the enemy they're facing today is obviously not that simple. Zhou is very powerful, already standing at the apex of this world. Both Momoshiki and Empress have admiral-level strength. Facing this group of so-called Knights of God, the two women each deal with a quasi-admiral level knight. That was not difficult at all, only, these knights are actually not simple. Roar, a thin man with a slave collar around his neck. Suddenly roared, the body quickly deformed, transformed from human form into a huge blue creature. Momoshiki and the Empress recognized the creature's appearance immediately. Exclaimed. Whale. That's right. I ate the artifact item called Devil Fruit, which is the zone fish fruit blue whale form. The slave's original height of about 2 meters suddenly soared to tens of meters in height. The lower body is still in human form, but the upper body is the body of a huge blue whale. The Empress and Momoshiki suddenly turned into ants in front of the blue whale-capable person. In the world of pirates, big things usually represent power. The world government wants to obtain the technology to turn ordinary humans into titans, and invests in Vegapunk for him to research. And the 4 Emperors' Big Mom also wants to make titans. He even did not hesitate to marry a member of the Titan family, thus gaining the power of the Titan. And the size of the blue whale, to some extent, is already very close to the Titan. Not even the tallest giraffe on land can compare to it. This huge body shape also brought an unparalleled calendar area. Go to hell. The blue whale user roared violently and slammed his head into Momoshiki. The huge head of the blue whale, attached to armament hockey, looks like a big ship crashing into it. At the moment of crisis, Momoshiki reached the ultimate speed, avoiding the opponent's attack all at once. The blue whale ability user's head was attached to armament hockey, and it hit the ground all of a sudden. Chapter 97. The decisive battle in Pengu City, God's Knights. However, to the surprise of the Empress and Momoshiki, this blue whale ability user possesses quasi-admiral level strength, and after transforming into a blue whale form, he came head-on. The explosive power and speed are not inferior to an admiral at all. The attack just now was equivalent to admiral's full blow. However, such a powerful destructive force hit the floor of this ancient city without causing the slightest damage. There was even a small dent, not even a crack. The two looked at each other and blurted out, "Sea stone." That's right. The floor of this ancient city is probably all made of sea stone. This titan-like huge palace is probably made of sea stone material. And this wasn't Summit War. Sengoku used only metal walls doped with sea stone particles. Here is the full sea stone material. Sea stone has a diamond-like hardness, and at the same time has a very powerful restraint effect on capable users. So, the value itself is also very expensive. Only Wano-kuni has significant mineral deposits. Yet this whole palace is made of sea stone. The two women can't imagine how much manpower and material resources it will cost. How about you? You were shocked by Laozi's power. The blue whale ability user laughed triumphantly. It was a crazy laugh. At this time, another knight also transformed. His size also became very large. Moreover, the body has grown an unknown number of arms. Zone fish fruit king squid form, countless arms grabbed towards the Empress. Something resembling an octopus sucker on the arm gives a very disgusting feeling. The Empress had a disgusted look on her face. The giant beasts in the sea are the largest creatures in the world, and we are the giant beastmen who ate the fruits of these giant beasts. Body shape is power. King Hunt. The king squid power user instantly burst out with unparalleled speed and strength, and countless arms hit the Empress. Like a storm. Seeing this, the Empress dodged in an instant and kicked the king squid on the head. However, the head of the king squid is very hard. And it has terrifying toughness. Ha ha ha, we are creatures that can withstand the terrifying pressure of seawater. Your level of strength is useless to us. Both sides fight together, however, it was still too early for the two of them to laugh. Just after Momoshiki dodged several blue whale attacks. Suddenly accelerated, the body brought out afterimages, and then kicked the blue whale's lower back fiercely. I've already seen that your size is also your greatest weakness. The lumbar spine of a blue whale is very fragile on land. It must be a lot of pressure to support such a large body in such a small place. With Momoshiki's voice just fell, a cracking sound was also heard. Immediately, the blue whale ability user fell headlong to the ground. Can't do it again. The other side, after the Empress dodged several attacks from the giant squid, suddenly kicked one of the long legs of the king squid. Immediately the leg turned into a stone shape, then the queen's swift attack turned several legs of the king squid into stones. "Oh, my legs," the king squid yelled in horror. In a panic, he broke his leg that had turned into stone. The Empress lifted the petrification in due course. Immediately, those legs were all bleeding bright red. King squid suddenly felt a throbbing pain. The Empress took the opportunity to kick the king squid on the head. Directly turned half of its head into stone, then it shattered. Spike. This is the difference in strength between the quasi-admiral class and the admiral class. There were originally two quasi-admiral knights with extraordinary strength. But it was solved by the Empress and Momoshiki in a short period of time. What? Impossible. The leader of the Knight Order saw this scene. Surprised. You must know that the members of these knights are all carefully selected slaves. They have undergone various cruel trainings since they were children. Most of them have died, and only the best of them survived. And also get the cultivation of powerful devil fruit and hockey practice. It can be said that they are the elite among the elites in this world. However, the two women from the lower realm easily defeated two of them. This is what surprised them. Stop them, the leading man let out a low cry, and then came to deal with Zhou by himself. After Zhou kicked him, he turned around and looked in the direction of the gate. He knew that someone was dealing with the Empress and the others. At this time, I saw a group of people killing them. Immediately kicked again. Tempest kicked Mysterious Foot Jade. The leading man let out a low growl from his throat. Immediately afterwards, scales began to grow on the body. Advertisement and claws. This is similar to the black slaves before. Just for a split second, a lizard-like red dragon appeared in the hall. Zone lizard fruit phantom beast species red dragon form. Boom, facing Zhou's Tempest kick, he opened his mouth wide and spat out the dragon's breath from his mouth. The dragon's breath collided with Tempest kick, forming a terrifying energy explosion. Zhou squinted at the man. Quasi-4 Emperor's class. A bit like Kaido, but not as strong as Kaido. He suddenly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared in front of Bang Long. The terrifying speed stunned Rang for a moment. His observation haki couldn't capture Zhou's movements at all. Zhou's finger was already pointing at the red dragon's head. A black line suddenly ran through his head. Finger pistol mystery Wugon gun. Puff, there is no suspense. The head of the red dragon was pierced through a hole. Spike. A quasi-4 Emperor's level powerhouse will be killed on the spot. With Zhou's current strength, it is easy to do this. It would be abnormal if the red dragon was not killed. Thump, the red dragon ability user fell to the ground. The body gradually shrinks into a human form. A mass of red and white stuff flowed all over the ground. Kill. Seeing his boss die, the rest of the knights did not show any emotion. It seemed that it was not their people who died, or their emotions have already been lost in the cruel training. The only option left is to obey orders. The three knights continued to charge towards Zhou. Zhou just stared. Roll, a rolling word. Immediately, the three knights knelt on the ground with a plop. Trembling all over, consciousness began to blur. Very strong haki. The five elders were all taken aback. Unexpectedly, these knights who are second only to Admiral, just a trace of haki leaked by Zhou can't bear it. The other side, except for the four who dealt with Zhou, the Knights of God besieged the Empress and jumped. Zone Fish Fruit Shark form, Zone Fish Fruit Orca form. Zone Fish Fruit Swordfish form, huge sharks, orcas, and tough-bodied swordfish. These three top predators in the sea are all besieging Momoshagi at this moment. Momoshagi used her ultimate speed to dodge their attacks quickly. Heck, the shark bit Momoshagi with one bite, but Momoshagi avoided it flexibly. Boom, the killer whale also opened and closed its mouth, and a table was eaten directly. Momosagi's flexible carp flew straight into the sky at the moment of crisis. At this time, Swordfish broke out. His head is a sharp sword, straight for Momoshagi. In midair, Momoshagi suddenly shot out with lightning speed, grabbing Swordfish's head and throwing it like a wolf. Puff, the Swordfish's head went straight into the shark's belly. Then Momoshagi kicked hard, engulfing Haki's powerful kick, which kicked directly on the killer whale's head. Boom! A flower of blood exploded instantly from the head of the killer whale. Then Momoshagi cast the razor in the air, moving quickly in a straight line, and every time he moved, he kicked the killer whale's huge body area. At this moment, the body of the killer whale has become a living target here. Bang 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 bang, Momosagi's title is Rabbit. It means that her strength is known for her speed. At this moment, her speed was so fast that the knights couldn't catch it with the naked eye. Even if she sensed it with observation haki, even if she sensed Momosagi's attack trajectory, it was too late to dodge and counterattack. After just a few breaths, the jumping stopped, fall to the ground. The two shoes had turned blood red at some point. On the other hand, the killer whale was bleeding all over. Falling to the ground is no longer enough. Empress here. Also met four knights. They are all strange fruits in the ocean. One was a giant jellyfish that was actually floating in an empty box. One is a giant lanternfish. One is a sea urchin with thorns all over its body. Another one is a mermaid, crackling. A series of electric sparks hit the jellyfish's legs in the air. Its canopy-like top has a human face. Oh ho 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 ho. I am a lightning jellyfish capable user. If you are hit by my lightning, you will not only be shocked by electricity, but also poisoned. The Empress looked at the jellyfish in disgust, feeling a little sick. Suddenly he jumped up and kicked the jellyfish. Advertisement. This time, instead of using the ability of sweet fruit, he used emission plus entanglement. Crackling. The lightning jellyfish suddenly shot a string of electric currents and hit the Empress. The Empress directly resisted, but then found that her haki was covered with a layer of venom. It is constantly corroding its own haki protection. It's time for a quick fight. The Queen's heart moved. Accelerate again. But at this moment, a huge flash of light suddenly dazzled her eyes. It's the lanternfish fruit ability user from before. The originally inconspicuous lantern suddenly magnified its brightness. At the same time, the lightning jellyfish reacted in time and grabbed the Empress with its tentacles. Time of crisis. Momoshage made a timely move to rescue the Empress. Boom, she kicked on the lanternfish's lantern and instantly extinguished it. This light causes the pupils to constrict even when the eyes are closed, so even with observation haki, it is impossible to perceive the surroundings. At this moment, the lanternfish was wiped out. The Empress immediately sensed the attack trajectory of the lightning jellyfish with the color of knowledge. She let out a low cry, kicked out a strong kick, and directly kicked all the tentacles of the lightning jellyfish. But at this moment, the sea urchin ability user, who had been indifferent until now, made a move. This is a sea urchin man with sharp spikes all over his body. He jumped up, and as if suicidal, he rammed his fat body into Momoshage. However, Fang is just a defenseless person, and the sea urchins have shiny black spikes all over their bodies. It is clear at a glance who is more advantageous on both sides. Momoshage had to wrap herself in armament haki. Boom. Momoshage was knocked flying by the sea urchin. Even with arm protection, a few blood holes were punctured on the arm. Chirp 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 chirp, stupid woman, my ability has been exercised to the peak by me, even armament haki can't defend against it. The sea urchin let out a wretched laugh. The spikes on his body exude a chilling metallic luster. I just don't know, how are you going to break through my spike defense? I'm afraid your attacks have not hit my body, but you have already been pierced? Momoshage jumped up from the ground. She looked at the wound on her arm without changing her expression. The wound has begun to change color. Apparently this sea urchin is poisonous. She opened her mouth and sucked out a large mouthful of poisonous blood, spitting it on the ground. Then, quickly rushed to the side, he picked up the swordfish, and when the sea urchin looked astonished, he threw it away viciously. Whoosh, puff, the sea urchin was directly stabbed by the swordfish. He looked at his body in a panic. He suddenly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. The body has returned to human form, but the head has been captured by the swordfish Jahan. Can't do it again. The other side. The Empress kicked the jellyfish's canopy. With a bang, the umbrella cover of the jellyfish was directly thrown out. The lightning jellyfish ability user screamed loudly. After the body quickly recovered, there was only one head left. As for the lanternfish, the Empress and Momoshage looked at each other. Moving quickly, without giving the lanternfish any time to react, 10 people kicked the lanternfish. After a loud bang, the lanternfish was directly kicked to death. At this time, the Empress and Momoshage defeated a group of knights who entangled them, and stood behind Zhou. All looked at 5 elders warily. Is this the 5 elders? They seem to be dying of old age. Hello Wang Zhao, Momoshage said unceremoniously. The Empress looked at the 5 people with eyes full of hatred and contempt. These guys are the leaders of celestial dragons, so they must be scumbags whose hearts are darker and more evil than celestial dragons. The battle just now had already made Wu Lao Xingjin aware of the fragility of the so-called gods' knights. Although each one is powerful, but the actual combat experience is too little. When you encounter an opponent who is only one level higher than yourself, you will have no resistance. It was directly killed by the instant kill of 3 times, 5 times and 2 divisions. There are even times when the liar even forgets to use haki. On the other hand, Momoshage and the Empress have rich combat experience. Momoshage is in Marine and has been fighting pirates. The Empress often sails on the sea, encountering pirates and Marines. And these people are slaves, none had conqueror's haki. This is also the point where they suffer. Empress Boa Hancock, Shichibukai, the king of the daughter kingdom, aren't you afraid that your behavior will cause your daughter kingdom to be destroyed? Snapped one of the 5 elders. Momoshage, Marine Vice Admiral, Admiral Substitute, your behavior has also offended us. From now on you are no longer Marine Vice Admiral, and will be wanted by the world government. Huh. I'm yuck. Momoshage spat on the shiny white marble floor. Disdainfully said. A group of wretched old scum. The Empress raised her chin and looked down at the 5 old men. Even if it wasn't for Zhou, I myself have enmity with you celestial dragons. Do you still remember the fire a few decades ago? I was the one who the slaves who escaped in the fire. The shame you have left on me, I will make you return it thousands of times. After being scolded by Momoshage, 5 elders couldn't help but twitched. They hadn't been scolded like this for many years, and now they were already a little angry after being scolded lightly. A runaway slave came back alive and said he wanted revenge. This is simply a big joke. The dignity of our celestial dragons is inviolable. You 3 must die here today. Chapter 98 3 against 5, against the 5 elders. Holy Land, Mariajoy, Pangu City, Hall of Power. The situation became stalemate. On one side are 5 old men standing at the top of the world. 5 elders, on one side are the 3 of Zhou. Zhou, Empress, Momoshage. Just because of a disagreement, 5 elders will kill Zhou. Hey, it seems that in the long history, there should be some people who were considered by you as factors that would threaten your dominance because of their strength, so you secretly poked them out, right? The related news is blocked by you, and the world doesn't know about it. Zhou said. 5 elders didn't change face when they heard the words. Even so what? They didn't care what would happen if they told Zhou about it. Anyway, you can't leave here alive today. Zhou didn't act in a hurry. Instead, he continued to ask, So you 5 old guys, enjoying the support of the whole world, what is your purpose? Are you enjoying the sense of power that power brings to you? 5 elders with horns and beards said, after a long time, our bodies, our senses of taste, touch, etc., have long been in a state of death. Even though the flesh is still fresh, we will no longer be interested in delicious food and beautiful food. The women who are interested, etc., the only thing that makes us feel alive is to rule and manage the whole world. This page. The old man with the knife said with a dark smile, it is also an ultimate enjoyment to remove those unstable factors that attempt to subvert the world and watch their ambitions come to naught. Momoshagi on the side said, it's really disgusting. Veins popped up on the 5 people's foreheads. The only thing they have not been numb for 800 years is being scolded. After all, no one would be so idle as to find someone to scold him, and they are not M. Court death. The blonde old man yelled violently, and stretched out a hand towards Momoshagi. The next moment, a hole appeared in the palm of his hand, and then a red laser burst out instantly. Call out. Zhou sensed the danger in advance, and a vine instantly appeared in front of Momoshagi, forming a wooden shield, blocking the 5 elders' laser. Boom, a terrible explosion happened. The power of this explosion is no less than the power of Kizaru's laser. Zhou's pupils shrank. Looking at the blonde 5 elders, are you a cyborg? The 5 elders stood up. The eyes suddenly collapsed into a mechanical eyeball glowing red, and the left hand turned into a palm full of metal texture. I am Paramecia mechanical fruit ability, I can transform my body into a robot. His voice has now become 100% mechanically synthesized. Mechanical fruit. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. He has already guessed that there may be some advanced fruits representing technology in this world. After all, when the huge kingdom existed, it was a technologically advanced civilization, and even a robot as big as a titan could be manufactured. But now it is only because the celestial dragons obliterated technology, causing the technological level of all mankind to fall back to before the Industrial Revolution. Even the steam engine has not been built, let alone such a thing. Ships all over the world can only sail with sails. Once inside the calm belt there is nothing left to do but die. Only marine has technology similar to steam engines and can sail in windless places. Now it seems that these fruits should be hidden by celestial dragons. I am afraid that these fruits representing science and technology will inspire the world and lead to a technological revolution. Thus were born creations that could overthrow their celestial dragon's dominion. Zhou, don't worry about me, I'm very strong, you forgot, what I'm best at is speed and observation hockey. Momoshagi said. She walked towards the blonde old man, let's fight, things. Old stuff. Another vulgar swearing. The veins on the forehead of the blonde old man burst out, and then the metal texture of his left hand, which was like a mirror, touched the ground. In an instant, the ground turned into a metal ground with a metallic texture. The metal ground was like a liquid, some metal grew out of it, and after a few seconds, the metal turned into robots with complex structures and toy-like shapes. At first glance, it looks like a scene from a sci-fi movie has appeared in the real world. Each robot has eyes that emit red light, and a small laser-emitting structure on its body. Whoosh, 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 beams of lasers shot towards Momoshagi quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Momoshagi flicked and moved quickly, dodging the laser attack. The laser flew past him quickly, and after hitting the far wall and ceiling, a terrifying explosion happened instantly. The range formed by the explosion is comparable to the laser of the orangutan. Such a large number of robots all fired lasers, and the scene was extremely spectacular for a while. The robot army is chasing and killing Momoshagi vigorously. However, what is interesting is that those laser blasts did not cause any substantial damage to the walls of the building. It can be determined that the buildings here are indeed all made of sea stone. And it should all be sea stone. A rabbit-shaped robot has legs covered in springs. The spring compressed suddenly, and the rabbit robot's red eyes were fixed on Momoshagi. A mechanically synthesized sound is emitted from the body. Target, wiped out. Whoosh, in an instant, the rabbit robot exploded at a terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound. The 2 ears stick out to the front to form 2 sharp bayonets. Almost at the same time, the rest of the robots all attacked in their own way at speeds beyond the speed of sound. This moment, Momoshagi is surrounded by danger, however Momoshagi is faster. Advertisement while moving quickly, he kicked the rabbit robot. The robot instantly covered armament hockey and then hugged Momoshagi's calf. Destroy, the rabbit robot suddenly issued an alarm, and then its eyes flashed like electric lights, and then exploded. Time of crisis. Momoshagi can only use hockey to protect her own calf. However, dozens of robots can be created in an instant, and hockey can be attached to the robot. The fruit ability of this blonde old man has obviously awakened, and his strength is definitely admiral level. Just when Momoshagi was fighting the blonde old man, the Empress was the first to strike. She created a heart-shaped balloon, and then unleashed a flood of arrows that could turn people into stone. This moment, the old man with the mustache suddenly took a step forward, but his stature instantly swelled to an exaggerated level. Zone human fruit titan form, boom. When he landed, 1 foot had landed more than 10 meters away. The queen's arrows can only hit the titan's calf, but the petrified area is also limited. Some arrows hit the hair on the legs, instantly turning the hair into petrification, while some hitting the skin only petrified a small part of the skin. This 5 elders didn't even bother to use hockey for defense, and just used pure volume to crush them, and they wouldn't suffer much damage. In just a few breaths, he has turned into a titan tens of meters high. The sound of his foot stepping in the direction of the Empress was like electricity. Go to hell. Boom! The Empress jumped up and kicked the titan's soul. The explosive strength of the two sides instantly produced a terrifying shockwave. That is to say, the buildings in Pangu City were built with sea stone, otherwise, the shockwave just now would have been enough to raze this place to the ground. However, Zhou soon discovered that the buildings here seemed to be built like this deliberately. The titan that the old man with the mustache turned into looks a little small here. After the Empress fell back to the ground, touched his thigh. Feel your muscles twitching. She frowned. The history of this titan fruit ability user is simply terrifying. But don't give her a chance to think too much. Those with the ability of titan fruit have already chased and killed them. A gigantic fist hit her. Armament hockey is fully covered on the fist. The power is so terrifying that it has no limits. This time, the Empress did not choose to resist. Instead, he jumped up and dodged the punch. However, this also made the Empress use almost the fastest speed. Boom! A terrifying shock instantly spread to the entire Pangu City. Almost the entire city trembled under this punch. Some dust fell rustlingly from the ceiling. Momoshagi went against the blonde 5 elders. The Empress fights with mustache 5 elders. Now, there is only 1 5 elders left. Zhou then looked at the remaining 3 5 elders ahead. Mechanical fruit ability users are BAFE, Admiral level strength. Titan fruit ability users are also Admiral level strengths. I just don't know what level of strength the remaining 3 guys are. The originally extremely mysterious 5 elders, at this moment in front of Zhou, finally gradually lifted the mysterious veil. Their strength is not invincible. What's more, 2 of them don't even have the strength of 4 emperors level. This was far beyond Zhou's expectation. You know, he came here assuming that these 5 old guys are at least 4 emperors level opponents. If all 5 are king level, it is estimated that Zhou will be desperate. Perhaps, no matter how hard you try, you can't win. You can only break through your own limits, fortunately. The reality is, the 5 elders aren't that strong. This relieved a lot of pressure on Zhou. However, facing the scene where the 2 companions were fighting, they seemed to have not seen it, and they were still sitting on the chairs. Zhou snorted coldly. Mystery, he kicked suddenly. Tempest kicked mysterious foot Jade, at this time. The palm of the right hand of the horned and bearded old man glowed like a cluster of glowing fluorescent lights. As soon as he raised his hand, an arc-shaped slash similar to Zhou's slash flew out. It's just that this slash is blue and more dazzling. And Zhou always felt as if he had seen this shape somewhere before. His tempest kick collided with the opponent's slash, and the energy wave exploded instantly. The 2 cancel each other out. At this time, the horned bearded old man stood up. The head suddenly became pitted. It looked like some people were thin, but their bodies immediately swelled up like a balloon. And the next moment, he really flew into the air like a balloon. The horned and bearded old man formed a huge orb, which could be as big as a normal house, and glowed all over. At the same time, the top is still bumpy. Zhou took a look. Isn't this what it is? Advertisement. Logia moon fruit. The horned and bearded old man himself reported the name of his own fruit. Logia. Moon fruit. Zhou's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, Logia naturally has this kind of fruit. It seems. Celestial Dragons has collected too many good things in 800 years. Take all the really good things for yourself. Also blocked a lot of news. For example, there is no news about such good things as moon fruit and mechanical fruit. People don't know the existence of these 2 fruits. The horned bearded old man suddenly glowed. A series of arc-shaped slashes were sent out, and Zhou immediately recognized that these were not slashes at all, but the crescent of the full moon. First quarter moon. Zhou raised his leg and quickly kicked out several tempest kicks. Tempest kick profound arc foot plantar lianbo. Boom boom boom. Tempest kick collides with the first quarter moon. Wave after wave of energy fluctuations erupted. The remaining 2 5 elders just watched. It seems that the battle here has nothing to do with them at all. Or maybe they think that the strength of this old man alone is enough to kill Zhou. HMPH, it's just 4 emperors level strength. Zhou came to a conclusion after only a little testing. This moon fruit ability user is only at the 4 emperors level. It is stronger than those with titan fruit and mechanical fruit ability. But, still no match for him. However, since you are so arrogant, then I won't let you down. Before you make a move, I will kill one of your companions first. Seeing the remaining 2 5 elders, they were still sitting on the sofa, unmoved. He just watched his companions fight, but he had no intention of making a move at all. An imperceptible killing intent flashed across Zhou's eyes. He wants to take advantage of the carelessness of these 2 old things, and directly destroy this moon fruit ability user. Anyway, there are only 5 enemies in total. 1 dies and 1 less. Reduce your stress too. The Razor Upanity, flash. Zhou stomped hundreds of times quickly. In an instant, he appeared above the head of the moon ability user. At the same time, the terrifying Conqueror's chamber gas is launched. Kill by knowledge. Block the opponent's observation hockey perception. At this moment, the pupils of the bearded old man shrank. Nani. So fast, Zhou's right hand is attached to the armed color, conquerors. Hit the moon's head hard. Boom. Click. The entire moon broke into a large number of cracks in an instant. It started to fall apart. The horned and bearded old man also spit out a lot of blood from his mouth. The breath suddenly weakened. Instant kill, however. Those two old men sitting on chairs. At the moment, he was still very calm. It seemed that the old man with horns and beard was not worried about dying at all. Zhou realized something was wrong. Next moment, he found that the fist he had driven into the moon was sucked, and he couldn't pull it out at all. And the aura of the horned and bearded old man returned unexpectedly. The moon, which had been shattered, has now recovered. He. Don't you know that the moon is a celestial body? Have you seen so many craters on my body? The moon is also the most defensive. And I also have a strong calendar. Moment. The tables and chairs in the whole room, some flower pots, etc., were all absorbed by the moon. Only then did Zhou realize that his hand was attracted by gravity. He snorted coldly. Really, the effect of moon fruit is very heaven-defying. Not only is Logia, who can fly and has strong defenses, but can also cast abilities like heavy fruit. If Fujitora found out, Fujitora would probably cry. Boom, Zhou knelt on the moon. He found that the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it had gradually become comparable to a titan. And the gravitational pull on the moon is getting stronger and stronger. Under the terrifying gravity, Zhou gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled out his hand. It turned out that his knee had sunk into the moon. Die in the terrible gravity. The surface of the moon has now become like a swamp. Zhou saw this. Was about to get rid of. As a result, the whole person suddenly fell into the moon. Disappeared. 4 astronomical units chapter 99 1 against 3. Zhou kills 5 elders. The other side. Momoshage is fighting the blonde old man. The blonde old man's arm disintegrated into a huge laser cannon, attacking Momoshage frantically. These lasers have terrifying destructive power, but they won't cause much damage to the walls here alone. Can only cause some potholes. HMPH, the walls here are made of sea stone, the whole Pangu city is like this. The blonde old man said proudly, you can't escape. He chased and killed Momoshage, with a laser cannon in his right hand and a metal palm with a fully reflective mirror in his left hand. When he touched the ground was immediately assimilated into metal by the Fruit Awakening ability, and then a large number of robots grew out of the metal. All of these robots have strange abilities, and their hard bodies cannot be broken without hockey. What's more annoying is that these robots all have backup hidden energy, which can explode at any time and die with the enemy. Momoshage attacked frantically, and wiped out the army of robots chasing after him. In the end, he jumped out of the Hall of Power and came to the Titan corridor outside. The servants here have long since disappeared. The empty corridors are like the chambers of the gods. The towering stone pillars are like giant swords falling from the sky. Momoshage jumps between these pillars to dodge the lasers. Although the blonde old man is powerful, his abilities are ineffective against sea stone. This makes it safe and sound. No matter how it is destroyed, it will not be completely destroyed. Wait, he is an ability user, so it is impossible to turn sea stone into gold. Momoshage was taken aback for a moment and then thought of something. She suddenly looked at the carpet on the ground. Sure enough, I found a clue. In some places, not all are sea stone. This is also understandable, after all, such a large place wants to be built entirely with sea stone. I'm afraid the people at Wanokuni are too exhausted to make that many sea stones. So, there are actually some places here that are not sea stone. Momoshage stares searchingly, found some places without carpets and moved towards those places. As long as you go to a place full of sea stone ground, the blonde old man's ability to make a lot of robots is useless. The battle between the Empress and the Titan continues. Boom, Titan stepped on the Empress, but the Empress avoided it. Little bug. Why do you only know how to run? One of the Empress's legs was turning blue at this moment. She fought with Titan just now, and as a result, Titan broke out with terrifying force, directly shaking her leg into a bone fracture. This Titan has too much energy, however. The Empress gradually discovered that the Titan only stepped on the exposed ground. As for those places with carpets, they never paid attention to them. She suddenly thought of something, suddenly kicked at the Titan. Titan counterattacked and kicked Andy. However, the Empress used her flexible body in midair to forcibly dodge the attack of the Titan. Titan's kick has already fallen. With a bang, it directly crushed the floor. One foot sank. This gave the Empress a chance. With a low cry, she jumped on top of Titan's head, and Wolf kicked on top of Titan's head. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed in a large area. The Titan fell directly into the space below. The expressions of the other two elders all change. Oops! The Titan fell under the floor. The 5 elders finally couldn't sit still, to know. Under the floor, it is a room that is absolutely taboo and forbidden to enter. However, just when the Titan fell, one hand suddenly grabbed the Empress' feet. Pulled her down too. A large chunk of the room's floor had caved in, revealing a dark opening. Below is a dark space, can't see exactly what's there. 5 elders came to the side, looking into the space below. The faces of both of them were a little ugly. This is a restricted area, even if I wait, I can't easily enter. If Lord I Am finds out about this, I don't know what will happen. At this time, the horned and bearded old man in the distance suddenly let out a heart-piercing scream. Ah, the two followed the prestige. Suddenly, I saw that there were a lot of vines growing on the moon. The vines crazily pierced holes on the moon, grew, and were riddled with holes. Obviously, the damage these vines did to the moon was terrifying. Then, the moon suddenly split into two. A large group of them flew upwards. That is his body, and inside the piece that came out was Zhou. Come and help me, I can't do it alone, shouted the horned bearded old man. What a waste. The old man in the black hat cursed in a low voice, and walked quickly towards Zhou. A terrifying black light emerged from his body. This black is similar to Blackbeard's dark fruits ability, but is a completely different fruit ability. Seeing this, the old man with a knife in the distance frowned. Hey, your ability is really full of a disgusting smell. The old man in the black hat said calmly. Ah, after all, you represent life, and I represent death. Paramecia death fruit. The black mist of death released can directly turn living creatures into dead. That is, to kill directly. Advertisement: if this fruit is placed in the lower realm, it is a terrifying fruit that is even more heaven-defying than dark fruit. Poor Blackbeard, to the end of his life he believed that the most powerful devil fruit in the illustration is the dark fruit. As everyone knows, if there is the most powerful devil fruit in this world, wouldn't celestial dragons collect it themselves after all these years? 5 elders won't collect these fruits to prevent them from being eaten by people who are too powerful to cause trouble? The old man in the black hat released the black mist of death with both hands, and the cloud of moon dust that rushed to the ground contained Zhou's body. Death is the destination of all living beings. A hypnosis-like tone flooded into Zhou's ears. It gives people a sense of tranquility that relaxes and waits for death to come. However, how could Zhou be the one who was hypnosis-ed by this inferior hypnosis technique? The powerful Haki can naturally wake him up in an instant. A large number of vines burst out instantly, boundless, rushing to the surroundings like seawater. The moment the black mist of death came into contact, these vines turned into withered yellow branches and leaves. However, the face of the old man in the black hat was not very good looking. Because these black mist are being consumed. Suddenly, a hand firmly grasped the black hat old man's wrist. The old man in the black hat was taken aback. Immediately, he urged the fruit of death with all his strength. Die. Death is your destination. Click. However, this hand suddenly exerted force, instantly crushed the wrist bones of the old man in black hat. The old man in black hat was shocked. Unexpectedly, someone who came into contact with the black mist of death did not die. He was immediately overwhelmed by severe pain. He opened his mouth and roared. Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts me to death. The long years have not let 5 elders' pain go away. On the contrary, they neglect to exercise. Instead, the pain intensified. Sensation intensifies when their other senses become dull. The fist that pinched the old man in the black hat withered away. However, another hand stretched out from the vine immediately, and punched the old man in the black hat fiercely. Boom! The face of the old man in the black hat was sunken from the beating, and he flew upside down. It hit the distant seastone wall like a cannonball, and everyone was unconscious. Punch! Instantly kill of 4 Emperor's level 5 elders. The remaining old man with the knife glanced at the old man in black hat on the ground with contemptuous eyes. 2 words faintly spit out from the mouth. Trash. Moon ability. A person capable of death. They were all defeated by Zhou in less than a minute. People with moon abilities still retain their usefulness. But those with the ability to die cannot recover. These two are both 4 Emperor's level existences. However, in front of Zhou, he could crush their bones and explode their bodies at will. Zhou's physical strength has now far exceeded the 4 Emperor's level. Even far surpasses Kaido. Zhou stepped out from the vines. The body is intact, looking at the old man with the knife. Sudden. Full moon attack. The moon ability user in the air suddenly launched a sneak attack. Look at Zhou turning his back to himself. The opportunity was seized immediately. However, next moment. Boom! A large number of vines burst out of the moon's body instantly, directly bursting the moon. Zhou didn't even look at the sky. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know you yet. I have already left a seed in your body, just waiting for you to attack. It will take root and sprout. The vines on the moon ability user's body grew rapidly. On the other hand, Guan Yu began to shrink, finally turned into a dry little old man. There is no longer the majesty of the 5 elders before. Thump! A group of vines fell to the ground, crawled to Zhou's feet, and finally entered his body. A burst of abundant energy and vitality instantly made him speak comfortably. Ah, cool. The vitality of the 5 elders is unparalleled in the world. Zhou started coveting early on, after getting it now. Discover. Sure enough, Zhou instantly felt that he would be fine for another 500 years. Woo my life force. The horned and bearded old man cried out, then fell to the ground with a bang, dead. The first 5 elders, with the old man with the knife, still looked at Zhou without changing his face. You are indeed strong, however, the opponent you fought against just now is really too weak. At this time, he finally pulled the long knife out of the scabbard in his hand. First generation Goosh. This is a black knife. That is, use armament Haki to accumulate. The blade absorbs Haki, and it turns black over time. It is equivalent to a layer of armament Haki attached naturally. Basically it will not break, and it is extremely sharp. Zhou snorted coldly. Stupid, Zero looking for flowers. The corner of the knife-wielding old man's mouth twitched. Immediately, a knife cut out, advertisement this. It was an extremely soft knife. Zhou could not feel the slightest murderous intent from this knife. But he instinctively dodged the attack trajectory of the knife. Following this knife, a slash full of vitality came out. This vitality can be seen with the naked eye, because when the knife was cut out, a path full of birdsong and flowers appeared along the way, with grass, rivers, trees, and birdsong. However, when the knife passed by, all of these disappeared like illusions. Zhou frowned. I can't see the power of this knife at all. The old man with the knife laughed and said, does my move seem to have no threat at all? Why don't you let me hit the knife? Zhou sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? Got a knife? With your words, Laozi won't even let you touch him. Zhou suddenly manipulated the vines. A large number of vines gushed out from his body, and instantly spread to the surrounding room. This titan-like room was covered with green vines in just a dozen breaths. From the original rock like iron and cold, it becomes like a forest full of fresh breath. And some vines are like lion majesty, stabbing the knife wielder from all directions. However, boom, a scene that stunned Zhou appeared. I saw that those vines lost their control in an instant, and grew rapidly the moment they approached the old man with the knife, changing from the thickness of a bucket to the thickness of a house. Each root has become a towering tree. This is true for all the plants that are close to the old man with the knife. Only now did the old man with the knife say, the devil fruit I ate is, paramecia fruit of life. Devil fruit was born from people's longing for a better life. And devil fruit is a collection of people's desires. Some people long for death and some long for life. Thus, the fruit of life was born. I can manipulate life, release rich vitality, and give you a long life. How about it? Do you want to become a slave, then I can let you live for 1,000 years. Zhou stared fixedly at the old man with the knife. This guy, the fruit ability is too heaven-defying. It can actually let others live for 1,000 years. And the fruit of life, no wonder, there are not many good fruits in the lower realm. It turns out that good fruits are monopolized by celestial dragons. However, face the temptation of the 5 elders. Zhou scoffed. I am a systematic man. Even without relying on the system, the dense fruit alone is enough to obtain a long life. There is no need for the other party's gift at all. Not to mention, the other party didn't let himself be a 5-star. Instead, make yourself a slave to the celestial dragons. Oh, you are just daydreaming. Zhou looked at the old man with the knife in a mocking tone. It's like looking at a sand dollar. The face of the old man with the knife suddenly darkened. He has never been looked down upon so much. Since you don't want to live, you can die. The old man with the knife said. The towering trees around him suddenly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, it disappeared like a building collapsed. From seeds to towering trees, to withered firewood. In just 1 minute, Zhou witnessed a spectacle that would have taken thousands of years to see. Among them, the perception about life and death, makes people unable to calm down for a long time. Base. The old man with the knife made another knife. This time it was still a knife full of vitality. This knife went all the way, invalidating all the circles along the way. Turned into a towering tree, it looked like towering trees were running towards Zhou. Zhou's pupils shrank, he realized something instantly. I am a person with dense fruit ability, it should be a plant. If the opponent's move hits, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Just a vine can turn into a towering tree, so wouldn't it also turn into some kind of very spectacular plant? Only, after becoming a plant, is my mind still the same as before? Do you think you have become a tree, thus abandoning the idea of being a human being? Or, I have no thoughts at all, and even my brain has turned into wood. Completely turned into a dead thing, think here. Zhou felt a chill down his spine. Maybe this ability just happens to have a restraining effect on his sensei fruit. He didn't dare to touch this ability directly, immediately. Zhou gave a low snort. Haki is wrapped all over the body. Quickly flashing and turning. Kill the old man with the knife. Base. The opponent strikes again. Zhou changed direction again. The whole body does not forget to protect with Haki from beginning to end. Make sure nothing goes wrong. He punched the opponent, and the opponent slashed with a knife. The terrifying Haki instantly crushed all living things. Any bells and whistles are useless in the face of absolute power. Chapter 100. Who can kill me? Who can kill me, now? Around the two of them, wild demons danced wildly. Plants grow crazily, as if they have accelerated their growth 10,000 times. At this time, these vines had completely escaped Zhou's control. Ah! Zhou yelled violently, bursting out with force. Click! Suddenly, the old man with the knife discovered that there was a crack on his knife. He was taken aback, and quickly strengthened Haki's output, hugging his first-generation ghost. At the same time, he looked at Zhou with some shame. Zhou snorted coldly, if you use fruit ability, use fruit ability, if you use Haki, you must confuse the two. He said that he didn't give the other party a chance to repent. Give a low drink. The power of Piran instantly smashes the opponent's saber. Then punch after punch bombarded the old man's face. Bang 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 bang. Zhou's fist brought up afterimages. He punched the old man hard in the face, straight to the blood flying. Just 3 breaths of Kung Fu old man's face was already bloody. However, an amazing scene happened. I saw that the other party's face recovered quickly. A large number of granulation grew out, and all the facial muscles were woven like a sweater, and then the skin grew out. Then, the other party held half of the first-generation goosh in his hand, and ruthlessly stabbed Zhou in the lower abdomen. Puff, Zhou's lower abdomen was ripped open. He's Logia. As long as you use observation haki to perceive in advance, you can avoid all attacks. Then, Zhou punched the opponent in the face, instantly blast the opponent's nose. Flesh and bone dregs fly, however, the next second. The opponent's face grew back to normal, the skin also grows out. Clean as ever, the old man with the knife laughed. Can you kill me? I'm a person with the ability to give birth to the 473 fruit of life? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? He laughed wildly, laughed unscrupulously, smiling contemptuously. It seems to be speaking to Zhou, even if Laozi stands still and lets you kill him. You can't kill me either, Zhou just snorted coldly. In this case, let your life be worse than death. He didn't finish his sentence. The figure has already appeared in front of the old man. The old man looked at Zhou with a proud look on his face. He seemed to want to see what Zhou could do to himself. However, there was a sinister smile on Zhou's face. Cruel laugh. Ferocious smile. He suddenly grabbed the old man's arm, and then the wolf's ning became a twist. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Then, he grabbed the old man's other arm. It is also a force, and it is directly twisted into a twist. With his current strength, it is not difficult to do these things. The old man's vitality does not mean that his physical strength is also very strong. Even Kaido far surpasses him in terms of physical strength. Then, Zhou twisted the same twist of the old man's 2 arms together and twisted them into one strand. Kacha, 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 the old man looked pained. Grit your teeth and release your life force, however. This time, Zhou did not let go. With the release of vitality, the old man's arms want to grow, and recover from the twisted shape. However, there is Zhou touching, there is no way to undo it. So under the fearful gaze of the old man, his 2 arms healed directly in the shape of a twist. Turned into a sickly grotesque arm. Boom! Zhou punched the old man in the face. He couldn't laugh anymore. My own arms were twisted together like a twist, and healed. This has become another thing, a pile of bones and flesh aggregates. Does nothing at all. He looked at Zhou in horror. The result was just a hard fist. Boom! The old man with the knife was punched and flew out. He fell to the ground and moved his arms desperately. However, the arm did not respond at all. There was a horrible roar from his mouth. Zhou approached step by step, turned his legs into twists too. Here, the old man with the knife was completely speechless. He looked at Zhou pitifully. Do not kill me. Zhou was curious. This guy has become a useless person, and even if he survives, he may need someone to serve him. Even so, he still wants to live. Advertisement it seems. The human desire to survive is very strong, but how could he let the other party do what he wanted? He stepped on the opponent's body, crushed every bone of the opponent. Then, all healed, became deformed. At last, even the head became deformed. The old man with the knife was in unbearable pain. But he couldn't even make a sound. The body is even more immobile. It can only become a lump of meat that can only think. Well, yes, it's like a work of art. Live well, try to live for 10,000 years. Zhou looked at the piece of meat on the ground. Said very irresponsibly, let this guy live that long. It is estimated that Jing Shendu has collapsed, but isn't this the final punishment for this kind of guy? Immediately, he turned to look at the old man in black hat in the distance. The vines on the arm shoot out, piercing into the opponent's flesh, absorbing nutrients. The nutrients of another 4 Emperor's level powerhouse poured into Zhou's body. Restores his physical strength and replenishes life energy. Subsequently, he looked to the other battlefields. The 3 5 elders on my side have been killed. The remaining 2 5 elders, a mechanical fruit ability user, are hunting down Momoshagi. A user with the ability of Titan Fruit fell into the space below along with the Empress. Zhou rushed towards Momoshagi without hesitation. Without him, Momoshagi is the closest to me. It is more reliable to solve the mechanical fruit 5 elders first, and then solve the Titan Fruit 5 elders. Whoosh! Zhou moved quickly. Go to the corridor outside the door. I want to get rid of the mechanical fruit 5 elders first, and then go to rescue the Empress. However, after coming outside, but he was shocked to find that Leaping Rabbit had already reached the end of his rope. If I hadn't accidentally chosen to rescue Momoshagi first, Momoshagi would probably be dead after rescuing the Empress before returning. I see. In the hallway, the blonde 5 elders stand in the back, with a massive army of robots ahead. Each of these robots has laser weapons, and some even launch small missile attacks. And Momoshagi has been cornered. His body was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. Her hair was messed up, and she was extremely embarrassed. Zhou saw this, feeling sorry for Momoshage, but then stared coldly at the back of the blonde five elders. Kill. Zhou activated the razor in an instant, and came to the back of the blonde five elders. Finger pistol is ready to go. Finger pistol mystery Wagon gun. A black thread instantly ran through the head of the blonde five elders. However, he didn't seem to notice the danger approaching at all. There was no turning back at all. Zhou has no doubt about him. Launch finger pistol directly. Puff, the head of the blonde five elders burst open. Some oil mixed with pieces of metal fell out, then his body fell flat on the ground. However, Zhou's complexion was not very good looking. Because those robot armies are still there, still attacking Momoshage. Momoshage was blown out. Although he used his weaponry to resist the damage from the explosion, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation after being affected by successive explosions. Zhou realized that what he killed just now probably wasn't the body of the blonde five elders. He sneered. Unleash the Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick Zhou Duan. Base. An arc-shaped slash instantly swept towards the group of robots ahead. A large area was swept away in an instant. These robots didn't even have a chance to activate the hidden energy behind them, so they were directly cut off in the middle. But what is surprising is that these robots can still move even if they are cut in half. Even if only the upper body is left, it still crawls on the ground. Razor. Zhou quickly came to the middle of the robot army. Now, the robot saw him as an intruder, immediately began to shift the target and began to attack him. Coming towards him, Tempest Kick Weakly Break, Base. The huge Tempest Kick cuts all the robots straight away. The robot that had already been cut in two was cut off again at this moment, leaving only the head. There are only two red eyes twinkling there, looking very rash. At this time, behind Zhou, the corpses of a bunch of robots suddenly melted into silver-white metal and fused together to form a silver-white metal man. As soon as the metal man appeared, he ran towards Zhou silently. Zhou immediately turned around and kicked, boom. The silver-white robot exploded into two in an instant. The two robots that exploded formed two blonde-haired five elders at a speed visible to the naked eye, but at this time they were completely in the form of robots. Whether it is the body or the hands and feet, all exude a silvery luster. Boom. Boom. The two blonde five elders leaned over and jumped, the mechanical legs exploded with terrifying force, and rushed towards Zhou. The hands changed rapidly, turning into two chainsaws. Make a buzzing sound, and attached armament hockey. X. Advertisement Zhou Zheng wants to use Tempest Kick. However, in the future foreseen by the color of knowledge, I found that after I cut off two blonde five elders with Tempest Kick, the upper body of the two five elders continued to pounce on me, and then attack me with the chainsaw in my hand. See this scenario. A cold light flashed in Zhou's eyes. The left and right sides rapidly grow larger, wrapping a large number of vines, forming a titan fist. Armament hockey is attached to it. Boom. With one punch, two blonde five elders were instantly smashed to pieces. Hitting the far wall, the body exploded completely, zero. Like two quilts slapped dead mosquitoes. The engine oil in the body flowed out like blood. It's okay. Zhou walked to Momoshage's side. Momoshage was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. However, there was no major bleeding, which reassured Zhou a lot. No, it's okay. Momoshage's soft body leaned on Zhou's shoulder, feeling a lot more relieved. The despair just now gave her a strong sense of dependence. The appearance of Zhou provides this sense of reliability. Now, in Momoshage's mind, he recalled the scene of meeting Zhou for the first time. At that time, Zhou was also like this, appearing at his most dangerous moment. Save yourself from fire and water. Although, the resulting sense of dependence made the rabbit feel a little ashamed to speak. However, seeing Zhou's serious demeanor, Momoshage suddenly felt that this kind of shame did not exist anymore. Only good feelings for Zhou remained. Take a good rest, follow me, and leave the fighting to me. Zhou put Momoshage on the ground. After all, Momoshage came with him to support him. It would be too ruthless if he didn't show some more. At this time, the robots on the ground suddenly attracted each other like magnets and moved together. See this scenario. Zhou frowned. It appears that the blonde five elders aren't dead yet. With the sound of metal collisions, the corpses of the robots gathered into a giant robot aggregate. Immediately, it melted into a silver-white metal, forming a 10-meter-high, huge blonde five elders robot. At this time, the aura emanating from his body is already at the four emperors level. Hey, it seems that even to the other five elders, you are hiding your strength. Zhou chuckled. The five elders have always shown only admiral-level strength. The other five elders thought so too. However, now the other five elders are defeated. This five elders is still alive. Have to say, these old things have lived for so long, already matured. None of them are fuel-efficient lights. At this moment, a helmet-like thing appeared around the neck of the blonde five elders, covering his head. It's like putting on a spacesuit. Boom, suddenly, the feet of the 10-meter-high robot burst out with blue plasma flames. It even flew up. Plasma flames also spewed out from the palms of both hands. Zhou, I admit that you are very strong, but human beings have limits, so I choose not to be human. Zhou frowned and looked at the other party. Suddenly it dawned on me. Turn out to be. The blonde five elders are not mere mechanical fruit abilities. He is also a mechanical transformation man himself. Previously his eyes turned into red mechanical eyeballs, and his palms could shoot lasers. It's because he himself is a mechanical transformation man. And the ability to turn the ground into liquid metal is the real effect of the mechanical fruit. Now, the form of this huge robot should be that he uses his own special mechanical transformation body, combined with the ability of the mechanical fruit, to achieve the strongest form. 2.7 I have to say, this series of changes is handsome enough. If the blonde five elders think 4 emperors, it is estimated to be the strongest one among the 4 emperors. However, in front of Zhou, any fancy ability is grandstanding. Because, no matter how fancy the ability is, when faced with absolute power, they're vulnerable. HMPH, it's all gaudy. Zhou snorted coldly. Blonde five elders said, is it gimmicky? You'll soon find out. The battle is imminent. The giant robot suddenly changed its position, swooped down, and its right fist suddenly broke away from the main body, rushing towards Zhou like a cannonball. As soon as Zhou's eyes moved, he was about to attack the opponent. However, observation hockey shows that if he attacks the opponent's fist will open instantly, forming a cage to lock him in. See this scene of the future. Zhou immediately withdrew his intention to attack and jumped up. Kick out. Tempest kick mysterious foot jade, boom. The tempest kick slammed into the metal fist of the blonde five elders. However, a scene that surprised Zhou happened. A light blue magnetic field suddenly appeared on the metal fist, blocking his tempest kick. What an ignorant savage, the power of technology is the strongest. The blonde five elders roared, and the metal fist deformed again, unexpectedly forming a huge floating laser cannon, and fired a cannon towards Zhou. Boom, Zhou and Momoshiki jumped sideways at the same time. A terrifying explosion happened instantly, and the airwave lifted Momoshiki into the air, while Zhou kicked several times in the air to stabilize his body. Look at the blonde five elders, he said coldly. I still say the same thing, gaudy. Talking. He clenched his right fist suddenly, and a wooden knife grew out of the fist. The wooden knife is 3 meters long and looks extremely sharp. Chapter 101 King Level Strength. Just kill it. After attaching another layer of hockey, it immediately becomes a black knife. Stepping on the air, he slashed towards the metal iron fist, and with a single strike, it was shocking. Base, the saber energy was raging, splitting the blue magnetic field instantly, but just when Zhou was about to split the metal fist in half with a single knife, the metal fist suddenly separated into 4 parts. They are connected by several blue energy chains. Then it flew towards Zhou at high speed. The shape of a cage has been formed in the air. See this scenario. Zhou just snorted coldly. He was about to launch a razor to avoid the attack of the cage. Suddenly observation hockey sensed that as soon as he escaped from the cage, he would be attacked by the blonde five elders with laser cannons. And the power of the laser cannon is extremely terrifying. Seeing this future scene, Zhou frowned, but still activated the razor. Boom, really. As soon as he dodged, he was immediately bombarded by laser cannons. He defended it with armament hockey, however, and the laser cannon didn't do him much damage. However, what a powerful force. Zhou was taken aback, because the damage caused by the laser cannon just now cost his big hockey. The drain on hockey terrifies him. If he endured this laser cannon 100 more times, his hockey would also be exhausted. For example, if you are fighting the old 4 emperors like Kaido or Big Mom. Even if he fights with all his strength for 3 days and 3 nights, Zhou's hockey will not be exhausted. But the laser cannon of the blonde five elders, hundreds of shots can. This shows how terrifying the power of this laser cannon is. At this time, the plasma flames emitted from the soles of the blonde five elders' feet and palms intensified several times in an instant. The powerful plasma flame produced a huge reverse thrust, accelerating the speed of the blonde five elders to a terrifying degree. Instantly broke the sound barrier, and it's still accelerating. In the blink of an eye, the huge body of the blonde five elders had already killed Zhou. So fast, Zhou was taken aback. The blonde five elders is about 10 meters tall, equivalent to a small titan. However, with such a large body, it can burst out with such terrifying speed in an instant. To know, the speed of ordinary titans is very slow, even compared to 10 humans, it can be said to be slow. However, because of their size, even a random kick could crush an elephant to death. If you practice it a bit, the power of a full blow is even more frightening. This is still not a fast titan, it is already so scary. And now the blonde five elders are breaking out faster than most humans. Even surpassed the speed of Admiral, Titan's body and strength, coupled with unparalleled superior speed. The threat level of the other party soared to a terrifying level in an instant. Speed plus power, it is unparalleled destructive power. Zhou understands that this move is very strong. But, he won't run away either. HMPH, who do you think I am? Zhou snorted coldly. The right fist condenses hockey, the emission is doubled, and the punch is instantly punched. Boom, Zhou's fist collided with the metal fist of the blonde five elders. Zhou's fist didn't make contact with the opponent's fist. The other party obviously also has emission and Baekwon. Boom, boom, boom. The energy collisions again and again triggered terrifying airwaves. Zhou and the blonde five elders, no one can help the other all of a sudden. Ah, HMPH, the power of technology is invincible. Zhou roared, and the blonde five elders snorted coldly. Momoshiki in the distance looked shocked. The blonde five elders showed only admiral level strength before, but now they're evenly matched with king level Zhou. There is only one explanation: this old guy has hidden a lot of strength. Originally, after seeing Zhou appear, he was relieved. But now it is starting to worry. Zhou, you won't lose, right? If they lose, all of them will die here. Think here. Momoshiki became anxious. Zhou, come on. The blonde five elders watched Zhou go all out. He sneered and said, how is it? Do you feel that your own strength is actually nothing more than that? Boom, the plasma flames ejected from the soles of the blonde five elders' feet intensified again, and at the same time, a nozzle opened at the elbow of his punching arm and began to eject plasma flames. The increased kinetic energy of the double flames made Zhou suddenly feel that the power he endured had doubled in an instant. Boom, he flew out instantly. The blonde five elders chased after the victory, and a hole opened in his chest, revealing the missile of the big star inside. Whoosh whoosh. Missiles flew out one after another, shooting towards Zhou. Boom boom boom. Terrible explosions suddenly occurred in the direction of Zhou. The scope of the explosion even covered most of the corridor. The power of each shell can almost blow up a large marine warship. It is equivalent to a slash of Hawkeye cutting through a large ship. And hundreds of times, every time a shell is fired from the muzzle, it will be filled again at lightning speed. Saturation artillery strike. The blonde five elders laughed wildly. Zhou, how is it? My mechanical fruit is much stronger than yours, right? In this world, the mechanical fruit is the strongest. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the power of technology. Advertisement, one shot, one island move, you haven't seen it yet. How about it, do you want to try it? I promise I won't kill you. As he spoke, a missile the size of a house suddenly emerged from his chest. After seeing this missile, Momoshiki's pupils shrank. Even though she knew nothing about these so-called technological gadgets, when she saw this huge missile at this moment, she understood that the power of this gadget might not be on the same order of magnitude as those little things just now. And Zhou was bombarded indiscriminately by a large number of missiles. Just came out of the smoke of the explosion. After seeing this giant missile, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? Could it be that Ivan the Big couldn't do it? This mechanical fruit can use future technology. Even the missiles and laser weapons were made by him. Unexpectedly, even a nuclear bomb like Big Ivan has been produced now. He admits he is strong, but if it is hard to resist nuclear weapons, forget it. That is, can't get the blonde five elders to unleash this, Big Ivan. Think here. Zhou immediately stopped cherishing his physical strength. He raised his right hand, and a large number of vines grew out of his arm, wrapping around his fist. In just a few breaths, his fist has become the size of a small sailboat. On the top, it is all covered with hockey, finger pistol mysteries change move giant fist spear. Boom, as soon as one punch is thrown out, the power of the punch brings out the power of the sky. The Big Ivan, on the chest of the blonde five elders only made half of it, so he had to stop, with an annoyed expression on his face, to meet Zhou's attack. His left fist is smaller than Zhou's, but it's metallic and covered in hockey. Go to hell. Boom, the fists of the two sides collided, and the terrifying energy instantly distorted the space between the fists. Click click click, this moment, there seems to be a crack in the space. At the same time, a figure located among the flowers in Pangu City suddenly opened its eyes. The space is broken, she muttered to himself. Next moment, she disappeared in place in an instant. Rumble. The battle between Zhou and the blonde five elders is still going on. Hockey and power on both sides, constantly colliding. At this time, the test is the combination of the strength of both sides in hockey. Whoever is stronger will win. At the level of the two of them, hockey is no longer just hockey. It is a move that can be emitted as energy. At this moment, Zhou's physical strength continued to be exhausted, and he kept his strength at its peak. Even at the expense of his own life. It's just because the originally wasted lifespan, now because there is a lot of life energy in his body, what is wasted is no longer the lifespan, but the life energy. When his body is damaged in order to erupt with stronger strength, these life energy will be replenished immediately to repair the damage. After this damage and repair have reached a balance, what Zhou depleted began to turn into life energy. It is equivalent to directly consuming the life energy in the bodies of the dead five elders he absorbed before. The most wonderful thing is that every time his body is damaged, it is repaired by life energy. His strength will increase by 1 point. Because when most people fight, their bodies can only recover slowly after eating and resting after the battle. If you recover well, your body will become stronger. If it is not repaired well, it will become a dark wound. And Zhou's life energy is the purest life force, which can restore his damaged parts to the most perfect state in an instant. So, while Zhou was fighting, his strength was gradually increasing. And his strength is constantly increasing, and his physical strength is still flowing. The blonde five elders had been in a stalemate with Zhou for a long time. Discover. Not only did Zhou's strength not decrease. On the contrary, there are signs of increasing. He was stunned. He is desperate. He can't understand. How can human beings constantly stimulate their potential in battle? Or, Zhou simply retained his strength, didn't use all his strength just now. But that doesn't make sense either. If Zhou had retained his strength from the beginning, why didn't he kill himself in seconds, but spend it here with himself? Is it just to humiliate yourself? The blonde five elders felt tighter and short of breath the more he thought about it. Feel aggrieved. Want to vomit blood. He can't understand. His CPU was almost burnt dry. Exclamation mark quote. He roared. Some circuits on the body suddenly sparked. Crackling. Let some of his strength elapse in an instant. This is the moment. A killing intent flashed across Zhou's eyes. Instantly brought the power to ultimate. Hockey also played to ultimate. Boom. The giant vine fist defeated the blonde five elders in an instant. He was sent flying with a punch, and the fist kept sticking to his body, smashing him out firmly. Finally hit the wall hard. Boom. Click 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 click. Advertisement. The huge mechanical body of the blonde five elders was firmly pressed against the seastone wall by a powerful force. A trace of cracks broke out. At last, it exploded with a bang. Clang. A head rolled to the ground. This is the head of the blonde five elders. His hair has disappeared. The upper part of the head is a transparent cover, which contains some liquid and a brain. His face was ugly. Did not expect. I actually lost. Call. Zhou sat down on the ground. He let out a long breath of foul air. Maid, lousy is exhausted. At this time, Momosuke walked over quickly and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Zhou suddenly smelled a fresh fragrance. This is Momosuke's deodorant. Zhou looked at Momosuke. I found that Momosuke looked at me with eyes full of admiration. You defeated a king-level opponent. Momosuke said softly. Zhou nodded. King class. Yes, this blonde five elders indeed has the strength of a king. However, it was only revealed at the last moment. Have to say, this five elders is the most difficult one among the four five elders. At the beginning, it was not obvious that Sean 470 was not leaking. Hide your strength. At the back, as the opponent's strength increases, one's own strength is revealed. Have to say, it's an old silver coin. Great old silver coins. If it wasn't for Zhou's own strength, Momosuke alone wouldn't be his opponent. Planted today. Think here. Zhou was suddenly looking forward to it. The blonde five elders was nourished. He manipulated the vine and plunged into the robot's body. Start absorbing nutrients. Even robots can absorb nutrients. This is the fruit characteristic. To some extent, even though the blonde five elders ate the mechanical fruit, the body is still a human being. Otherwise, he cannot eat devil fruit. If it's zones, it's okay to say. After all, a knife can eat the fruit of zone. But he ate paramesha. This requires that his body must be human from beginning to end. Otherwise, the demon in devil fruit will judge that the main body has become a dead thing, and will be reborn elsewhere. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The vines continuously transported the giant robot's nutrients into Zhou's body. Zhou felt it. The life energy consumed by oneself has been replenished, and at the same time, the dense fruit of oneself is no longer absorbing life energy. Constantly improve yourself. But Zhou has a feeling. The development of sensen fruit, even if it reaches 100%. He was looking forward to it. Fruit development once reached 100%. What will it be like? Estimate. No one in human history has been able to do this. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, Zhou feels that nutrients are enough. The development of sensen fruit has also reached 100%. But, now is not the time to verify the effect of the fruit. He stood up. Go to the head of the blonde five elders. You, what are you going to do? The blonde five elders originally thought that Zhou would ignore him. Did not expect. He didn't intend to let himself go at all. Even if he has only one head left. Don't let yourself go. Tell me where I am is. A speech by Zhou. The blonde five elders were dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Zhou. It feels like I'm hallucinating. Just now, Zhou said yes. I am. Master I am. But. How could this guy know about the existence of Lord I am? Master I am, but only the five of them know about the existence that is impossible to exist in this world. King of the world. 800 years ago, I am secretly led the 20 kingdoms to defeat the huge kingdom at that time. Overthrew the most powerful country at the time. Then. The world government was established. At the same time, members of the royal family of the 20 kingdoms, who call themselves celestial dragons, have arrived on the Redland continent. And I am never showed up from beginning to end. Always in the dark. Advertisement chapter 102 Beyond the king level. Ancient weapon appears. 5 of them. He is the one chosen by I am. Only. On the surface they run the world. Secretly, it was I am who gave the order and truly ruled the world. During 800 years, many people and forces appeared who wanted to overthrow the celestial dragons, and conquer the world. However, in the end, these potential dangerous factors are the lights in history. All were extinguished. And I am, and the 5 of them existed from beginning to end. And the existence of I am, only the 5 of them knew from the beginning to the end. But as long as other people know about IM's existence, it will be wiped out immediately. So even if 800 years have passed, IM's existence is not exposed at all. However, now, Zhou actually said IM's name. Why? Why don't you say so? Zhou looked at each other lightly. It's like looking down at an ant. Blonde 5 elders can say unceremoniously, this Zhou, as long as he says no, the other party will kill him immediately. I will definitely kill myself without hesitation. Even if I am 5 elders. He knows. This kid can do it. Quote. The blonde 5 elders was about to speak. Suddenly, an inconceivable black substance suddenly streaked through the air, piercing through his head in an instant. Who is it? Zhou shouted violently. At the same time, the back spine felt cold, the scalp was numb, and I felt a little shivering. An unknown existence, hiding here, launched an attack that he hadn't even noticed before. That is, his biological instinct allowed him to avoid the attack just now in a critical moment. Otherwise, it would be me who died just now. Zhou quickly glanced around. Momosuke also looked around in fear, then approached Zhou. Neither was able to spot any third party present. Zhou even felt that he might have hallucinated just now. The blonde 5 elders aren't dead yet. However, he bowed his head. What they saw was the pierced head of the blonde 5 elders, and the brain inside had already turned into a paste. And his eyes lost their luster. Made. Zhou cursed in his heart. Did not expect. There is still such a weird thing. Completely escaped the perception of his own observation haki. Kill the blonde 5 elders in one hit. As far as the hardness of this guy's head is concerned, it would be impossible to penetrate it without a super powerful attack. What is it? Momosuke also looked scared. Zhou frowned and pondered, and suddenly thought of something. Not good. Where's the Empress? He suddenly thought of the Empress. I don't know how long the Queen has been dragged into the basement floor by that Titan fruit-capable user. It hasn't come up until now. He immediately grabbed Momosuke, and without waiting for the opponent's reaction, he rushed towards the hole directly. Ah! Momosuke exclaimed, and then found that the scenery on both sides retreated rapidly. Feeling Zhou's astonishing speed, she could only grab Zhou's arm tightly to prevent herself from falling. Clatter. Zhou and Momosuke fell into the hole. Below this is an unbelievably vast space. If he hadn't unfolded the observation haki and discovered that there was a floor underneath, he might have thought it was a bottomless pit. Zhou looked up at the hole above his head. It was found that the burrow had turned into a small white spot. Like a star in the night sky. Here. Scary space. Preliminary estimates. The distance from floor to ceiling is about 1,000 meters. Yes, that's 1,000 meters. There should be a big hole dug on the red line. And Mariajoy, the holy land of the celestial dragons, was built on this pit. Cough cough. Momosuke coughed suddenly. It was only then that Zhou noticed that there was actually a lot of dust here. He squatted on the ground and touched it, and suddenly found that the dust was very fine, not like it was caused by the ceiling falling down just now. It seems that hundreds of years have passed, and a layer of dust has naturally accumulated here. Hundreds of years. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that, underneath the Holy Land Mariajoy, is actually an ancient ruin? Think here. Zhou's right hand suddenly grew a vine. A glowing grass grew on it. This is the development and application of sensen fruit. He has been developed to 100%, and there are many things that can be done now. For example, Zhou thought, a large number of vines grew rapidly under the feet, and these vines quickly spread to the distance without any effort. Glowing plants grow on them. Immediately. It's like being lit by strings of low-brightness tubes. Zhou and Momosuke also gradually saw the structure here. Advertisement. This is a gigantic stone palace. How huge is it? What was in front of Zhou and Momosuke, what they thought was a wall, was actually a gigantic stone pillar. The pillar is carved directly from the red line stone. About 100 meters in diameter. And it's not round, it's square. At first glance it looks like a wall. In the distance, one can vaguely see many such huge stone pillars. It's like a titan's palace. Momosuke looked up at everything around him and let out a gasp. Zhou Dao. No, it's a titan among titans. Even a giant titan like Little Oz is just like a small ant here. The people living in this palace must be at least a few hundred meters high. Hundreds of meters. Hear the word. Momosuke suddenly felt some skin tighten. Because, in the world of pirates, body size is the power zone. An ordinary titan has the strength of a vice admiral even without any training. And if it was Little Ozzy, he would have the combat power to crush vice admiral. If it is 10 times bigger in size. That strength, I am afraid that even without any training after birth, he can have the strength comparable to that of admiral. If you practice a little bit, you will probably look down on admiral. If you eat devil fruit again, or learn haki, or both. Then this terrifying existence, it is estimated that even the 4 emperors are not its opponents. This is the difference in size. Do a thought experiment. If there is a creature the size of a planet, even just a sneeze can kill a large number of 4 emperors. Even Roger, the One Piece king, would burp if only 1 foot came down. So, after seeing the scale of the palace here, Zhou has already started to imagine. In the ancient times of the pirate world. In other words, it is very likely that 800 years ago, there were probably some gods living here. Yes, this terrifying body shape is probably only possessed by God. That's when Zhou and Momoshiki were stunned by the grandeur of the ancient ruins. In the distance, there was a slight movement suddenly. It's the Empress and the others. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He directly carried Momoshiki on his shoulders, regardless of Momoshiki's blushing expression. Anyway, this would allow him to move as quickly as possible and ensure that Momoshiki would not be left behind and then attacked by others. Razor. Zhou activated the razor, and his figure quickly shuttled through the underground ruins. To be honest, if you move from this magnificent architectural relic, you can't see how fast Zhou is. Because, if viewed from the perspective of the former occupant here, the Super Titan, Zhou is nothing more than a fast-moving bug on the ground. However, if you look at it from the perspective of a normal person, you will find that Zhou's speed is so fast that it brings out afterimages. Hurry up, Zhou is very fast. Soon after, he saw signs of a fight in the distance. These should all be traces of the battle between the Empress and the Titan fruit-capable user. But one thing is certain. The 5 elders with mustache should only be at the Admiral level. It can be regarded as the weakest one among all the 5 elders. Otherwise, after such a long time, he should have already dealt with the Empress. It's not like he's still fighting the Empress now. In the distance, there were waves of footsteps. Then came Hong Lei's voice, "Ha ha ha, little guy, can't you do it?" In the face of strength, any fancy abilities are useless. The old man with mustache turned into a terrifying Titan. Before that, his height was tens of meters. But the current height has reached a terrifying 100 meters. And the skin is steaming and red, looking like Luffy in second gear. Titan fruit, wake up. The awakened Titan fruit swelled the old man's body several times. In one fell swoop, it became the largest Titan in the world. Rao is the size of Yongguo Oz back then, and he can only be regarded as a dwarf in front of him. Look at the Empress again. It is like a small bug in front of the Titan. Incomparably small. Even if the Titan's movement is only slow, the Empress needs to move at the fastest speed to avoid it. Too big. The Queen's attack hit the Titan, at most it petrified part of the skin. It is impossible to petrify the muscles or even the bones inside. The old man with the mustache is right, in the face of absolute power. Any bells and whistles are useless. Call. The Empress breathed rapidly, her whole body was soaked in sweat. The hair fell loose in locks and locks. He looked very embarrassed. The beautiful face looked a little fragile at this moment. I am coming. Sudden. There was a roar in the distance. Then, it's like turning on a switch in the room. A strand of faint light gradually spread from a distance. See this scenario. A gleam of joy finally appeared on the Empress's delicate and beautiful face. Mimo blinked, and said 2 words. Zhou. Boom. Titan stepped on it. The Empress dodges hastily. The old man with mustache gave Zhou a vicious look in the distance. What an annoying little guy. Before the first one is trampled to death, the second one is coming. However, in front of my absolute power, you all have to die. Whoosh. Zhou figure. Speed up again. Really up the speed to ultimate. Advertisement. At this time, he had already broken through several times the speed of sound, turning into afterimages and chasing after him. Hurry up. If it was later, the Empress would probably be in trouble. Seeing the delicate flowers being destroyed, Zhou's heart was bleeding. Maid. This is my woman. Zhou's eyes were red and his breathing was short of breath. In the end, he jumped up viciously and punched the old man with a mustache. The old man with the mustache had already been waiting for a long time. Slap to Zhou. The terrifying slap is equivalent to the size of an unknown number of houses. And wrapped hockey. Terrifyingly powerful. Boom. Zhou punched the palm of this slap. Instantly explode the palm of your hand. It went straight through. Bring out a lot of blood and bone. Seeing this, the old man with mustache shrank his pupils sharply. Zhou's figure was reflected in the incomparably huge pupils. Kick. Zhou kicked the old man with mustache. It is about to kick the head of this old silver coin. Now, the breath of death enveloped the old man with mustache. He realized, the man in front of me is too strong. Yes, Zhou's strength at this time has increased by a bit compared to when he first came. He has already been regarded as an elite figure among the kings. As for the old man with the mustache, even if the Titan fruit is awakened at this time, his strength is beyond the sky, but he is only at the 4 emperors level. Even the elites in the 4 emperors class are far inferior to the king class. This moment, the old man with the mustache made a move that surprised everyone. He suddenly cancelled the fruit ability. The figure disappeared in an instant. Reverted to normal Titan size. Exclamation mark. He quickly ran in one direction. Running no matter what, he ran. Zhou, the Empress, Momoshiki, was dumbfounded. Imposing 5 elders. He ran away. Obviously he was so arrogant just now, as if his fate was up to me. However, it was only Zhou who exploded his palm. He was immediately discouraged. Isn't this so stupid? The Empress and Momoshiki were stunned. After a brief shock, Zhou's eyes became sharp in an instant. Want to run? No way. Now that you are at war with the 5 elders, it is impossible to let any of you escape. Once you run away and hide, then you will be in big trouble. The lifespan of the 5 elders is unknown to Zhou. In case, decades later, or hundreds of years later, when Zhou has loosened, pop out of nowhere and wreak havoc. That would be a pain in the a. There is only the truth of being a thief for 1,000 days, there is no reason for guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. However, Zhou was not too eager to catch up. To Li Hao, he fell first. Then he walked to the Empress's side to check the Empress, injuries. Quote dot. Backquote you, are you okay? Zhou asked worriedly. Hey, Zhou, you big B asterisk 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 D. When you pick up girls, can you put others down first? Momosuke, who was carried on Zhou's shoulders, swung her 2 big white legs and shouted with a blushing face. Zhou immediately put Momosuke down with embarrassment. Momosuke snorted coldly, don't go shopping. At this moment, the Empress also looked at Zhou with a resentful expression. Then, Zhou saw the situation of the Empress. The whole body has been wet with sweat. The already thin clothes are now even thinner and thinner. His face was slightly rosy from the fierce battle, and strands of wet hair were drooping at this moment. The Empress nodded. Concubine. Concubine is fine. The Queen's heart beat faster. Breathing also became faster. His face was a little blushing, but he didn't dare to look at Zhou. Zhou frowned and checked the Empress, injuries. There were bruises on her legs and scratches in some places. In mind, Zhou simulated a scene. The Titan punched the Empress and sent her flying. She fell to the ground and rubbed against the ground quickly, causing part of her skin to be worn away. Think here. Zhou frowned even tighter. This Titan is dead. No, originally he was going to die, but now he will die thoroughly. Come on, go after that guy. Zhou stood up and carried Momosuke on his shoulders. Then, regardless of the Empress's objection, she carried the Empress on her shoulders. Feel the softness in your shoulders. Zhou took a deep breath and exerted all his strength. Boom. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. And his figure has already appeared hundreds of meters away. Carrying 2 people is equivalent to carrying nothing for Zhou. The figure of Titan in the distance is approaching quickly. Sudden, Zhou saw it. The Titan stopped. As soon as his eyes moved, a large number of glowing vines grew out, quickly illuminating the surrounding environment. Chapter 103 An Island with One Punch. Zhou's Ancient Weapon. Chapter 103 An Island with One Punch. Zhou's Ancient Weapon. Immediately, he quickly found out. Ahead is a separate room. And a huge stone statue is sitting in this room. The height of this stone statue is about 800 meters. Head very close to the ceiling. The stone statues are humanoid. Like some kind of ancient warrior statue. This further confirms, in Zhou's mind, the speculation that this is an ancient Super Titan relic. But, at this time, Zhou suddenly saw 5 elders with mustaches crawling into the broken stone crevice of the Super Titan stone statue. Then, the stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up. It emits 2 beams of light like the sun. A thick hum sounded. Then, the stone statue actually let out a thick voice. God of War 3.0. Power on. Boom. A terrifying and boundless momentum emanated from the stone statue in an instant. This momentum made Zhou's scalp explode. Because, this stone statue actually possesses strength beyond king level. God of War 3.0. Hearing this voice, Zhou felt a very bad premonition in his heart. This stone statue seems to be some kind of robot. Correct. In the original Book of Pirates, 800 years ago in this world, there was a power called the Great Kingdom. Gather all species from all over the world. And top technology. With the scientific and technological strength of the huge kingdom at that time, it is probably not difficult to manufacture a huge mech. And this gigantic mecha in front of me, could it be said that it is the weapon of the gigantic kingdom? Damn it. Zhou couldn't help but swear. If it is really guessed by him. That would be too silly. Because, the aura exuded by this mecha has completely surpassed the king level. In terms of size alone, it is as high as 800 meters. Fight with one hand and Marine's large warships. Let's imagine. A Marine warship suddenly shoots at you at several times the speed of sound. That power. It is equivalent to a cannonball the size of a small island. An island can be split in half in an instant. One cannon, one island. Thinking of this, Zhou's eyes suddenly narrowed. Isn't this the description of ancient weapon Pluton? Is the mecha in front of me an ancient weapon? Or is it a product of technology? The mecha suddenly shook off the dust. Rumble. The earth trembled. The mecha stood up. This is a bullhead mech. The most original bullhead hat on the head. In his hand, he held a gigantic axe with 520 heads. Axes were still made of wood and stone. Wearing huge animal skin clothes. Unimaginable. Just to make this mecha, it takes an unknowable amount of materials. A branch of the precious tree atom was used to make the handle, and a great mountain was used to make the axe head. Then use the sea kings as big as the island to make clothes. It can be said, these are already the largest objects in nature. Stand up with the mecha. Stripes of blue energy light appeared on his body. Similar to blood vessels. At the position of its chest, there is a huge luminous body with a diameter of tens of meters. That should be the energy core of this mecha. Ha ha ha. This is an island-level mecha, an ancient super weapon. Zhou, I see how you are still my opponent. Suddenly, the voice of the old man with the mustache came from the body of the mecha. Zhou frowned. This mecha was indeed controlled by the old man with the mustache. The other party has lived in the Holy Land for so many years, and it is naturally normal to know the existence of such a place. Only, he didn't expect that such a powerful machine actually exists here. It was so strong that it surpassed the dry level. There was a chilling hum from the Super Titan mech, like a yawn of a god waking up. Then, the Super Titan mecha moved. Crunch crunch. After a sound of metal clashing, the Super Titan mecha punched Zhou. This is an extremely terrifying punch. From a Super Titan's point of view, this punch is very slow, but from Zhou's point of view, you will find that this punch is incredibly fast. I don't know how many times the speed of sound has been surpassed. Rumble. This moment, the Super Titan mecha pierced through the atmosphere, wrapped in a monstrous power, and collided heavily with Zhou's fist. No hockey bonus at all. Just a simple, pure punch. Boom. Zhou suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a rushing mountain. Then he was directly knocked out by a force majeure. What the hell is this strength? Zhou roared in his heart. In an instant, he flew out at a speed of breaking through the sound barrier, like a shell fired from its chamber. Bang bang bang. This moment, advertisement. Zhou quickly used the razor to adjust his body in the air, then, facing the Titan, used the razor backwards crazily, stepping on the air to slow himself down. After some bob kicks, he finally slowed down his speed. Immediately, accelerate and rush towards the Super Titan mecha. Bang bang bang. Zhou's speed is getting faster and faster. Drink. There was a loud drink. His right fist turned into a Titan fist, and hit the fist of the Super Titan mech fiercely. Boom. Once again, Zhou flew upside down. Too strong. Super Titan mecha, the power it possesses is too terrifying. It was crushing for Zhou. This surpasses the power of the king level, which is really terrifying. Ha ha ha. Bugs. You are all bugs. The Super Titan mecha let out a wild laugh. This power is too strong. Too strong. Ha ha ha. Boom. He punched the Empress where Momosuke was. Immediately, both the Empress and Momosuke ran away as fast as they could. The speed of the two is fast enough. However, under the attack of Super Titan. But it still seemed so slow. Slow. Go to hell, bug. The Super Titan mecha hummed and laughed. Now, it's like a human being swat a fly to death. However, this completely angered Zhou. It's amazing to surpass the king level, right? You thought you were invincible, didn't you? That being the case, then I will take out the last hole card and let you see. What is true invincibility? Boom. Sudden. A large number of vines rushed towards the Super Titan from all directions. Quickly wrapped around his feet and body. Then it continued to spread to his arms. Just a few breaths, Super Titan is like a sculpture covered by the power of nature. From its original dusty appearance, it became a statue covered in green vines. And the fist that was about to fall to the ground also stagnated at this time. The Empress and Momosuke ran out of the attack range of the Super Titan mecha in time. It is out of danger. Zhou stretched out his hand and grabbed it out of thin air. At that moment, those vines wrapped around the Super Titan mecha began to exert force. Like a boa constrictor devouring an elephant, it crazily entangles its prey in an attempt to strangle it to death. Collapse. Rattling. Accompanied by bursts of crisp sound. Zhou saw that the dust that had turned into stone accumulated on the Super Titan mech fell down in a rustling manner. However, even though the vines were broken, the mecha inside still looked safe and sound. No matter how hard the vine exerted itself, it couldn't crush the mecha. It's useless. Accompanied by a roar, Zhou saw that the Japanese stock blue light burst out from the body of the Super Titan mech in an instant. Immediately, all the vines that entangled the mecha all broke in an instant. Terrifying energy fluctuations are stirring. After the Super Titan mech shattered the vines, a large amount of blue energy gathered on the fist of its right hand. At this moment, this fist is as dazzling as the sun. Creation Fist. An incomparably domineering punch, swung straight towards the air in front of him. This punch did not target the Empress, Leaping Rabbit, or any area in Zhou. But only for the air in front of you. At this moment, both the Empress and Momosuke were at a loss. But only Zhou thought of something. Shouted, "Run!" Immediately, he quickly used vines to create a small barrier. He squatted down by himself. Both Empress and Momosuke are on the periphery. After reacting, he ran away immediately, accompanied by a Super Titan punch. In an instant, an extremely strong energy fluctuation erupted in the air in front of him. Boom. White light. White light is everywhere. An incomparably terrifying energy shock wave instantly started from the fist of the Super Titan mech, and spread forward in a fan-shaped manner. From the perspective of the Titan, one would think that the attack speed was too slow. But if you look at it from the perspective of a normal human being, you will find that the speed of the shock wave is too fast. Or just downright frighteningly fast. Rumble. The shock wave instantly reached Zhou's direction. At this moment, everything in his place disappeared. All matter is annihilated, including this solid stone from Red Line. They all annihilated and disappeared. When all the dust is gone. Under the faint light, the Empress and Jumping Fish were shocked to find out. Within a range of hundreds of kilometers in front of the Super Titan mecha, a huge fan-shaped area appeared. All stones in this area are gone. In its place was a dark pit. The depth of this pit is about tens of meters deep. It's nothing to a titan, but it's bottomless to a human being. Where is Zhou? Advertisement. For the two women, the most important thing is Zhou's safety. See Super. The attack and destructive power of the Titan mecha was so terrifying that the two of them turned pale immediately and began to worry about Zhou. But, soon, they found out. In fact, Zhou didn't need the two of them to worry at all. At the last moment when the attack just arrived, Zhou has already used vines to construct an incomparably strong barrier. At this time, more than half of the barrier was burned. But the remaining part still protects Zhou tightly. And this part, in the whole shaved land, appeared a single high point. It looks like a mountain in a basin. And there are only a few peaks. Zhou looked at the large pits all around him. Some speechless. It's really a powerful punch. If it is outside, it is estimated that one punch can make a medium-sized island disappear. He said, but he looked at the Super Titan mecha provocatively. However, although the power of this punch is great, the power is not concentrated, otherwise it would not even hit my punch. Can't even break through the defense. Ridicule. This is Kai Guguo's mockery. At this time, the eyes of the mustache old man inside the Super Titan mecha were bloodshot. Just because. This B************ D actually said just now that he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Shame. It's just a disgrace. This moment, Mustache is completely angry. Can this be tolerated? Cannot. Ever since. The old man with mustache waved the huge axe in his hand. Facing the direction of Zhou, suddenly pinched. Boom. This time, after the axe was swung out, a huge arc-shaped slash was formed immediately. Just now, the Super Titan's punch, the power of the attack is a fan-shaped large area. And this attack, but it hit a thin piece of slash. The power can be said to be greatly concentrated. And Zhou no longer dared to underestimate him. He had a thought. A large number of vines appeared instantly. In front of him, a huge shield rooted in the ground was formed. When, shields rose from the ground one after another, blocking Zhou's face. A total of 18 shields appeared. These shields are all woven from vines, possessing incomparably strong toughness and hardness. Even the color is black with metallic luster. When the slash of the Super Titan mecha arrives, he slammed hard on the shield, instantly split a shield in half. Then came the second, the third. When it hits the 10th. Slow down. At the 13th time, the shield could not be split. The slash just knocked the shield down. Then it dissipated. It's time to fight back. Zhou hid behind the last shield and waved his hand. Immediately, countless vines rose from the ground, forming towering trees. In just a blink of an eye, a primeval forest grew in this underground space. Each tree inside has a diameter of 100 meters. Hundreds of meters high. The Super Titan mecha instantly lost Zhou's whereabouts. Ah, what a nuisance. As the old man with the mustache spoke, he swung his giant axe and chopped down a large forest with one stroke. However, this move seemed to anger Sen Lin. The towering trees inside are all wrapping around the Super Titan mecha. It's like a strip of boa constrictors hunting. No matter how the Super Titan mecha struggles, it cannot break free. Then, Zhou appeared. The towering trees on the ground gathered towards him, finally wrapping him inside. A huge wooden golem with a height of 100 meters appeared. Although, compared with the Super Titan mecha, Zhou's wooden golem looks a little small. But compared to a Titan fruit-capable person, an old man with a mustache. But it is already evenly matched. Then, Zhou started to punch, and the huge, 100-meter-tall man followed suit. Finger pistol mysteries changing moves fist spear. This moment, dozens of arms of the same thickness grew out of wooden golem's arm, and they followed suit. Puff puff. At this moment, the fists of countless hundreds of meter-level titans danced quickly, hitting the Super Titan mecha. The instantaneous burst of power directly punched a large number of dents in the body of the Super Titan mecha. Seeing this, Zhou was once again shocked by the ancient super technology. This is something that has passed for more than 800 years. It's so hard. He unbelievers, armed wooden golems fist with armament hockey and conqueror's twine. Attack again. Boom boom boom. This time, wooden golem's fist phantom directly left a large number of black holes on the body of the Super Titan mecha. Some short-circuited sparks suddenly appeared. Crackling. Chapter 104 Violent Killing of Super Kings. I am here. Chapter 104 Violent Killing of Super Kings. I am appears. Seeing this, the old man with the mustache was shocked. I was shocked by Zhou's strength. One person, with his own strength, hurt the island-level machine. What a terrifying strength this is. The old man with a mustache asked himself that he couldn't do it. And it will never be possible. This has surpassed the limit of biology. It's an impossible category. You have violated the laws of nature. You are such a powerful existence, you must be eliminated. The old man with mustache raised his huge axe, and stared at Zhou with a cold gaze. This time, he will completely ruin Zhou's life. Countless energies gather. The Super Titan mecha slams an axe. Instantly cut wooden golem in half. Even Zhou's body was split into two. This moment, there was a smug smile on the corner of the old man's mouth. However, at the same time, in a certain hidden corner, a pitch-black figure pouted. It seems that he is very disdainful of the pride of the old man with the mustache. And, with an indistinguishable male and female voice, he said to himself, he's not dead yet. Really, it's like a prophecy. Zhou, who was divided into two, quickly merged into one. It turned out that at a critical moment, I used the characteristics of Lodia to actively divide it into two. Zhou looked at the Super Titan mecha with a solemn expression, clasped his hands together, and the powerful force surged in his body. At this moment, he mobilized the life energy in his body and crazily transformed it into physical strength. Rumble, a gigantic wooden sculpture that is dozens of times larger than the wooden golem and almost as tall as a Super Titan mecha stands up. This wooden sculpture is like a Buddha statue, with hands clasped together and a face of compassion. But the back is like a peacock spreading its tail, with thousands of arms and thousands of miles. True, several thousand hands. You can say that. This is Zhou's greatest confidence. Moment. Numerous wooden hands of the woodcarving erupted, and the top of each arm was wrapped with a layer of black armament hockey, and black lightning, conquerors winding. Boom 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 boom. Countless fists the size of warships crazily pounded on the front of the Super Titan mecha. Each wooden hand is attacking at an extremely fast speed. Just the air waves created are enough to form a terrifying typhoon. This moment, Super Titan mecha, without the slightest resistance. He can only let countless wooden fists the size of fists compared to him, are fists the size of warships with emission and tyranny wrapped around them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of bombardments. The speed of the wooden fist was too fast, and only afterimages could be seen. Then, on the front of the Super Titan mecha appeared deep concave fist marks. These fist prints overlap quickly. Beat the front of the Super Titan mecha into a flat surface. Boom, click, crackling. Various mechanical parts make weird sounds. And the sound of electric sparks after the circuit exploded. The old man with the mustache was completely panicked at this moment. Desperately controlling the Super Titan mecha, trying to launch a counterattack against Zhou. However, move. Why don't you move? Move. But the Super Titan mech didn't move at all. Boom 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 boom. Zhou's attack continued. Now, the life energy in his body is rapidly consumed, but the 5 elders that were killed before have absorbed a lot of nutrients in his body, but still retain a lot. I can still hold on. 39 seconds. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were as hard as iron. He is bound to kill this mecha directly. Boom 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 boom. The sound of Zhou attacking the mecha finally turned into the sound of hitting something very dull. This shows that there is no space inside the mecha. He stopped. At this time, the Super Titan mecha remained motionless. Like a scrapped mecha, Zhou jumped up, stepped on the moonwalk, and quickly approached the mecha. Bang! From the mech's head, a cockpit was smashed. The old man with mustache crawled out from inside. This cockpit can only be operated by a Titan. It can be seen that this mecha is also specially made for the Titan family. At this time, the old man with the mustache was very embarrassed. The whole body is pitch black, as if it has been burnt by smoke. Shortly after he had just crawled out, the cockpit behind him suddenly burst into flames. Then there was a huge explosion. Zhou saw this scene. Accelerate instantly. Kill in front of the old man with mustache. Waste. But at this moment, a male and female voice suddenly sounded. Almost at the same time, a black object suddenly pierced Zhou's heart. Zhou's complexion suddenly changed. It was that mysterious existence who made the move. Existence that cannot be detected even with observation hockey. However, at this moment, he was powerless to see who was behind him. Because his heart was pierced. The blood flowed out crazily, and his physical strength would lose weight in a day. Now, advertisement. Zhou activated the dense fruit ability, and made some plant leaves in his heart. Forcibly bandaged the damaged part of his heart. The bleeding stopped. The life energy quickly healed his heart. At this time, Zhou still pretended not to move. It seems that he has been seriously injured and is about to die. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. To be precise, it appeared on the old man with the mustache. Stepping on him, this scene reminded Zhou of celestial dragons stepping on slaves' backs. But to the old man with mustache, this mysterious existence is obviously his master. Master I am. Next moment, Bozzy Nonsense revealed the identity of this mysterious existence. I am King of the World, the behind-the-scenes boss of Pirate World. At this moment, Zhou narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, I am appeared in this way. But, he didn't have much reaction. Still pretending to be half dead. And I am didn't seem to see that he had recovered from his injuries. He just stared coldly at 5 elders with mustaches, and said, Trash, a mere king-level opponent beat you like this, and you even broke an island-level mecha. You know that such a mecha is it the only one left in the world. The craftsmanship has been lost. Mustache 5 elders was extremely remorseful at this time. I'm sorry, Lord I am, it's my fault, I shouldn't use this mecha. I am sneered, if you weren't still useful, you would have been a corpse just now. Speaking of which, I am suddenly thought of something, suddenly took a breath, and looked at Zhou in surprise, you are not dead yet. But he remembered that just now he directly pierced Zhou's heart. Although Zhou showed a weak look. But after such a long time, he still hasn't died, which is obviously a problem. Think here. Im's eyes under the cloak narrowed, and he looked at Zhou carefully. But, he confirmed that Zhou must not live long after suffering such serious injuries. It must be because his physique is too strong that he survived for so long after his heart was pierced. You or I am? Zhou spoke suddenly. I am surprised and asked. Do you know me? Yes. Zhou also said Im's name before. It's time to interrogate the mechanical fruit ability user. But at that time I am obviously didn't want this guy to tell his secret, so he killed the blonde 5 elders directly. At that time, if Zhou hadn't been able to hide quickly, he probably died together. It was from that time that Zhou became aware of Im's existence. Im can hide his existence completely, even observation Haki cannot detect his presence. Zhou didn't dare to let Momoshiki get away from his side, because Im would probably make a move at any time, and then kill Momoshiki. Zhou quickly looked at Im. Im is about 2 meters tall and wears a cloak. Cannot see the figure and facial features. He could only vaguely see a pair of amber eyes staring at him closely under the cloak. Im felt Zhou staring at him. Some frown. How do you know me? He was a little suspicious. After all, he had eliminated all traces of himself in this world. Well, anyway, if I kill you, no one will know of my existence. Im doesn't seem to have the slightest interest in inquiring about Zhou's information. In this case, he seems to be used to Sikong. And it's very easy to handle. Killing directly, how heartbreaking is it? Zhou snorted coldly when he heard this, and killed himself. Isn't it too naive? However, he did not reveal that he had recovered from his injury. Still pretending to be weak. I saw Im walking towards Zhou step by step. Zhou realized that he was walking towards him on the air. Ability. Or something else. Is it technology? A series of thoughts quickly flashed through Zhou's mind. Then Im stretched out a black finger, pointing to Zhou's forehead. Moment. Puff. Zhou's forehead was pierced. However, Im then suddenly looked to the side. There, the second Zhou appeared. Coming with a punch. Zhou was taken aback. Unexpectedly, I used wood clone to attract Im's attention. Then the strategy of attacking from the side was unexpectedly discovered by the opponent. To this, I am just slightly surprised. Immediately, a powerful haki burst out. Bang! Zhou flew out immediately. Without the slightest resistance. Too strong. Zhou was shocked. At that moment just now, the terrifying haki that I am erupted was so powerful that he felt a little unbelievable. Are you really an ignorant ant who mistakenly thinks that he is powerful enough to be comparable to a god? I am said in a cold tone. God. This is what I am calls himself. Zero looking for flowers. In his opinion, Zhou is an extremely small ant. Advertisement. Zhou stood up slowly. He said. The one just now was, Conqueror's Haki. I am nodded slightly at this time, my Haki is a height you can never imagine. Indeed, Zhou admitted. The Haki that I am erupted just now. It is indeed a height that I will never be able to match. If Conqueror's Haki can't be cultivated, what reflects the strength of a person's strength? Well, this is already obvious. Im's strength far exceeds Zhou. There is no need to fight at all. However, Zhou didn't believe this. Your Haki is different, he said with bright eyes. Ordinary people's Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated, they can only be strengthened through strength, and then Haki will be improved accordingly, but your Conquerors can be improved after training. Im said. Yes, this is exactly the gap between gods and mortals. Zhou pouted. He kept saying that he was a god. If I am really a god, then there is no need to let yourself kill the 5 elders. God should be omniscient and omnipotent. He should know he is a man with a system. That is, Im's so-called god is nothing more than a powerful person. His title of god was only given to him by himself. After figuring this out, Im's mysterious image in Zhou's heart suddenly collapsed. At this time, Zhou suddenly revealed a scornful smile. God, hee, if you are God, then I am a priest. At the beginning, Im didn't understand what Zhou meant. But then something came to mind. Immediately flew into a rage. You wanna die. He is a god, but Zhou said he is a priest. Doesn't that mean that Zhou is his old father? This is simply swearing without dirty words. Im shot instantly. Stretching out his right hand, a black long sword appeared immediately. This long sword is completely condensed by Haki. Armament Haki inside, Conqueror's Haki outside. Im holding the Haki long sword, facing Zhou. At this moment, Zhou felt the threat of death. Although Im is not an all-knowing and omnipotent god, his strength is extremely powerful. At this point, it can be seen from his ability to pierce Zhou's heart in an instant. Im's use of Haki is already at its peak. Haki can be sent out as a bullet at will, or it can be made into a sword. A sword made entirely of Haki. Zhou can't imagine his power. Estimate. Even diamonds can be split. Puff. Face the Haki sword. Zhou quickly dodges. However, he was suddenly surprised to find that even though he dodged the blade of Haki's sword, the blade seemed to have known that he would dodge and how far he would dodge, and continued to stretch forward until it sliced through his throat. Blood flowed out. Zhou covered his throat. Back quickly. Im is relentless in pursuit. Continue to hunt and kill. Zhou, you are dead. Zhou was not moved at all. His eyes were as hard as iron. Even if his throat has been cut open, he still calmly used the ability of the dense fruit to suture his wounds with plant fibers, and then used life energy to speed up the healing. In an instant the wound disappeared. See Zhou in action. Also shrank his pupils. If he applied Haki to ultimate, then Zhou has applied the fruit ability to ultimate. On the way of chasing and killing Zhou also completed his counterattack. He touched Im's wrist with one hand. Immediately, Im's cloak was out of control, growing out of various shapes crazily. Some are like coral, and some are like roots. The only thing that was certain was that his cloak identified itself as a plant at the moment, rather than a cloak. Even Im's wrist, the flesh began to grow at this time. First, the skin is dry and cracked, and the granulation inside is like a germinated seed, which breaks free from the shackles of the skin and grows out. Blood vessels, muscles, etc., now form an extremely coquettish and strange plant. Im's pupils shrank. Immediately, he used his own Haki to violently impact his wrist. There is a strange green energy eating away at his wrist. After the impact of Haki, all these green energies are eliminated. Finally, Im's wrist is no longer growing. However, the granulation that grew out before is still there. It is irreversible. Even the blood vessels grew rebelliously. The blood that flows through is bright red. It's impossible for Im to cut off the granulation. Because once it is cut off, it means that he has cut off his muscles and blood vessels. This arm of his was abolished. Think here. A coldness flashed across Im's eyes. Devil fruit, it really deserves to be the second minister of the devil. It has gone far beyond the category of dense fruits. Chapter 105 Karma Skill, Kill Im. Chapter 105 Karma Skill, Kill Im. Zhou chuckled. After sense and fruit was fully developed, he saw a wider world. Actually, why a plant? Any object can be regarded as a seed waiting to germinate. You only need to inject energy, and you can let it take root. It seems that you are a huge threat. Today, you must be strangled here. Im looked at Zhou seriously. Said, this moment. Killing intent pervades. Sudden. Zhou is in trouble. He suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Im, but Im seemed to have already talked about his sudden attack, and easily dodged his attack. Immediately, he slashed at Zhou with a sword. Zhou knows that his fruit ability is ineffective against Haki. So he also started dodging Haki sword attacks. However, puff. Same as last time, this time he still couldn't dodge Im's attack. What happened? Zhou covered his bleeding neck, puzzled. He obviously avoided Im's attack. Unexpectedly, at always the critical moment, the Haki sword in Im's hand suddenly moved forward, and then cut him in the neck. Etc. Zhou suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he suddenly realized. So it is. Yes. There is only one possibility. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help frowning at Im. It's your observation Haki, and it's stronger than mine. Im smiled darkly. Did you realize that? Not just Conqueror's Haki, my observation Haki, armament Haki, all above you. Whether it is attack power, defense power, or the ability to predict the future, I will completely crush you. How do you win? What are you fighting me with? Since Im can practice Conqueror's Haki, then it is normal and reasonable for observation Haki to be above sus. 140, weak. On Sky Island, Enel and the others practiced observation Haki independently. Enel even trained his observation Haki to a peak. And Im obviously did something similar. It's just that unlike Enel's large-scale observation Haki, Im's Haki obviously predicts the far future. Think here. Im said. He is a god, and that is not an exaggeration. You can always know where and how the opponent's attack will come from in the next second. This is not what is God. How? Desperate. Mortals are mortals after all. Before God, you will understand that you are as humble as an ant. Humble as an ant. Zhou scoffed. It's just that observation Haki is a little stronger. In the final analysis, he is still stronger than himself in terms of strength. But, this does not mean that he is not Im's opponent. He suddenly said, just do it so that even if you see the future, you can't change the future, is that enough? Im said, what are you talking about? Zhou did not continue to answer. But something is brewing. Suddenly, all the surrounding vines grew up, forming a birdcage-like space. This is very fast and has a great range. Im didn't realize it at first, when he came to his senses. Find yourself already in birdcage. He snorted coldly. This level of plants, in my opinion, is just the hardness of tofu. As he spoke, he chopped Zhou into two pieces with one sword. However, this is just a wood clone of Zhou. Zhou's body has already gone outside. The birdcage begins to shrink at this point. Im still just scoffed at this. Thinking of this level of birdcage, it is simply impossible to trap yourself. He stepped on the air and ran towards Zhou. Puff. Im slashed down with a sword, and immediately, a gap was opened in the medical building birdcage in front of him. However, at this time, the surrounding vines suddenly rushed over. It emits a green mysterious energy. After coming into contact with this mysterious energy, immediately, Im found that his cloak began to grow like a plant. Just like what happened when Zhou touched his wrist just now. Immediately, felt struck by lightning. Retreat as fast as if the hair was blown. However, Just a brief contact has already caused some corals to grow on Im's cloak. Damn, IM finally understood. The cage itself is very fragile. But the cage is covered with that kind of green energy. So, once he gets close, even if Birdcage can't stop him, this green energy can kill him. Think here. A coldness flashed across Im's eyes. I see, is this your countermeasure, Zhou? M thought to himself. Immediately, he suddenly wrapped his body with a strand of hockey. A dense layer of hockey armor is formed. Advertisement. Then head straight outside. A large number of vines rushed over, trying to kill IM with green energy. IM, however, was unmoved, still charging forward without hesitation. The green energy came into contact with Im's hockey armor, and the two sides formed a confrontation instantly. The green energy keeps eroding hockey's armor, making some pits appear on it. However, IM kept adding hockey to the armor, patching up the craters. Over time, IM found that his hockey was consumed very quickly. But corresponding, Zhou's green energy seems to be endless. What's going on? Why does this guy seem to have more energy than mine? IM said in amazement. What IM didn't know, though, under the cover of Birdcage and the sea of trees, Zhou's body came in front of the Super Titan mecha. He stretched out a vine, breaking through the small sun-like energy core on the chest of the Super Titan mecha. The liquid blue liquid inside was exposed. Immediately, the vines greedily took root as if they had seen a delicacy, absorbing the energy inside. For Zhou, whether it is biological nutrients or these energy nutrients, all the same, now, in Zhou's body, the Great Emperor's energy poured in continuously. Give his Birdcage a steady stream of physical strength. So no matter how IM consumes it, Birdcage's energy cannot be completely consumed. IM soon realized that Birdcage's energy could not be completely consumed by his own power alone. Although I don't know how Zhou did it. But he no longer intends to use the war of attrition. Now, Im's body surged with strength. A majestic hockey is ready to go. One sword. IM slashed out with a sword, and hockey condensed into a huge and incomparable slash, splitting Birdcage in half at once. Immediately, IM hurried towards the exit. With one blow, the Birdcage will be separated. With this power, Yinchang wiped out an island with one sword. Zhou was taken aback. But he didn't panic, because I am still out of his attack range now. After leaving Birdcage, M looked around, suddenly found out. I was actually fooled by Zhou. Outside the Birdcage, there are plants everywhere. It can be said that towering trees with a height of 1,000 meters abound. Like pillars supporting the ceiling, Fu stands on the ground. There are so many, densely packed, that they are almost endless. There are also glowing plants all over the ceiling and floor. There is no doubt that whether it is these pillar-like trees or these vines, all of them can release green energy stars. This time, IM felt a feeling called despair. However, IM is the king of the world. The habit he had developed over hundreds of years made him feel disgusted with the sense of despair that arose in his heart. I'm IM, the king of the world, how can I have such a humble emotion as despair? A coldness flashed across Im's eyes. Next moment, IM ran while chopping the obstructing plants with the hockey sword in his hand. Zhou, are you just hiding your head and showing your tail like this? Could it be, are you afraid of me? IM began to use a psychological offensive. But Zhou's voice sounded from all directions. It seems that you are the one who is afraid now. IM. Aren't you running away now? Indeed, I am behaving now, it looks like he is running away. M was taken aback, immediately flew into a rage. This untouchable Zhou actually spoke of himself so vulgarly. And he found that he couldn't refute Zhou. I am really equivalent to running away. Think here. M stopped immediately. He suddenly looked behind him. In that place, a big tree is growing, and in just a second, the diameter of the trunk exceeds 100 meters. Then the tree bent and took the shape of a spear. Armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey are attached to the top. Emission plus tyranny. Suddenly, this gigantic spear burst out at an extremely fast speed. Impressively stabbing towards IM. IM saw this. With Zhou's taunt before, it is naturally impossible to retreat. At this moment, he let out a low cry, the powerful hockey surged in his body, and he slashed towards the long area with a sword. Boom. In an instant, Zhou and Im's hockey collided with each other with great energy. The raging hockey produces terrifying energy, distorting the space. Boom boom boom. Im's terrifying hockey wave broke out, splitting a gap in Zhou's hockey. A smug look flashed across his eyes. Xindao is still better than his own hockey. However, at this time, the accident happened suddenly. I saw the spear suddenly exploded. After being split by Im's sword, it was shattered so quickly. Broke. Advertisement. IM was overjoyed, he didn't expect it to be broken so easily, but it didn't take long for him to be happy. Immediately realized something was wrong. Because these fragments seemed to have their own lives. After parting, they turned into swimming fish one by one, exuding green energy aura all over their bodies, swimming towards him. At first glance, it looked like the spear exploded by itself, and then turned into thousands of pieces to attack him. Where these pieces of wood passed, the space became abnormally distorted. It looks like the space has become some kind of growing plant. Nani, even the space. M was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Zhou's fruit ability has been developed to such an extent. Already affecting the space. M stepped back quickly. But the space behind has collapsed. Layers of kelp-like plants are formed. I accidentally fell into it. Suddenly, I realized that my movements slowed down. Originally, the movement of raising the hand could be completed in an instant, but in the folded space, it slowed down more than 10 times. And, in some places where the space is abnormally distorted. His speed is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It may suddenly slow down, or it may be in front of you all at once. Several times nearly poked himself with his own hockey sword. Trapped. In the distance, when Zhou saw this scene, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. In fact, this ability was even used for the first time by him. Not proficient yet, but didn't expect it to be so powerful. It can even affect the space. The key is, his sensen fruit has been developed to ultimate, so it doesn't take too much physical effort to turn the space into a plant. Now, in the area where is located, the space in all directions has been completely disrupted. From the beginning it was just space folding. It became a mess, with spaces of any shape. In this space, completely lost her sense of direction and balance. It felt like swimming in water for the first time. However, it is not water, but in the turbulent flow of space. Before that, has never been exposed to space-related powers. So there is no preparation and defense at all. Just wandering around aimlessly. Yet the superposition of spaces continues. From the beginning, the range of tens of meters. It became a range of several hundred meters later. Range of several kilometers. With as the center, a large area of spatial turbulence appeared within a spherical range. At first glance, the space here looks like a virgin forest. There are towering trees, small grasses, wild flowers, and all kinds of indescribable plants. However, they have one thing in common, that is, they are made up of spaces. In it. It was like a landlubber being thrown into the turbulence of the sea. Wandering blankly, he shakes hockey from time to time, however for space, hockey is useless. Even though these spaces are made by devil fruit, their essence is still space. However, hockey is still unable to affect a wide range of space. At most, when hockey broke out on a large scale, the 5.0 space will be slightly restored. However, it doesn't help. Its efficiency is not comparable to the speed of Zhou's manufacturing. Over time, also gave up. Zhou, are you afraid? Come and fight with me. M yelled. However, no response. Massively superimposed in the space around him, actually he is far away from Zhou. Boom. M swung his sword sharply. Hockey wave burst out instantly. But hockey is struggling in the intricate space turbulence. Finally start breaking down. Can't get outside at all. Zhou laughed. He. I am the king of the world, just play here slowly. After I go out, kill all the celestial dragons, and then reveal your identity. At that time, people all over the world will know of your existence. M yelled angrily. Damn Zhou, you be ********* D. Despicable pariah. Such a despicable method was used. Simply unforgivable. However, just when thought that Zhou was really ready to go out as he said. Zhou showed a weird smile on the other hand. Next moment. He suddenly released the ability of Sen Sen Guo. Moment. Those wildly growing spaces instantly lost the support of their abilities. Originally grotesque and various spatial shapes, all of them were broken like soap bubbles at this time. The result of this is that the space in the area where is located instantly becomes turbulent. Any substance, even diamonds, will be torn to pieces in this turbulent flow. Obviously already used observation hockey and knew such a future, he wrapped his body with hockey in advance. Chapter 106 Extinct Celestial Dragons. Boom. The moment the spatial turbulence appeared, was torn and flew upside down in an instant, and hockey's armor was peeled off layer by layer. In just a few breaths, hockey armor was torn apart. Body also began to disintegrate in this turbulent flow. Let out a piercing roar. It feels like my life is coming to an end. He is not reconciled. You know he's be the king of the world. He has lived for nearly 1,000 years, but now he has lost to a rising star. How could this make him happy? However, in the face of the terrifying space-time turbulence, Rao Yim's hockey strength can't last long. Just under a minute, body was torn to pieces. Only some blood and bones remained. Even in the turbulence of time and space. There is almost no blood and bone left. Boom. When the space turbulence ended, Zhou could hardly see body parts. Not even scum. However, from some substances left in the air, Zhou used the vines to capture the life energy. He released a large number of tentacles, as dense as raindrops, hanging down from the ceiling of the ruins. Start capturing the remaining life energy in the air. With strength, just a trace of blood or residue is enough to provide a large amount of life energy. Finally, it's over. Both the Empress and Momosuke heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over. 5 elders. And this person who came out of nowhere. Don't know who it is, but it looks like even the 5 elders are following this lead. And the strength of this person seems to be too strong. Almost even Zhou was no match for him. Unexpectedly, Suzhou's combat power has reached such a height that it can affect space and realize space turbulence. The Empress felt a little palpitating when she recalled the terrifying combat power that Suzhou showed just now. This kind of space-time turbulence has long been beyond the understanding of the Empress. In short, it is very powerful. Yeah, I'm already desperate. This guy named IM can condense hockey into weapons and armor. It's simply too heaven-defying. Momoshiki said, but in the end, I was defeated by 10 by Suzhou. The Empress said immediately. A pair of beautiful eyes shone with excitement. At this time, Momoshiki also looked at Suzhou's figure with admiration. After Suzhou completely absorbed IM's nutrients. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Sensen fruit has been developed to ultimate. Unable to continue development. For the rest, we can only wait for the body to slowly absorb it. Sadly though, his hockey can't work out like IM. Can't reach IM's state. Otherwise, his strength is truly invincible. The strongest fruit ability, plus the strongest hockey. Pity. What a shame. Suzhou felt a pity in his heart after a while. Then he looked at 5 elders with mustache. At this time, he's the last 5 elders alive. Speaking of which, his luck is considered good. Survived to the end. But, naturally, it was impossible for Suzhou to let him go. Don't kill me, let me do whatever you want. Mustache 5 elders with a pierced forehead. His begging for mercy did nothing to delay his death. After Suzhou had absorbed the nutrients from this person. I sigh in my heart. It seems, living long enough will not hinder a person's will to survive. Even have a stronger will to survive. Solved the last 5 elders. Suzhou came to the Empress and Momoshiki. Grinning, it's over. This time, it's really over. Let's go. Suzhou reached out to pull the 2 girls. At this moment, the Empress suddenly became dreamy. I imagined that Suzhou would hug him like a Prince Charming, and then take him away. However, on the surface, the Empress showed a proud face. I am a concubine, and I don't need to support my loving body. However, Momoshiki winked at the Empress slyly. Suzhou, my legs may be a bit inconvenient. Suzhou didn't suspect him, and directly carried Momoshiki on his shoulders. Momoshiki, Empress, Puff 1. The Queen almost laughed out loud. Damn, God is carrying it on his shoulders. She doesn't want to experience this kind of shameful way. Originally, he wanted Suzhou to take him away in a princess hug. At this time, the Empress gave up this thought in her mind. Fine. I am more cautious, otherwise, Waju has become Momoshiki. Suzhou, my leg is fine, I want to get down, you put me down. Momoshiki said softly. Suzhou was unmoved. No, you don't want. Momoshiki. Empress, after a short silence, the Queen almost laughed out loud. Advertisement. The 3 of them moved towards the exit all the way. It's been a long time, finally saw it, the exit. Immediately, Suzhou used Sensen fruit to create a ladder, leading to the exit. The 3 climbed up all the way, finally returned to the hall from the beginning. There was silence in the hall at this time. The 5 elders are all dead. Even IM is dead. This place has become a no man's land. Suzhou, what shall we do next? The Empress looked at Suzhou. Although he was asking a question, there was a murderous intent in his beautiful eyes. Obviously, the Empress had already thought of what to do. Celestial dragons. Yes. At this point there are only celestial dragons left. Without the 5 elders, there is no Knights of God. Celestial dragons are a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Wanton killing. The Empress was once a slave of the celestial dragons. For the celestial dragons can be described as hated. Probably wanted to kill the celestial dragons a long time ago. However, there has been no chance. Now, isn't it a great opportunity? Although Momoshiki has never been a slave of celestial dragons, she has seen celestial dragons use evil faces. Trample human beings with dignity and turn them into slaves. They are all human beings, there is no distinction between high and low. However, celestial dragons divided people into 3, 6, and 9 classes. It's just shameless, and all of this is just for your own enjoyment. This is even more despicable. Suzhou didn't need the 2 women's reminders at all. Sideways. Now that the Holy Land has been disarmed, the next thing is naturally to do celestial dragons. Hearing Suzhou say, it's done, the Empress and the rabbit both wanted to laugh for some reason. But then they all got excited. You know, those are celestial dragons. In the past, those who stood high above were directly called the clan of gods. It's very embarrassing, it makes people look uncomfortable. Now that they have the opportunity to do them, it is really a chance to leave a name through the ages. Think here. Empress and Momoshiki are excited. Holy place. Mariajoy. The 3 walked out of Pangu City, came outside. At this time, the attack on the celestial dragons had already spread. The celestial dragons all panicked, not knowing what happened. Thought it was hacked, but when they learned that the invaders had entered Pangu City, they went because they saw the 5 elders. The celestial dragons are all relieved. Haha, this intruder is really stupid. He dared to trouble the 5 elders if he didn't want to do anything wrong. I'm really impatient. Yeah, what is the strength of the 5 elders, and they can provoke them? Simply naive. I didn't even know what was going on in their heads. Hey, just wait, it won't be long before you can collect the corpses of these things that are not fatal. No, maybe the 5 elders will turn these lifeless things into slaves on a whim. There are 2 beauties among the 3 of them, if possible, tisk tisk. Just when the celestial dragons were talking about it, Zhou and others finally appeared. Only, let the celestial dragons down. The 3 of Zhou were not only not dead, they were not even injured at all. Came out intact. Look, they came out. Wait, why don't they have anything? Didn't the 5 elders punish them? Damn it, that woman almost turned Lousy into a stone sculpture forever, and now she is safe and sound. Lousy is really upset, so upset. Are they going to leave our holy place in such a swaggering manner? They have not received any punishment. Celestial dragons feel inward and out of balance. Especially those who were turned into stone statues by the Empress before. They were almost killed by the Empress. I feel extremely resentful towards the Empress in my heart. I can't wait for someone to kill the Empress immediately. However, due to the strength of the Empress, she still dare not act rashly. If she is petrified again, she will not be able to change back. However, the celestial dragons saw that the people on Wednesday stopped. Zhou said in a tone that seemed to be talking to himself. Let's start here. What? The celestial dragons don't know why. I don't know what Zhou means. However, soon they will all know. I saw that Zhou gathered a wooden knife in his right hand and directly charged into the group of celestial dragons. He swung the knife casually, and the celestial dragons were hacked to death one by one like melons and vegetables. At this time, the Empress also joined the crowd of celestial dragons. One by one, the killing began. Those celestial dragons that got kicked turned to stone directly. Momosagi, on the other hand, kicked celestial dragons like sandbags. The celestial dragons responded immediately. One person yelled frantically. Kill, kill. The invaders slaughtered the celestial dragons. They tried to attract the Knights of God, however, what they didn't know was that the Knights of God had already been wiped out. The 5 elders were already dead and wounded, even. I am, the big boss behind the scenes, also burped. Now they don't have any talismans. Even a group of pirates can slaughter wantonly. Advertisement. Why did you kill us? A celestial dragon kneels on the ground. Pray for Zhou's forgiveness. However, Zhou, didn't even look at the celestial dragons. When passing by, he directly stabbed this person, killing him in seconds. Then continue hunting down the rest of the celestial dragons. I didn't provoke you, I didn't even scold you. A celestial dragon's hiding in the corner, speaking of his innocence. Zhou also didn't even look at the other party, and directly cut him off. This is a bloody massacre. All celestial dragons, male and female, young and old. Kill them all. In the eyes of the 3, celestial dragons are no longer human. There are no so-called human rights at all. For 800 years, they have been lying on people all over the world to suck blood. Let them live a good life for themselves. Now, reckoning came. They need to pay for their past. Soon after, the trio killed the nearby celestial dragons. Then, the 3 soldiers divided into 3 groups. Go in 3 directions. Keep looking for the rest of the celestial dragons that may have slipped through. The residences of celestial dragons spread out from the center of Pangu City. There are detached villas everywhere, which can be described as a fairyland on Earth. However, today this fairyland is about to be stained with blood. All celestial dragons have been slain. No one is spared. What happened in the holy land of Mariajoy? Basically no one knows. When the 3 of Zhou met, they understood the expressions on each other's faces. They've killed all the other celestial dragons. From today onwards, Yinlong people are considered extinct. Zhou sighed. Unexpectedly, the celestial dragons that lasted for 800 years were all killed in less than a day. This news is still unknown to the outside world. 027. People outside don't know yet. Eliminated celestial dragons. The 3 of Zhou left the holy land Mariajoy. After returning to the lower realm, Zhou thought about it. Call Sengoku for the phone bug. Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters has been rebuilding since the Summit War ended. The destructive power of the top battle is too strong. It's the 4 emperors and the revolutionary army again. The entire island was directly divided into 2 halves. An inland sea formed in the middle, and because of Zhou's sense and fruit battle traces, the entire island has been greened. The scenery has changed for the better. Building materials are simply built with wood directly. It can also be regarded as using local materials, which is much more convenient and simple. Sengoku's office was built at the original location. Built on the original ruins, occupying a higher terrain, from his office you can directly see the entire Naval Headquarters panorama. The office has floor-to-ceiling windows, which makes Sengoku feel much better. Today, he was lying leisurely behind his desk. Enjoy your own short tea time. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue, blue blue blue, sudden. The phone bug rang. Sengoku frowned. Aokiji and 3 other admirals have replaced some of his jobs. It stands to reason that it is impossible to call him directly for ordinary work. Was interrupted at tea time. Sengoku was a little annoyed. I am already semi-retired. He still didn't let himself go. But, he still picked up the phone bug. Click immediately. A familiar face appeared in front of Sengoku. When he saw the face that the phone bug turned into, Sengoku recognized it immediately. Zhou. Sengoku blinked. Didn't this kid go to see the five elders? According to the information sent by Kong, he refused to be the new Marine Marshal. This is also a weird one. How could anyone turn down the position of Marshal of the Marine? Forget it, you should have returned from five elders, right? However, not wanting to be Marshal, five elders shouldn't let him quit the Marine. At this time, Sengoku obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem. I thought Zhou was still worrying about whether he could become a Marine Marshal. However, the information that came out from the phone bug soon made Sengoku feel like he was struck by lightning. Hi, is this Sengoku? I just got back from Mariajoy, the Holy Land, and I had a falling out with the five elders. Sengoku. Fall out with five elders, what the hell? Are you too crazy, kid? Even the five elders dared to contradict? Sengoku immediately asked with a gloomy face. Zhou, have you been forced to quit Marine? Exit Marine? Huh, the five elders are just trying to kill me. Zhou's words let Sengoku's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. Chapter 107 Zhou is promoted to Marshal of the Marine. Chapter 107 Zhou is promoted to Marshal of the Marine. Five elders actually want to kill Zhou. In fact, Sengoku hadn't thought about this possibility before. After all, Zhou's performance in Summit War was too amazing. If it cannot be controlled, it will become a huge threat to the world government and Marine. So, eliminating Zhou was a must. So what? The five elders finally let you go because of your merits, Sengoku said. Zhou contributed a lot to the Summit War. It can even be said that the credit is monstrous. Five elders should remember Zhou's contribution and let Zhou go. However, Zhou heard the words, but he snorted coldly. Credit? Let me go? Do you really think they are such tolerant people? Then you escaped? Sengoku was startled. He didn't think about it the other way at all. No, I just killed them. 11 Zhou dropped a bombshell on Sengoku lightly. Kill? Sengoku was stunned. Zhou actually said that he killed five elders? Do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku frowned. Subconsciously, Zhou must be joking, however. Zhou's next words, but it directly made Sengoku jump up. I also killed the celestial dragons, by the way. Now the holy land of Mariajoy is a no-man's land. From now on, there will be no world nobles in this world. Our Marine is the biggest force in this world. I don't think there is any need for the world government to exist anymore. Directly establish a new world government, kill the celestial dragons? Killed the five elders? Now, Sengoku felt dizzy in his head. Dizzy. He felt that Zhou must be crazy. They have already started talking nonsense. He also said that there is no need for the world government to exist. Isn't this a joke? You, come back quickly. Sengoku didn't want to listen to Zhou anymore. Explain it to me face to face. Zhou laughed, knowing that no one could easily accept this kind of news, even Sengoku was no exception. So he is not upset. Good. After a few hours, Zhou came to Sengoku's office. He brought something directly, the head of the blonde five elders. Boom, when the heads of the blonde five elders were slapped on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku was completely stunned. Looking at this head, my head buzzed for a while. He had met the five elders. The blonde five elders naturally remembers what he looks like. Although this head is different from the blonde five elders' head, his hair is gone and there is a hole in his head, but the face is the same. This. Sengoku was dumbfounded, completely speechless, stuttered. He looked at Zhou in disbelief, as if he wanted to get some explanation from him. However, Zhou said calmly, I told you everything, I killed the five elders. Why? Sengoku was like a fish that has been pulled out of the water all of a sudden, unable to breathe. He couldn't imagine the world without celestial dragons and five elders. It's not that he adores the celestial dragons or the five elders, it's their dogs. It's because the five elders and celestial dragons are already supreme beings, ruling the entire world. But now without them, Marine has become the highest existence. He, the Marine Marshal, has also become an existence similar to I am, the king of the world. As for the world government and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army. He might still be something if celestial dragons and five elders were still around. But now without those masters, Kong is just a general without soldiers, and Sengoku, who is the Marshal of Marine, commands Marine and is the real overlord of this world. I. Sengoku, as the resourceful general, naturally thought of these at once. Speech became stuttering. However, wisdom does not mean that he can become a king. It might be good to let him be a dog-headed military advisor. At this time, Zhou teased Sengoku in a half-joking tone. See you, the king of the world. Get out. Sengoku cursed angrily. How can an old man be qualified to be the king of this world? If you really don't want to be, then I may be able to fulfill the five elders' order before his death and take charge of the Marine, Zhou said suddenly. Sengoku was taken aback, then he stared at Zhou. He understood what Zhou meant. Advertisement, you want to be the king of the world? He stared at Zhou. Zhou snorted and said, I'm not interested in power, killing the five elders and four emperors has made me an invincible existence in this world. Sengoku found himself unable to refute. Zhou is now invincible and no one can stop him from doing anything. It doesn't make sense to be the marshal or not. Then he asked Zhou, So what do you want to do? Zhou looked at the sea outside the window. This sea, it's time to usher in peace. A world without celestial dragons, without pirates. Sengoku blinked. Such a world. Isn't it the world imagined by the older generation of Marines? However, the existence of celestial dragons has always made Marines' so-called justice a big joke. Now the celestial dragons are gone. True justice may not be far away. Sengoku took a deep breath and took a deep look at Zhou. Hope, you don't make your descendants new celestial dragons. Zhou chuckled. I only care about myself. If one day I die in the future, even if the world is completely destroyed, it has nothing to do with me. Therefore, even if I do have offspring, it has nothing to do with me. Money relationship. Sengoku knew that Zhou was not joking. He is a man who only cares about himself. Don't care about others at all. Even their offspring are the same. A person like Zhou is a bad person, then it will be like 4 emperors. But now, he is Marine, and is about to become Marine Marshal. Sengoku sighed. Okay, Marshal, now I'll call you Marshal. Zhou patted Sengoku on the shoulder. Now I appoint you as the Marine Chief Staff Officer, with all the rights of the Marshal, but I have a veto right for any of your proposals. Sengoku. Co-authored, what Zhou meant was that he continued to work as a Marshal, and then the highest power became Zhou's. Zhou doesn't have to worry about anything on weekdays, and when he wants to do something, he directly uses the power of the Marshal. When the time comes, wipe his asterisk yourself. Think here. Sengoku suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten Ollie. Well, Marshal, you see, I'm old too, and it's time to resign. Sengoku began to talk about his difficulties. However, Zhou walked out of the room directly, and said to Sengoku before leaving, go and collect the corpse for celestial dragons. After a pause, he continued, also, it is planned to open the route from the first half to the second half of the Grand Line, which is Duanyi, which is New World. From then on, New World can also be open to the public. As for the redhead, I will discuss it with him personally. Let him not continue to occupy the territory in the future, and he can even stop being a pirate. Of course, if he is stubborn, then I can help him to be obedient. Okay, I'm leaving, don't talk about things, don't notify me except for major events. Boom, the office door was slammed shut. Sengoku stood in the middle of the room, stunned. He felt as if he was living in a dream. What just happened? Zhou became the Marine Marshal, and then became the shopkeeper? And he himself became a big resentment, hands-off Marshal and his grievous staff? Maid. Sengoku was angry. I feel like my IQ has been insulted. He really wants to fight with Zhou now, but he can't beat Zhou at all. This is the bloodiest thing. Damn it, you be *****D. What it be ******D. Why do I have to be his staff officer? I'm obviously already retired. Damn it, if only Garp was still around, but now that guy is dead. Maid, Lousy has fought all his life, so can he enjoy himself? If I knew this, I shouldn't have called him back. Sengoku paced around the room, bewildered, after Zhou left Sengoku's office. Next step. Go directly to world government. He's going to get rid of the world government. There are no more celestial dragons and 5 elders in the world now. The meaning of the existence of world government also needs to be redefined. If the member countries of the world government still want to obtain Marines asylum, they still need to pay money. But without the heavenly gold for the celestial dragons. Moreover, the Marine must set up a branch directly in the territory of the joining country to be fully responsible for the security of the joining country, and the joining country is not allowed to have its own army. Soon after, Zhou came to world government, entered Kong's office without notification. One butt made it to the sofa. Kong saw Zhou's behavior. Suddenly frowned. Then he thought of something. Asked, the 5 elders already made you Marine Marshal? Zhou snorted coldly. Good. Pause. He continued, but it is not the order of the 5 elders, but I want to be it myself. Kong didn't hear Zhou's meaning, he just immerses himself in official business. Advertisement. Zhou said, I'm here to inform you that there is no need for the world government to exist anymore. Kong looked up, he frowned and looked at Zhou. Unlike Sengoku, he seemed to understand Zhou's meaning at once. Is this what the 5 elders mean? Zhou waved his hand, from now on, there will be no 5 elders, no celestial dragons, only Marine is the only one. Kong frowned even more, he didn't pay attention to what Zhou said. In other words, he misinterpreted the meaning of Zhou's words. No 5 elders, which means, no follow the 5 elders' orders again. No celestial dragons, meaning, no longer serving celestial dragons. From the perspective of Kong, a traditional Marine with rigid thinking, Zhou is trying to rebel. Immediately, Kong exploded. Zhou, what do you mean? Zhou wasn't used to Kong either. I mean, you can FK off. The so-called meet each other without drawing a knife. Kong saw Zhou with this attitude, immediately his face darkened. Since this is the case, then we have no choice but to speak with our fists. Talking. Kong is in trouble. Boom, he stepped heavily on the ground, and the floor quickly cracked and gave him a huge kick. With the help of this recoil force, Kong's figure instantly turned into an afterimage that was hard to catch with the naked eye, approaching Zhou. A fist the size of a sandbag wrapped around the black hockey, turning it into an indestructible force, which became bigger and bigger in Zhou's field of vision. Zhou suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Kong's fist. There is no hockey at all, just a touch of green energy zones attached to the fingertips. Seeing this, Kong's expression sank. Zhou didn't use hockey, nor did he use a fist, but a finger. This is simply the greatest contempt for him. Don't think that you are stronger than me, so you can humiliate me like this. The hockey and iron fist that I have practiced for decades are not vegetarians. Kong decided in his heart that Zhou's fingers were about to be broken. And he will pay the price for his arrogance, however. Just when Kong's fist was close to Zhou, the green energy suddenly melted Kong's hockey. In an instant a round flesh-colored skin appeared on Kong's fist. That was his fist. Kong's complexion turned ugly for an instant. Unexpectedly, before Zhou's finger touched him, his hockey had already been disabled. This is simply a ghost. The hockey he is proud of, the hockey he has cultivated for decades, is so vulnerable. In front of Zhou, not worth mentioning at all. Not even one finger from Zhou, however, more terrible things are yet to come. After Zhou's finger touched Kong's fist, that green energy instantly poured into Kong's body. As Kong's fist gradually came, the fist that was supposed to hit Zhou's finger unexpectedly bloomed like a blooming flower. The bones and flesh inside are all open, Zhao Qianhao, which looks extremely frightening and terrifying. However, under the panic and terror, there is still a sense of beauty. Yes, it's beauty. It's like a flower of life that has been in bud for many years and finally blooms. Immediately, not only Kong's fist, but also his forearm, his arm, all spread out. At this moment, seeing Kong's outstretched arms, what Zhou thought of was the movie he had seen before. But at this moment, Kong's expression is the same as that of the heroes and heroines in the movie who saw the alien for the first time, with the expression of seeing a ghost. He watched helplessly as his arm split into 8 petals. Although the arm still has intuition, it is obviously useless. Zhou looked at Kong with a terrified expression. Suddenly he put his palm on Kong's face. A large amount of life energy is released instantly. All of a sudden, Kong's body turned into a plant made of flesh and blood. Without consciousness, just a pile of dead meat without any thinking. Spike, the commander-in-chief of the whole army of the world government. Kong was killed by Zhou in one move. Zhou then informed Sengoku of the news. Sengoku was furious when he heard the news. Questioning Zhou, "It's fine if you kill the 5 elders, why do you want to attack the people in the air?" Zhou calmly said, "Kong is a scum who insists on maintaining celestial dragons and 5 elders, so I just clear the trash." No matter how angry Sengoku was, it was useless. But he was born not to be this staff member. Self will exit Marine. Yes. Zhou said calmly. Sengoku frowned. "I said, first we'll quit Marine." "Yes." Zhou said calmly. Sengoku felt that the matter might not be simple, so he couldn't help asking subconsciously. "Why didn't you stop me?" Zhou said with a chuckle. "If you leave Marine, then Marine will be mine alone, and I will be more free, so why not do it?" Outline.